Danfo offers unparalleled, curated, and bespoke tours across Africa for travelers seeking genuine cultural experiences, enriched with magnificent sights, sounds, and flavors found on the continent. Each trip is reliably curated to ensure visitors are gifted with an immersive and authentic adventure. Whether you find yourself strolling along the charming white sand beaches of Sierra Leone, feasting on the mouth-watering delicious foods in Senegal, observing or partaking in various aspects of the Isheshe traditional system Ifa native to Yoruba land, Nigeria, with Danfo, you will rediscover a fulfilling sense of kinship to the true heart of the motherland, her communities. Our core values focus on integrity, quality, safety, and sustainability. We are uniquely committed to assisting with the advancement of African infrastructure and promoting African businesses, so both travelers and the communities they visit receive beneficial exchanges. At Danfo, we understand the importance of connectivity, and we have created a model which provides bespoke experiences based on your passions or hobbies. With us, expect a long-lasting spiritual bond between you and your destinations. Live, love, Danfo, Africa. To learn more, visit danfo.africa.
Peace, family. We are live. Live again, Dynasty Mirror Search for Uhuru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Do me a favor, hit that like button again. Please hit that like button. And happy MLK Day, everyone. No matter how you feel about him, if you are pro Malcolm, pro Martin, no matter how you feel about Martin, happy MLK Jr. Day, you all. We appreciate y'all. We love y'all. Shout out to Colin Genesis in the chat room. Delta Slim Zero, you still have not revealed who you are, but that's okay. If you want to remain incognito, that's completely fine. No problem at all. If you want to remain incognito, no problem at all. But again, please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I will greatly appreciate it. Got a couple of announcements. We are rolling to Cape Town. Again, we are rolling to Cape Town. That is going to be March 25th through April 2nd. March 25th through April 2nd. If you're interested in joining us, please visit donfo.africa. Again, if you're interested in joining us, please visit donfo.africa to learn more. And I would greatly appreciate it because I really appreciate y'all, and I will love for you guys to join me. Also, I need to announce the winner of the two winners of the giveaway yesterday. I mean, not yesterday, last week for the DVD. Well, not DVD because it's not a physical copy. The documentary, my documentary. So this documentary right here. Oh, let me finish this. Let me finish giving you guys the tour schedule this year. So we're rolling to Cape Town. That's March 25th, April 2nd. Then we're rolling to Senegal. That's May 9th to the 18th. Then we're rolling to Nigeria. That's August 2nd through 11th. We had to change the dates for the Oshun Festival because the actual Oshun Festival is on the 7th. Then we're rolling to Zanzibar in September 20th to the 29th. And then last trip of the year will be Ivory Coast and Ghana, and that's in November. Visit donfo.africa to learn more. Also, I need to announce the two winners. Shout out to Mr. Dennis Cunningham for donating two documentaries for the family. So the winners are, remember, one of them was for sure Jonathan Miller. The other one, let me pull the other one up real quick because I kind of forgot. The other winner was, I did forget. The other winner of the documentary, drum roll, please. The other winner is, let me get to it. All right, where you at? 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 All right, let me do it this way. All right, here we go. The other winner was, I know Jonathan Miller. Well, here we go. The other winner is, okay. It skips from that to, no. Y'all bear with me. Okay. We're gonna try this again. Guys, we're almost there. Hold on. I don't know why this is so hard. Why is this not showing up? Okay. I'm gonna get to the other winner, but Jonathan Miller, I remember you won one, and there was another person, and it'll we'll get to it soon. I'll be announcing it soon. I don't know why it's not showing here. Hold on. Here we go, right here. Joey Thomas. Joey Thomas. Joey Thomas, you are the other winner. So I'll make sure you guys get connected with your documentaries. So thank you for Dennis Cunningham for donating the 2 documentaries. And those were the 2 winners. Without further ado, let's get into today's topic. Ishowspeed is in Africa during his Africa tour. Now, this is the question. This is the question. And fair use. Before I start playing O'Shea's videos, guys, make sure you subscribe to Kinganda. What kind of impact? What kind of influence is it going to have on Black Americans engaging and traveling to Africa? Because we've kind of been here before. There was Coming to America. There was Roots. Now this is a little bit different, but it's similar. Then there was the Black Panther movie. Everybody was yelling Wakanda and how they want to go back to Africa. So once the tour is finished, what sustainable is going to be in place or going to happen? Sustainability, that's the term. In regards to people actually going and engaging Africa, what kind of impact is it going to have? Or is this just, go to Africa, have a good time, everybody's cheering and saying how proud they are of Ishowspeed for going to Africa. But what's going to come from it? As you guys know, Africa was in Algeria, and he faced a little racism. Not a little, a lot. To the point where I believe he prematurely ended his trip in Algeria. Let's play the video.
I happened to be scrolling on Instagram and I got a video recommended to me. But we kind of know how Instagram
Guys,
works.
make sure you subscribe
Once you
to
consume a
Kinganda
certain
channel.
style of content, Instagram will do its due diligence and recommend you something like that. And I was recommended a video about Ishowspeed. Now we know that Ishowspeed is in Africa, I believe. Right now he may be in Rwanda, but he was doing this video with his father, and they were having a pretty interesting discussion.
What? You're black?
Okay.
What?
My grandma,
Yo,
my
okay.
grandmother was born 1910 in America. Her mother was born 1875 in America. Come
Yo,
on, man.
Bro, what? He tripping, bro. You tripping.
There's no African
driven.
ties like that, dude.
You tripping.
Now, the people that were looking at this video did not find what Ishowspeed dad said very funny. They said this: I am so tired of the FBA cult promoting ish like this. This other person says, bunch of illiterate people. The Afro-Americans who fought for their freedom will be ashamed of them if they'd be alive today. This person says, to be honest, I'm not surprised Black Americans have been systemically programmed to hate anything related to being African. This person says, I thought this ignorant conversations ended in 2025. Ignorance and self-hate is a deadly combination. This other person says something important. Now, Father, come on now. We would not be here if they didn't steal none of us in the 1500s. And that includes everyone born after the 1500s in America. So the argument is from Ishowspeed's dad, listen, we're not from there. We are from here. And it's very in tune with what you hear hashtag FBA say, hashtag ADOS. Now, Ishowspeed has a world eye view, like, well, hell, hold on, like, I don't want to deny my African or my blackness because you do. He seems like not to be in agreement with that. All right. And then there was more discussion in this clip.
I'm talking about us here. I'm not talking about black people all over the world. I'm talking about black people right here in America, where we are, where it matters. That's what I'm talking about. People, black people that grew up outside of America, they didn't have the same life as we did. They don't have the same values. They don't even think like us.
But they're here now.
They don't think. They still don't think like us. That's why they still separate themselves from us.
Okay.
We go.
That's true.
They don't. Do they not?
No,
Who separates
do they
themselves
not?
from everybody that's not from here?
What you saying?
Y'all look
is
at Brandon,
true.
y'all. There go
At
Brandon.
the same time, say if you bring 10 or 15 of them down here, they're still going to be looked at the same way. If they move from there and move to here, they is going to look at them the same way.
No, they're not, because that's why. How you think? All right, if they get all treated the same way, a mother Africa can come here and he gonna get a loan to open up him a store and get a business. You go get one.
I got plenty of loans.
I'm not
I'm talking about the average
I hate
person.
this argument.
You know, like I said,
And the African, if he got good,
I hate this argument. Okay, if your ass got good credit and proof of income, you could get credit extended to you. You could get loans. I'm just so tired of the Africans are coming over and there's some secret bank that they could go to that gives them loans that Black Americans can't get. If your ass got good credit and proof of income, they will give you credit. Again, as long as you have good credit and can prove that you can pay back what they give you, the banks will give you some money. We got to stop this stupid argument. All right, let's go.
credit, he gonna get a loan. He got bad credit.
They come over here with no credit.
Thank you, Brandon.
I'm saying viewed from the naked eye, just a regular coming down the street. They're
Thank you, Brandon. If you got bad credit, you ain't gonna get no credit.
going to view you like one of us. They're not going to view them no different and decipher whether they African or whether
Bruh, if an African got bad credit, 530 credit score, he ain't
mother.
This is what I'm saying.
Don't have no credit, bro.
What Courtney is trying to do is listen.
I'm not trying.
If you have been on the internet as long as I have, you see millions of people on the internet like him. It's a new age.
If it was millions of people like me, we'd be in a whole different place, bro.
No, they won't, because they'll always find a way to divide themselves.
I'm not trying.
First, he was an indigenous.
Here.
Now you're an Indian.
Wait, I'm looking out for our people here.
Maybe they don't identify with you because you're a Native American and we Black.
Okay.
Now you hear Pan-Africanism Strikes Back, which is Brandon and some other brother. having a debate, okay, about how Africans come to America and they have higher opportunities than the Black Americans. But the real idea that he talked about that I can agree with is that Blacks or Africans are separate from us, okay? Now, I want you to read this caption that was in the video. And it comes from this guy by the name of Ola Inca Companies.
Shout out to
He's
Ola
selling
Inca.
something. I don't know what he's selling.
One
It
of our
says,
sponsors.
Black people who seek to separate from Africans are an enemy to Black progress, okay? Now, this is important to understand. And of course, when Black people start to, and I'm talking about Black Americans, talk about we're Black, we're not African, that automatically is taken as a level of separation.
Okay, hotties, it's time to target the muscles
All right,
that
go
matter
break
the
it down,
most.
y'all.
Your SIP muscles. And SIP.
But I want to look at the wider context of that. And what that is really being translated as, identifying with Africa is just too expensive for me to rationalize or to deal with. This is something new that I'm introducing onto the market. The opportunity cost of being associated with Africa, right? Now, when it's Africans wanting to associate with Black Americans, especially in the States, they didn't want to pay that cost. That cost was too expensive, okay? What do we mean? Well, associating with Black Americans, once they came in the 80s and 90s, meant that you were loud. It meant you were ghetto. It meant that you were lazy. It meant that you were violent. So Africans made sure that they didn't pay a price, because associating with Black Americans and those negative stereotypes, it cost them too much. And that's why you started to see a lot of Africans, Nigerians, Ghanaians, and Ethiopians rejecting this terminology of African American or Black American because it was too synonymous with us. When you listen to Ishowspeed's dad, he's not trying to disrespect Africa in the way that you think that he is. What he's saying is, number one, there is no incentive for me to identify with them. Okay? They are different from me. And the reality of it is, for many people, it is too expensive to be associated with Africa. It got to cost you something to do that. You cannot be associated with Africa or with the continent without you, the Black American, making some level of a sacrifice to do so. But other groups don't have to make any sacrifice to identify with you. That is the problem that we're trying to solve here with the Pan-Africanism, okay? Because Black people, Black Americans, must pay a price. You pay a visa price. You pay a ticket price. You pay an investment price to associate with Pan-Africanism. However, when you are associated with hashtag FBA or Freedmen or ADOS, you're not paying anything because you're dealing with lineage there, okay? That's the fundamental concept. And we're seeing the same thing right now with the cost being too expensive. At a certain point, being a part of Africa has to have some level of incentives. And I'm talking about incentives that you can see. Don't get me wrong, Africa has a lot of incentives after you break down all of these barriers. But, you know, for the average person, there is really not enough incentive. And so it's easy to say that this person is an enemy of Africa, is an enemy of Blacks. You know, this person's selling out. But what is that person getting by identifying with you? Tell me. Just like the Somalis right now. The Somalis, I told you I had a brother that confronted me about my videos. He said, you Black Americans should be supporting us. But at what cost? It's okay for somebody to support you when you don't pay a cost. But if I got to pay a cost to support you, but I get nothing in return, it's a zero-sum game, okay? But here's something else that you should figure out.
I love Africa, bro. I really do. I'm kind of mad that I didn't come here more sooner.
Africa is an amazing place. This is your home.
Yeah, man. Trey, y'all know me, bro. My dopamine is... I did a lot of shit. I went to the Champions League final, World Cup final. I met Ronaldo. I did a lot of cool basically what I'm saying, I did a lot of cool shit in my life. But this is like refreshing for me. Like everything is cool to me. Everything is just like it's such a new experience. And it's so fun for me. So this trip has really like opened up my eyes, man. Seriously.
Ishowspeed talks about the beauty of Africa, and he's sad that he didn't come earlier. And
I felt the same
all
way.
of these great things. Now, being these Ishowspeed, obviously he's gotten a lot of opportunities that even somebody like myself would not get living here. But we got to start looking at things when people say that they don't want to be associated with something and not just call them sellouts, but understand their framework. This is the problem that us as Black Americans, us as the Black diaspora, us as the African diaspora, we have to understand the framework of why people do not want to be associated with us. Period. I don't care if it's Africans that want to work with Black Americans, or Black Americans with Africans, or Black Americans with Caribbeans. We need to look at the underlying reasons as to why it is and stop shaming people and saying, well, you know what? You're going to lose anyway. This is Pan-Africanism. No, let's look at the framework. The framework is always, there is no incentivization to associate with you. Associate with you or working with you gives me heartache. It gives me pain. It brings me frustration. It brings me sadness. It brings me opacity. It brings me scamish behavior. This doesn't have to be the situation all the time. But if these things come about a lot, then it's too expensive. Okay? It's too expensive. Now, when Africa is winning, Africa is developing, there are opportunities that can be plugged in to Black Americans. I want to be associated now because we can't deny that our DNA doesn't come from there, but we want to be associated. But many African countries and many African frameworks make it very difficult for somebody to want to associate with you. And once again, the price of Pan-Africanism is becoming too high because somebody has to pay the price. Typically, it's somebody from the diaspora that's paying the price.
I would say it's worth the price.
And once we figure out how to give value to each other, this is game over. But we got to understand what Ishowspeed's father is saying is not disrespectful. He's not calling anybody names. He's dealing with a concept here. He's dealing with the ideology here. And we need to look at the framework and understand why the framework exists. Why is a person using that framework? Instead of shutting it down. And the reality is the same framework that he's using is the same framework that many Africans use every day when they leave Uganda and go to Dubai, when they leave Kenya and go somewhere else, when they go to Nigeria and go to wherever the hell they're going. They use that same framework. I don't see any value being here. I'm wasting my time being here. Let me go do something else. That's all he's saying. And it's Pan-Africanism, the job of the people that are trying to be in the community to put
guys,
the
link in the
resources
chat room.
there
You want to call in?
and to
Go
put
to link.
fairness
Call
and
in.
transparency there
Link is in the
to
chat room.
slowly overcome that gap. And that's not happening. So guys, we think it's your boy Shady Jackson back at it again with another episode of Kingana. We out.
You don't need a second job. You just need.
All right, guys, what do you think? Links in the chat room. If you want to call in, you're more than welcome to call in after the conversation. Again, if you want to call in, you're more than welcome to call in after the conversation. But also, while Ishowspeed has been in Africa, he's been facing some racism. In Algeria. Pam Mulatto, go ahead.
Yes, and thanks for having me up. I'll try to keep it brief. Shout out to Ishowspeed for being a Black American and going to Africa and giving visibility to a lot of these different African nations that, many of us, I may even include myself just so it don't sound like I'm trying to have a superiority complex. I'm a shout out Ishowspeed for giving visibility to a lot of these African nations in a way that many of us may have never seen before if we haven't gone over there. So I shout him out for that. And in my estimation, this will undoubtedly lead to more Black Americans going to Africa, buying real estate in Africa, starting businesses in Africa, and getting citizenship in different African nations. So, peace be upon Ishowspeed. Really much love to him. Seriously.
All right, go ahead, Two Nigel. Well, actually, Cashinova. Cashinova's turn. Then it's Two Nigel.
Peace, Dynas. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, yeah. So, about O'Shea and his video, what the brother said, I agree. I show speed, giving Africa the exposure is much needed. Um, I take my hats off to I show speed. I used to not like that kid. I thought he was obnoxious, but I saw the respect that he walked around with in Africa. Uh, the reverence he paid to the people and the culture wherever he went. And as soon as I saw him go to North Africa, you could see a change in his whole energy. It's almost like he could feel the racism that the people weren't saying, but eventually, somebody said it. Somebody called him the N-word. I don't want to get hit with that tariff. Somebody called
Oh
him
yeah,
an N-word.
let me give this disclaimer. Well, depending on the context, but hey, N-word tariff is on. So go ahead, Cashinova.
Yeah, but you can feel that. You can see that his experience was lackluster when he went to Egypt, when he went to Algeria. Now he's in Morocco and stuff like that. You can see that it was nothing like him going to South Africa or Zimbabwe, going to Mosi Ayatunye, and that's also known as Victoria Falls. He was ecstatic. You know what I'm saying? And it was a drop off in energy once he went up there with them North Africans because he know they not African. He know those people in Egypt are not African. They didn't build those pyramids. They told him a blatant lie. And he could tell that they was lying. The whole stream and chat could tell that they were lying. But circling back to O'Shea, he kind of plays the fence because it's like he wants the viewership and the listeners of Tariq Nasheed and the FBA followers. He don't want to offend them because he understands that a lot of those people watch his videos. So it's like he told the fence in order to maintain his credibility with his viewers. And I mean, I can't knock him for that. At the end of the day, O'Shea feed a lot of people in Uganda. So, but I want to make it clear, like, he don't really necessarily be, transparent and really thorough and honest a lot. Like sometimes he'll repeat a lie, a rhetoric lie, just to say it. Like just because Tariq or his FBA followings say it. Like so that's what I would say that I disagree with O'Shea on. But then again, he is on the continent. He is in Uganda. I ain't never been, but I can't wait to go. That's all I gotta say.
All right, go ahead, Two Nigel.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Dynas, and greetings to everyone on the panel and the chat and the viewers. Yeah, I think I didn't know. I knew zero about Ishowspeed. To be frank, I was quite surprised to start seeing him on my this thing on my social media platforms. It's like and what I found fascinating was that, because I thought Wodemaya and Dynas and maybe O'Shea Jackson, maybe a little to a lesser extent, Brandon has done a lot to showcase the continent. And also, regrettably, I heard about at Kati passing recently, so condolences on that. She too was one of those people that went to the continent in the early days, somewhere around 2020 or so. And they showcased the continent quite a bit. And I thought that the job had already been done, only to find young people shedding tears online because of Ishowspeed. I was like, oh my God. So it means there's still a lot of people that still don't know what the continent is like. And since then, I've just been observing his travels, and I was expecting North Africa to be quite cold. They have always been cold to sub-Saharan Africans, and they proved it. I must say, Morocco did okay. From the way they were warm to him. Algeria surprised me a little bit because of the negative this in the way they were throwing projectiles at him at the stadium, and their excuse is that is how those ultras behave. They don't like being recorded by camera. You are at the stadium. I can't understand that excuse. Some people are willing to die on that excuse. That is because of that. That's the only reason. I don't buy it, because they said there's also the case where by somebody called him the N-word even outside the stadium. So you can see that those North Africans, they are quite funny people. And if they don't want to be in Africa, I don't know, man, maybe they should pack out. But that said, I think Ishowspeed is doing a great job. And a lot of the countries, you can see that they are, you can't even imagine how many Algerians are online trying to defend Algeria, because they feel that what he's doing is showcasing to the world their country, and the judgment people reach there could affect at least one generation of Americans to come, in terms of the impression they have of their country. So and that is his gift. That is the gift he has brought. He's got about 50 million subscribers, so he's kind of showing the world wherever he goes, and this time it's Africa. And I hope he carries on, and he has good experience, especially in West Africa when he goes there. I can't wait to see that. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Kala. Unmute yourself, Kala.
Yeah. First, I'll say is what's up, Dynas panel. The topic is, will Ishowspeed impact Pan Africanism? Right. That term has been so used now that anybody, you got this guy 1776 now calling himself a Pan Africanist, right? You got a guy named Pan Mulatto up here. He's discussing everybody. There's got to be somewhere, Dynas, where people have to start earning their stripes. I don't consider O'Shea G. Jackson a Pan Africanist. I still consider him a Tommy Sotomayor type. He got over. He had an opportunity to go there to Kenya, I guess. I don't know, from Poland. And then you end up in Uganda. They say, okay, let's do a show, to make money and stuff like that. Doesn't make somebody a Pan African. Even if he's employing people, that's not enough. It's got to be in your heart, your soul, right? I've been watching O'Shea, and I really coming at him lately. Yeah, he says a lot of negative. Anytime there's something said about Africa or whatever like that, he always takes a negative opinion. It's almost like, okay, if black, it's like O'Shea's the type of person, and we got that in America too, right? If black people start, it's like when Barack Obama got elected, there was a lot of black people say, yes, I love Barack Obama, whatever his reason was. You remember those days, Diane, right? There was always those people sitting in the background, but what is he going to do? Then they start bringing it. Is he going to give you reparations? Is he going to do this? They'll say, no, we just like seeing a black family in the White House. We're not allowed to have any happiness, according to these people, when the movie Black Panther came out, everybody was like, Wakanda this, Wakanda that. Here comes a Big Carnell. Why are people paying 25 cents? We ain't got no money. Remember that? O'Shea New Jackson is doing the same damn thing, right? Look, this young man, 20 years old, going to Africa, and I thought it was beautiful, especially when he went to my favorite country, Angola, And he basically went there and he showcased, and people were like saying, wow, I didn't know they got it. I say, yeah, Luanda is like one of the most beautiful cities, the most modern cities in the world. And when he was in Johannesburg, they were like, holy shit, we didn't know Africans live like that, Not saying that that's everybody, of course. They're like, oh, but yeah, but only the rich there, white people control everything. They always put the negativity about. But in the words of Thanos, right, in Endgame, right, they call it Thanos, right? As long as there's those who remember what was, there'll always be those who can't accept what can be. Africa is what can be, What if you have a government, right? What helps black people back in America, the West, is there's a white man saying no, yes, no, whatever like that, right? If you're in Africa, the people that make decisions look like you. You say whichever you want. If you really got a plan or something to really on a large scale, you have a better chance in Africa than you do in America. I'll stand by that. You know, yeah, the opportunity's not there. Yeah, the money's not there. But those are things you could solve. You know, if we were organized. So the thing is, either you sit back and say, you know something, I'm satisfied with what I got in America. Don't leave. It's one thing to say I'm good in America. I don't want to go there. There's another thing to get somebody and attack him for even going. You know, even suggesting that's an altar, especially when the places he's suggesting is just a place where your ancestors came from. This is insanity. And for O'Shea Duke Jackson to go down that road while he's sitting in Uganda is an abomination. It's blasphemy. That's all I gotta say.
All right, let me pass it. Go ahead, Dre.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I think my stance on this is that I don't have a problem with him doing an Africa tour. I think that he is dismantling the propaganda that a lot of us have been fed about Africa as a continent. But I also think that on the other end, Africans in general have been fed propaganda about Black Americans that people oftentimes don't talk about. And I think a lot of the times in these spaces, people tend to kind of latch onto the propaganda or the stereotypes of Black Americans, and then get upset when Black Americans, ignorant Black Americans, start hurling those type of insults towards Africans. I just noticed that type of thing where it becomes very imbalanced in a lot of ways. But back to Ishowspeed, I think that I think Africa is pretty much a good place to visit, but I wouldn't say it's a good. I don't think in terms of staying there or actually living there would be the most ideal thing. And it's not just because of what we've been told about it, but just the fact that like a lot of those countries are developing countries. And me being an American, I'm like, well, I need to be in a place where it's a fully developed country. I can't be in a place where there's no electricity, no water, no hospitals around hardly, or no paramedics. I can't be in a place like that, or messed up roads. It has to be something where it's fully developed for me. Maybe for other people, maybe they want to reinvent the wheel and build up Africa. That's fine. I'm not against that. But for me as an American, I just don't see myself doing that. All right, I pass the mic.
Africa, go ahead.
Yeah, howdy, body Diners.
Body fine.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, there's Ishowspeed. I think he's been positive. The man is doing his thing, yeah. And I don't call him a Pan-African. He probably got Pan-African in his heart, but he haven't come out yet. But let's be real, he's doing his thing, and he's showcasing the continent, and there is good and bad experience, everywhere he went, and positively in Black Africa, as we expect. There's no surprise, and he basically showing the world, Africa. And in terms of the video you played at earlier, the O'Shea guy, to me, he's kind of like Jeremiah. He's the sort of guy that's making money through blogging. I don't think he's that much of a Pan-African, as Carla Genesis said. I agree with him in that time. And he talked bad about Africa when it suits him, and he talked good about Africa when it suits him. But then that's his opinion. You can't take that from him as a man. And but I think Brandon did, point some good. He actually points finger at certain things that I've been seeing also. With most of the people that tend to be quite negative about Africa are the FBAs, who think they actually don't have any connection to the continent based on culture. They might have some genetic lineage, but that genetic lineage, they're not proud of it. They're proud of being Indians, and we should let them be Indians, and they can just leave Africa alone. But the another issue also, what I noticed, the African diaspora that went to America later on, like the professionals who went there, who distanced themselves from the African Americans. These are not just any African. These are Africans who had obviously most of them came from elite family background, or they came from money, or they've been to university in Africa, either a doctor or a lawyer. So they obviously got one step ahead of the average Black Americans who lived in America, living in, for example, in a normal lifestyle. So, we got to see these things clear also. And to Niger, you're always negative about North Africa. I understand that. I can see that. But don't forget, Black people are treated in the South also. So you stop being a pastor and always pointing fingers at, the Northern Africa. So, we've got to look at things, we've got to be pragmatic, right? We can't just look at things one way, because the world doesn't work like that. There's different tones to every, there's a different tone. You 1 minute you someone will say, oh, okay, I don't like Africa because of this or that, but you don't know what this person's personal experience, why they actually, decide to have that opinion. And opinion can change also. That's my point for now. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Skywalker. Oh, no, it's Amar.
Okay.
Amar. No, hold on. It's Amar. I skipped Amar. Go ahead, Amar.
Yeah, how y'all doing?
Good.
Yes, Amar.
Yeah. This Ishowspeed thing, to me, is good because YouTube got different levels of awareness. You can take in consideration everybody else that's on YouTube when he had this year of return and other YouTube channels just busting out the scene. Collectively, Ishowspeed by himself got a big, huge worldwide following, because you see in his chat people from different parts of it's not only America that didn't know about Africa, people in China, people in Europe, people everywhere around the world, because the propaganda doesn't only go to America, that Africa is this place that it got hurts and don't have no roads, it's animals and people. You hear commentary from all the people, even like places like Korea, Afghanistan, different people in the chats. I was like, so this thing is really worldwide. We're just picking on America, saying, oh, America is what but this thing is, everybody's eyes was open that day. Because Africa is a perception of Africa worldwide. We got a bigger fight to fight. Because other people were even saying, talking about, we're going to look up online for vacations, trying to go over there and see some of these spots. If it's a vacationing deals out there, that's when some other people talking about businesses and stuff like that. That one man with his huge following opened the can of worms for the whole entire world. So to me, Africa, the image of Africa is still 1980 Ethiopia. It might have moved a little bit, a little bit, but thank God for this YouTube or this new age of media. The propaganda is a buster. It's gonna bust out the myths that have been out there. So it's an eye opening for the whole world. That's what I was really shocked. That's all I got to say. We're just picking on Black America and no, everybody around the world was still backward towards Africa. That's all I got to say.
All right, go ahead, Skywalker.
Okay, I'd like to say greetings to the panel and everything. And I just want to say that, first of all, Godspeed to that brother, Speed. I think he did a great thing for Africa. I think that, first of all, he kind of shed light on the commonalities between Black people or Africans on the continent and African Americans. And I don't like to use that term Black. What is a Black American? Like we're crayons or something, African Americans, I want to emphasize that term. Because I see a lot of, I know I was watching a YouTube or watching one of his live streams, and somebody was in the comments saying, "Oh, look, he's performing. Black Americans performing better in Africa than Africans on their land, as if Africa and African Americans don't share this intricate relationship." But anyway, But as far as Speed, man, I like the attention that he's brought to Africa, especially to kind of like the more uneducated population of African Americans who are completely estranged from Africa, have no idea what's going on in Africa. I'm talking about like the average YN in the hoods of America who happen to follow Speed. And so they brought their attention to Africa and kind of made them feel a lot more, welcoming to Africa. And I think that was a great thing. And it kind of, I think that in turn, it's going to start to make them look at themselves more in terms of African in the long run. Maybe not right now, but I think that it definitely kind of turned on a light bulb in their head, like, oh, that's where our ancestors are from, And I think that was a beautiful thing. In terms of O'Shea Duke Jackson, I mean, this guy's a coon. He works for the CIA, coons in Africa. And also Afro Think Tank. He's another, kind of on and off kind of guy. Like these kind of, I think that they're ages, me personally. A lot of them have relationships with the military. And and then you get these people, these bloggers or vloggers, whatever you want to call them, like O'Shea and like Afro Think Tanks, under the guise of Pan-Africanism. How can you call yourself a Pan-African, but you're prepared to delineate yourself or talk bad about another black person just because he might side with the Republican Party or might side with the Democratic Party or whatever? If you're a true Pan-African, you shouldn't care whether a brother is a Democrat or Republican or not. Matter of fact, if anything, you should be, trying to emphasize our commonalities rather than our political differences. I mean, none of that crap even matters when it all boils down to it, right? But, and I remember a while back, Afro Think Tank was talking bad about Speed. He did like this whole thing about Speed, calling him a coon and yada, yada, yada. And now that he's in Africa and getting all this, publicity or whatever and bringing all this good attention, now he's all on his jock. So, and then O'Shea Duke Jackson, like I said, the guy's a coon. I mean, so we're talking about a guy that went to medical school in Poland. Why did you go to McHarry, right? Why did you go to a black medical school, right? You went to the whitest medical school that you can. I mean, this is a guy who probably practices self-hatred. He put Pan-African in his mouth because it probably got him a following. But I mean, these guys aren't Pan-African, bro. These guys they work for the CIA, coons in Africa, and we got the CIA in America, too, coons in America. So, like I say, thank Speed. Keep doing what you're doing, brother. Me personally, I thought you should have went to Africa first. You should have been in Africa. But I mean, I just love what I'm seeing from him. I like the publicity that I got from him, and I think it's a great thing. And I'll yield right there.
All right, go ahead, Free Game. Free Game, unmute yourself.
Yeah, you can hear me.
I hear you now. Go ahead.
First, black, some FBA say we don't come from Africa. My grandma's from America. We Cherokee. They say that we don't look nothing like no Africans. Man, this man then found three people. This man then found three people that look like him. Almost exactly like him.
Well, hold on, Free Game. I thought you were claiming that you're a Native American, or am
No,
I
I
mistaken?
didn't. I said our ancestors came from Africa. I never
Really?
said that.
Are you in
Yeah.
South Carolina? You live in South Carolina or North Carolina, right?
No, I'm in Louisiana.
Okay, Louisiana. Okay, my bad. I got you mixed up with somebody else. Go ahead.
Yeah, that man then found three people over there look just like him, bro. Bro, what? Bro, I found the girl in Kenya one time. Bro, look just like my grandmother, bro. When she was young, bro, look exactly like my grandmother. I'm like, damn, you look like my grandma. But anyway, also too, if y'all checked out DDG, his Scream from Nigeria, bro, the Pan-African spirit, I don't think it's with the African men. The Pan-African spirit is with the women. These Black American guys, like, I never, like, it's so many beautiful women over there like that. Black American youth, they've been African women been inboxing them. They've been inboxing African women.
Hey, buddy, my wife is African and I'm Black American.
Look, that's looking like the move right now. That's looking like the move right now.
What is a Black American? What is a Black American? Where did this term even come from?
You know what a Black American is. Don't start that.
It's just black people in America.
It's just black
I mean,
people.
but why did we take away the African American? I mean, that's like taking away. That makes no sense to me, though. I mean, like African American, it keeps that. I mean, the reason why the term African American is so important. Well, no, the reason why the term African American is so important is because the generations of African Americans, like maybe like 40, 50, 100 years down the line, they're going to disassociate themselves from Africa if we continue to call ourselves Black American, right? They're not even going to even realize that they're African American. That African there is extremely important. Taking away that African out of African American is taking away your birthright. The black, I mean, it's like you're referring to yourself as a crayon. It's ridiculous. I mean, why don't Chinese people call themselves yellow Americans? You know, why don't Arabs call themselves off-white Americans? You know what I'm saying? Why don't you? I mean, only black people, only the people who have been erased from history refers to themselves as black, because that's what the word black means: to erase, to redact, to blot out. That term African, undermine it, brother. Don't undermine it.
White people call themselves white Americans.
I don't believe that, bro. Listen.
Yeah, I mean, guess what? White people have the luxury. No, white people have the luxury to call themselves white Americans because they're actually together. They haven't been enslaved. They're not confused as to who they are.
Let me finish what I was saying, man.
Everybody's been enslaved.
Let me finish.
Here we go. Everybody's been enslaved. Here we go with that crap. The same thing, like, everybody, all lives matter.
Skywalker, calm down. Calm down. Go ahead.
Yeah, calm down, bro. Take a chill,
bro. Did y'all see the? Bro, did
y'all?
Hey,
now let free game finish. Go ahead, free game.
Did y'all see them? Did y'all see them South African girls? Bro, the dudes over here, like, you ought to see these dudes on TikTok. Like that's the move now. And that's how I think Pan-Africanism is going to expand itself with actual relationships.
Through sexuality, bro. That's all you talking about, man. You ain't talking about nothing constructive, bro.
No, it's not. It's not. It's
you just talking about bang
no, it's not.
Do you see how they look? That's objectification, bro. Like, what's the function of these women?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
All right, bro. Women look good all over the planet.
What? No, it's not. It's the fact that people are seeing that they have other people on the other side of the world that look like them, that dress like them, that have natural hair. They
have not know this. They knew this. They just experienced.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. It's people in the
another thing
comments
I would like
that
to touch on as far as like anti-blackness. I know a lot of the times people say that it's only Black Americans who are anti-black and self-hating, right? But there is a skin bleaching epidemic in Africa that people don't talk about. So it's like, how come y'all are saying that we're self-hating?
Great. There's one here in America.
But it happens though. It happens in Nigeria. It happens in other parts of
one here in
America.
America.
It happens all over the world. It's just more severe.
But it's worse. It's even worse over there because they literally bathe in skin bleach.
I'm Dre. I'm convinced. And I don't want the. Hold on, Castro. I'm convinced, and I don't want the beehive to come get me. I'm convinced Beyonce is skin bleaching.
Serena Williams bleached her skin. She like 10 tones lighter.
But the average Black American's not bleaching their skin like that. I mean,
they replicate skin bleaching.
If they had the funds, they probably would do.
Yeah, they walk around with blonde wigs on. Same thing, right?
They do the same thing in Africa. It ain't no different in Africa. They do the same thing there, and they also worship white gods in Africa too. That people don't talk
Man, it
about.
was a whole bro. It was black men in the comments
They
saying
worship Jesus Christ over here too.
look, and they
So
make
how
up
I mean,
these
so
three.
y'all,
They
how
make
come y'all be getting on Black Americans for saying
they make
for I
up these
guess the
three called
self-hating thing, but y'all
white
don't
men,
say
bro.
things about Africans doing the same thing or even doing worse things over there, where they're actually worshiping
Because you're
whiteness and
trying to
stuff like that.
separate the two, and we're all one. We all one people. We do the same thing
We're not
all over
all
the
one.
planet.
We might share
We do the
genetics, but we're
same
not all one.
things. We do the same things all over the planet, bro. We
The,
react the same.
the only thing I can agree is in Africa we do for some reason we tend to have more coons in Africa than what I see in the West. Especially some countries in Africa, if you count on average.
I don't agree with that. I
No,
feel like it's
I am
more
saying this
coons.
as an African.
You not
I am
making.
saying this. No, but I know. But if you look at an average, I am for Africa. You look at some countries and the behavior of the people, and it's not because I think it's how they was brainwashed and this colonial mindset, but that will go eventually if we have something to hold on to or like some form of education. But in the long run, but I think that coonery is still there. It's still affecting both Black African and Black Americans. But however, based on my personal experience, I think it's more prevalent in Africa than in the US.
It's to be expected now, given that Africans don't necessarily see the Europeans as their oppressors. They see their own people as the oppressors, while the African Americans actually see, white people, lynching and all that stuff that they've done historically. But that
Because
said,
we're more round,
what
we're
we are
surrounded
doing
by
about
people a lot
defending
more
the North
than the
Africans,
Africans.
I don't.
Africans are tribalists.
So sorry, what are you doing defending North Africans? Are they not like racist towards fellow Africans? I don't know why
No,
you are trying
I'm not. I am not defending them, but North Africa is not the only place where you have issue. Even in Black Africa, we have people who, are into this tribalism, and we have people in South Africa who are in the street chasing Nigerians and other Africans out of their
Yeah,
country.
but
So
it's
don't
nothing
make
like
it
that
look
on
like.
North Africa. It's not like
Hold on a minute. Hang on a minute. Hold on a minute. Let me finish making my point. You have the same problem in South Africa. You Black South African chasing new Nigerians out of their country. You don't see it that much. You don't actually see that in North Africa. In North Africa, you get racism
actually
because
kill them.
Africans used to. I know that happened, but you got to remember, Tunisia, you're a Pan African. Libya before the war in Libya was the most hospitable country for Black Africa
That's a
outside.
lie. Libya was
You need to stop
enslaving
making excuses for them.
Africans
This is
that were
what our people
trying
do
to
all the
get to
time.
Europe. That's a lie.
When people are mean to
Gaddafi,
you, you see what they do.
slavery was
Was that? No,
happening under
when was
Gaddafi.
that? When was that? During the time
Slavery
of
was
Gaddafi?
yes, that happened under Gaddafi.
No,
Listen, people,
he
listen.
gave
When
them
he
up. No,
got
hold
killed,
on. He
when he
gave them
got killed,
option.
people
He
didn't
gave.
just start
Hold on.
enslaving people out of nowhere.
Hold on a minute.
That didn't
He
happen. It
gave
didn't fall out
African.
of the sky.
He
He
gave,
was using
People
pen.
did
can
that
I
in the
make my point?
word. That
Gaddafi,
Can
happened
I
under
make my point?
Gaddafi.
Can I make my
bro,
point? Let me
Gaddafi
make
was
my
a
point.
racist Arab,
Gaddafi.
bro. He was using Pan
Yeah, but
Africanism to trick black people. So and
Gaddafi was
we
enslaving
would have Arab
Africans trying
bases.
to get to
We
Europe.
would have Arab military bases across the whole continent of Africa if Gaddafi had his way. People, Pan Africanists get on my nerves sucking Gaddafi's cucumber.
I agree with him. I agree with.
Y'all can't
I
never
agree
get
with.
big headed Gaddafi.
I agree with that. I agree with that bit. But what I'm trying to say is, he did give African option not to use his country to cross to the Mediterranean because he was getting a lot of pressure. So he did warn people, but the Africans who stayed in a place like Tripoli and in Libya, in fact, most of the people he employed in his government were the Tuaregs and in the military because he didn't trust his own people in the east. So the reality is, yes, of course, Gaddafi. I know he done a lot of damage in Africa. In fact, most of the rebels that we had in Sierra Leone, West Africa in
Okay,
general,
then why are you
like
here? Why are
Burkina
you
Faso.
here making excuses
But
for them?
all
Look at what is happening in Sudan right now.
I am
What they
making
are doing to
I am making a point.
Sudan.
You guys are not
You've been making your point for how long now? Stop going on. You've been making your point for how long? Look at what is going on in Sudan
tonight.
right now. Stop making
Just be
excuses.
quiet.
Guy.
Just be
Let me
quiet.
pass. I gotta pass the mic. Principe 100, Suit 100. Go ahead. Then I pass.
Salute to you, Dynas, man. God bless you and bless your platform. Happy New Year's as well.
What's up to Niger, Al, and everybody else? I think I Show Speed, in my opinion, is not necessarily Pan Africanist. But I do believe like he's like most African Americans, they establish or acknowledge their connection to Africa. Most of them do. Most African Americans are not really Pan Africanists, nor are they like FBA. Most of them that I met and grew up with, they're more along the line of like a regular person who acknowledge their a connection to Africa, right? And I think what he's doing is powerful because it shows the village, the calmness of the village life, because some people demonize the village life. He shows also the city life. He also shows some of the poverty. So he showed all three elements that exist in Africa, which a lot of people kind of just want to show one or the other. So I think it was a powerful thing, and I think it's a very eye opener not only for Africans, I mean not only for African Americans, but also for Africans. Some Africans believe that there's no progress going on in Africa, and he's highlighting some of the progress that is going on because some people have left for many years. He's also selling Africa to the world as well as Caribbean people, who some people they believe sometimes their country. There's certain even different Caribbeans, Grenadians, Jamaicans, Haitians who believe somehow their nations are more advanced than Africa, which is not necessarily the case. And I'm glad that he put that on display. You know what I mean? Because I feel like a lot of us demonize Africa. Although, yes, what the brother from Chicago was saying is right. There is levels of self-hate in Africa, but there's also a lot of pride and respect. So he showcased all of that. He also showcased that the welcoming spirit of many people that are there still towards the diaspora. So I think it was a very net positive. His tour is very net positive. You know what I mean? And I'll pass the mic. That's all I got to say. Salute to you, Dynas, and God bless your platform. Happy New Year. God bless your family, and you know, keep building, keep at it, man.
I appreciate it. Let me pass it to Valhalla. Go ahead, Valhalla. Unmute yourself. Valhalla, unmute yourself. All right, going once. Go ahead,
Hello,
Valhalla.
hello, just hello guys. How are you all doing?
Fine.
Yeah, well, good to be here. So I've been listening like the past couple of minutes. Uh, I like what I'm hearing. Yet I am I am happy. Um, I am happy not just for anything, but for the fact that for quite a long while, a lot of, I mean, the melanated Africans are actually discussing the realities of our continent. And I'm somebody who believes in God, and God has a way of doing things, and this is a bridge, right? And because we are Africans, but in the real sense of it, the Black African is so fragmented along tribal and religious lines that he finds it difficult to integrate and to form a united common front. And that has been our case. And even now, when I'm hearing everybody bring his point of view, it's obvious that there is so much I don't know, disagreements, fragmentation, infighting between the Black Africans. This is the truth that we must tell ourselves and face it head on and try to find a way to remedy for this. I think we have to start from somewhere. And, if you have PTSD, generational trauma, whatever it is, that has been our undoing, it's definitely because of the history and the so much torture and millennia after millennia, rape, torture, conquest, invasion, forced conversions into, worldviews that are not in tune with what the real African is. And I believe that in the final analysis of things, is how we find common ground among Africans. If you notice, The problem with the African is just that we happen to be at the bottommost of the hierarchy. So, how do we get out of this unnatural and domineering, racial hierarchy of the past couple of centuries that has been, fostered and chained towards our economic, family, political, and all other aspects, independence, and how do we get out of this now? While I hear a lot of people say, um, "This is what we gotta do now," this is what I think. What will actually happen is that nature will take its course, in the sense that um, we are a special breed of people that do not yet understand the hintest of our potentials. And because there's a lot of historical barriers that has been created, um, that is hindering us. But the more we remove the veil and begin to see that we are actually more self-preserving if we close ranks on the basis of our common heritage, the more likely we are to succeed. Now, what I want to, persuade all of us is to think that there is a magic solution. No, there is no magic solution. Yes, I know the situation right now is kind of something that is kind of like an emergency and all that, but I am seeing something and a pattern that is quite revealing, in the sense that the African is necessary. And for a couple of months, and uh, more than say a year now, I've been pondering really hard about how we are going to get out of this mess. And um, so I have been under most of the time thinking that we are going to have, if we do not, close ranks and stand, as people who are from a common ancestry and who are melanated people, and defend everyone who falls within that category, then we are going to be annihilated. Now that was my initial thought. Now I will be honest and tell you that I was wrong. I was wrong because there is something about the Black African that is essential in the continuity of the human race. Now, even though the every other race, that has less pigmentation of the melanin, somehow looks down upon us. At the core of what is happening is jealousy, dissonance, and refusing to accept the reality that we hold right from our DNA and our genetic makeup, the most rhythmic, the most aligned, frequently aligned spiritually with the earth, and the rhythm of the earth and creation, in the sense that we are the most empathetic, welcoming. Now, ordinarily, this should be, good moral traits and ethics to exhibit, to just be a decent human being. But over and over again, we've been trampled upon, killed, tortured,
May I ask
enslaved.
you a question, brother? You don't think that's a part of the reason why we are quote unquote on the bottom? Because we're if you notice the pattern in like a lot of different
Yeah, it's an
communities.
inversion.
Yeah,
Yes.
but we allow people to leech off our. I don't really believe we are at the bottom. We are disorganized, and we allow other people to leech off of us and absorb our
No.
economics. And go
Yeah,
ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah.
Right.
You know. I
agree with
agree
you,
with
brother.
you. I agree with you to
I agree
some
with
point,
you.
but what I will say about that exactly is the fact that if you notice, our greatest problems are Africans like us, blacks like us. Now, if yeah, so the infighting, is the problem. There is something that has happened over generations. Trauma that has happened over generations. You cannot cure it in a decade or two. You have to target it at a generation or two at least, and that is the
Excuse
case.
me.
So
Excuse me,
yeah.
brother. Can we get out? I mean, I feel like I understand your point, but black people got to get out of this mysticism. But we just need to look at the world as for what it is. You got one animal trying to kill you, and you either going to try to fight back and kill that animal and defeat that animal, or let that animal defeat you. I mean, when we look around, that's the pattern that we see in the world. You see the lions chasing the antelope. You see the snakes chasing the rats. I mean, we got to get out of this mysticism. I understand this idea of we're special. We got melanin and everything, but that hadn't helped us. Our morality has been the root to all of our suffering, brother.
Yeah,
Right,
I
right. And
want you to
also,
understand the concept of duality, like in the way the traditional African spirituality has a lot to do with duality. Now, yeah, I understand where you're coming from about the need for self-preservation and getting ready and fighting your enemy. I'm not suggesting pacifism in any way, shape, or form. What I am suggesting actually, and what I want our people to look at is to do the hard work, to sell a common story that will create a common ground to coalesce around first. Second, I want you to also notice this. We are the reason. We cannot be exterminated because we hold the only hope for humanity to survive for the upcoming cataclysm that is coming. Climate change,
Oh, here we
global
go. Here we go
warming.
with the
I
brother.
want you to
Here
understand
we go with the
something.
mysticism
Man,
again,
that
though.
is
It's not
careless, bro.
mysticism.
It's mysticism,
That is
bro.
quite
Bro, the
careless,
world
All
bro.
right,
is
all
gonna
right, all right, all right.
end for everybody the day we die. And so I mean,
Oh,
hold it.
all right,
The
all
world's
right,
coming.
all right.
The world's coming to
I,
an end. Everybody, the
I
world's
don't
gonna
know
eventually come to an
how.
end for everybody, bro. And even when you
I
look at
don't
our
want to
ancestors,
go.
Balala.
like for instance, when you
Okay,
look at the Sphinx, the body of the Sphinx had the
when,
body of a
Brother,
lion, the
can you
most
calm down?
powerful,
yeah,
Can
the
you
most
Skywalker,
calm down a
powerful
bit?
creature in the world. Our ancestors wouldn't put their
when,
head on the body of a lion
yeah,
if they're sitting around
but
being all moral.
where
If
he's
they
right
put their
though,
hands on
where
the
he's
body
right
of a
though,
lion, they need to behave like a lion.
Can you calm down a bit?
where he's right though, Balala, yeah, where Balala is right though, that I said that time and time. We Africa, we are so focused on in fighting, and there's so many fights. It's not like the other race or the other part of the world where they have like a fight, like a fight in differences, like when the UK, Scotland trying to split up with, for example, England, or they're having a little fight now and again. In Africa, it's constant, and there's so much of it. We focus too much on our infighting. We don't focus
And we
on the
collaborate with
external
our enemies
enemies,
too
I
much.
beg to
our
differ, bro.
enemies at the same time.
I beg
That's
to
Yeah.
the point
differ.
of the weakness. Yeah,
No,
yeah. That's
I
what
beg
the
to
I
differ,
think.
evidence is
That's
brother.
what
there.
I think. That's what my brother was trying to point. That's what my brother was
Now,
trying to say to you guys.
World War One, World War Two, Russia, the
Yeah,
Cold War. Now even
yes,
Trump is trying to take over Greenland, trying to split up
Yeah.
yeah.
nations. Now
Uh-huh.
European
Amara, but
tribes were
yes,
Yes.
fighting
Amara.
each other.
In all,
Bring up
You see what I'm
Amara.
saying?
In all fairness,
every
uh,
talking point this dude got.
Amara is not.
I,
In all fairness, that's true. Amara, that's true. But in all fairness, it's not that frequent like what we have in the continent. That's my point.
That's
It's
true.
It
The
is.
that's what. It's
fragmentation
not
is
that
too
frequent.
much that
It's too much.
if you
It's too much.
become so militant and begin to
Mm.
you will be surprised the people that will sell you out right on the dime
Easily.
before you get anywhere, and it will be your people. That's just the reality. So if we do not do the
Mm,
homework of
mm,
actually bringing
mm,
our people into a doctrinal, almost dogmatic,
mm, mm.
nationalistic kind of patriotism
Yes.
around the black racism and spirituality,
But
then
yeah.
I,
But Hassan, what we need something to hold on to make us believe and something that we want to fight to die for. But if you
We
yes,
don't
have
that
a
was
have
where I
culture,
that,
was
bro.
going.
We
That
have
was
a
where,
culture.
if
but I think I'm
okay,
kind of
okay,
Everywhere you go around the world,
long-winded, and so
everywhere you
so
go around the
maybe it's the
world,
way I talk. But then if you just let me finish, maybe.
Let Hassan finish, Amara. You can come after him.
I'm sorry, I can't. It's the way I talk. I'm sorry, I cannot take too much time to get to where I want to go. I'm sorry, but then okay. So what I'm saying is that you see that the way things happen actually you have to look at it like evolving, the awakening, and then there is obvious need for a center of gravity that is a leadership that creates that framework where every black person can key into. Now, I was about to talk about genetics, you know, um, molecular biology, and CRISPR-9 technology. I don't know if any of you is so deep into the study of genetics and how a lot of improvements that have been made quite recently, and how it is becoming obvious that if not for anything else, the reason that the human may survive beyond 50 100 years with the rate at which the biodiversity is going, is dying off, and the climate is changing, it's going to become more hotter and hotter and hotter. A lot, and the diseases
Oh,
that
that's white science, bro. Bro, that's white science. You're going by. I mean, you just said that we need to be adopting a black view of the world, and you go with climate change. All that shit is white science, bro. I mean, it's opinionated white science, and you just taking it and running with it.
but it's real. Like the variety that we have ensures that we are the ones that can succeed, because almost under any condition, the people who are dominating us have recessive genetics that is very recent and is so prone to dying out.
No,
The
but
reason why they are
they are
putting so
not
much
dying.
feet.
Their populations are declining. America,
Yeah.
the West population decline. Even Asia,
Yes.
population
The government declining crap. White people been declining. They shouldn't be declining, but they still whooping our ass.
One in 5 million people around the world will be African.
Their
Hey,
population.
guys, let me pass. In fact, we gotta take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. Then pass.
All right.
Danful offers unparalleled, curated, and bespoke tours across Africa for travelers seeking genuine cultural experiences, enriched with magnificent sights, sounds, and flavors found on the continent. Each trip is reliably curated to ensure visitors are gifted with an immersive and authentic adventure. Whether you find yourself strolling along the charming white sand beaches of Sierra Leone, feasting on the mouth-watering delicious foods in Senegal, observing or partaking in various aspects of the Isheshi traditional system Ifa native to Yoruba land, Nigeria, with Danful, you will rediscover a fulfilling sense of kinship to the true heart of the motherland, her communities. Our core values focus on integrity, quality, safety, and sustainability. We are uniquely committed to assisting with the advancement of African infrastructure and promoting African businesses, so both travelers and the communities they visit receive beneficial exchanges. At Danful, we understand the importance of connectivity, and we have created a model which provides bespoke experiences based on your passions or hobbies. With us, expect a long-lasting spiritual bond between you and your destinations. Live, love, Danful, Africa. To learn more, visit danful.africa.
All right, go ahead, Delroy.
Could you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, I tend to agree with Skywalker and the other dude. That's a Jay Principe. What's his name?
Principe. Yeah.
Principe 100. Yeah, I kind of agree with those two. Pretty much, they both correct in what they're saying. We can't worry about what other people is doing. We can't worry about the Europeans. And as far as what Valhalla was talking about, I see what he's coming from, the angle he's coming from, but we really can't worry about other people. As far as infighting, nobody infight like Europeans. Right now, they're about to go to damn near nuclear war. All right, so we can't worry about them. That's what I'm gonna say about that. As far as speed, the character of Speed needed to go to Africa. All right, he's doing a tremendous job, especially for the younger people, them that still today. I don't know why, because you could just pick up a phone and push a button and you can find out about any country, any city. You can find out who the village chief is in a particular village in Africa. You can find out anything you want to, but people are just a little bit too lazy to find out what the hell is going on. And it's not just African American, it's everybody across the world. China, other parts of Europe, even the goddamn Caribbean, where I'm from. Most people don't know what the hell is going on in Africa. They think there's no development there. All right. So Speed, it was the perfect character because of his following to really do this. We know that Dynas has been going to Africa for years and years and years, and he's been telling us he go there, he talk with the people. The Speed is more like on a commercial level. Dynas actually speak to the people in the villages, in the cities, everywhere. Right. So and other content creators been doing it, but Speed, the character of Speed needed to be in Africa. It makes a big difference, and that's all I got to say. Chuck.
Can I
Yeah,
can I say one
I
more thing
agree.
before I get off?
Dynasty is more on the
Hey, can I say
grassroots
one more
level,
thing?
which I think is more important.
Let me
Yeah, of course.
let me
Yeah,
say one
go
more
on.
thing before I get off, bro. I'm about to get off. Speed.
Yeah, go
I
on
know the
then.
question was if Speed is a Pan African. I mean, Speed's pretty young. I mean, like you're not gonna find too many kids his age. He's still a kid for the most part who really even know what Pan Africanism is. Now, I give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he does know, but I mean, we give him a little bit more time, to try to stumble into the history of Africa and the history of African Americans. I mean, because I mentioned this time and time again, the curriculum in these African American schools and the curriculum in Africa, they're not Afro-centered. And so what you end up having is black people who know the history of white people, who know the leaders of white people, who know all about white people, and know absolutely nothing about themselves. So I don't know if I would give him the label of a Pan-Africanist, not because I don't think that it's possible for him to be a Pan-African, but he's just young. He's a kid. Most kids you find that age, especially in America, they know nothing about Africa. They know nothing about even the immediate African American heroes like Malcolm X. It's black kids out here who don't even know who Malcolm X is. So, let alone who Kwame Nkrumah is and all the great Pan-Africanists. So,
Yeah, and just to,
so
yeah,
I wouldn't
and
give
that's
him
how a
that
lot of
label.
people in Africa don't know about slavery. A lot of people in
Yeah,
Africa don't know
exactly,
about
right.
slavery. So,
So
yeah.
we just need an Afrocentric curriculum in the villages. We need it in the elementaries. We need it in secondary schools. We need it in the colleges.
What is that? What is that going to help, though? What is that going to help? We need to teach them science, how to do AI and stuff like that, instead of wasting money on all these things in the past.
Brother, no. We definitely need that. But as Amos Wilson teaches us, even if we know
Focus on the
AI,
science
even if we
and the
have
money.
AI, if we don't have the proper intentionality with that AI, then all we're going to do is end up working for white people. It's not just having the technical skills. We need to have the intentionality in order to take those technical skills and bend them to our will such that they are useful for our communities. So believe it or not, brother, don't undermine the Afrocentric curriculum. The Afrocentric curriculum needs to be alongside the technical curriculum, because we don't have that
I agree
Afrocentric
with that.
curriculum alongside
I agree with that.
okay.
What
very
Okay, so
good.
I'm hearing,
No,
brother, you
Skywalker?
guys have a nice day.
no,
I'm out of here.
hang on. Also, thank you. But also,
Skywalker,
why I should
your
speak.
position is
Yeah,
absolutely valid.
hang on, Hassan, hang on
Okay.
1 second. One thing I agree with I should speak though, what he exposed. No, it's not only about what African Americans or the world think about Africa. For me as a West African, it just shows how East Africa, North Africa, South Africa is becoming more developed than West Africa. And that's the funny. It's thank God we in West Africa we have Ivory Coast and Senegal and Ghana popping up, and also we have a city like Abuja and Lagos. Otherwise, West Africa is just in the dark, man. But even Abuja and Lagos, like for example, they in the dark anyway because our class Nigeria is a generator country. This they don't have 24-hour electricity and provide clean tap water. When you look at it, obviously, like say Senegal and Ivory Coast, they're on that level almost, probably already there. But like, look at Kenya, look at Tanzania, look at South Africa, look at North Africa, look at Ethiopia, look at how these countries are lit. West Africa, it's embarrassing, man.
Yeah,
It's
but
Well,
actually
it's coming
embarrassing.
up. It's coming along, bro. It ain't all that bleak. It's coming.
yeah. So
Mm.
thank you for saying that.
Look at
We
the
need some
development.
messages of hope
I
amongst
mean,
us.
look at the development. Just Google. Just go in there and look at each state for Nigeria for instance. Just Google individual state and look at what they're doing. I mean, who would think Nigeria is building a rapid transit system? You see what I'm saying? Lagos is building a rapid transit system. Abuja is doing the same thing.
That's already
So is Enugu.
that's what.
So is Enugu.
It's
I'm just saying. We know it's behind. We know that. But look at the development also. That's what I'm saying. Look at that also. Carry that. So it's good that the other Caribbean countries the other African states are doing well. We need that. You see, but don't undermine. Don't always say, "Oh, this is not doing this. This is not doing that." Nah, just go in and look at the projects. Them
No, I'm not
actually look.
undermining. I'm
All
just
right.
I'm just telling you what I see. It's not about
Yeah,
undermining. I don't know
I
how long.
know,
When
but
is the last time you went to Africa?
no. What I'm
What you
saying,
see,
Auntie, just
what you
check.
see what you see on YouTube and stuff
I
like that.
know. No,
Listen.
no, no.
Okay.
Then check. Dangote is getting ready to have the biggest oil refinery in the entire world, bro. By next year.
I know that.
You see what I'm
I
saying?
know that. But that's just
New ports are being built. New ports are being built.
no.
There's
I
two.
know that. That's
That's
all.
what I'm saying. Right. So that's what I'm saying. So don't just focus on the negative all the time. Yes, we know they have negative. We know, and they're behind. It's really behind. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Especially for the size of the
Yeah,
country, Nigeria
this
is
are all
behind.
this are all excuses. This are all
Del Rey,
these are all excuses. These are all excuses. To be honest, I
Africa.
think
It's not an excuse,
Nigeria should
bro.
have
It's
been
not an
there a long
excuse.
time
I
ago.
just said it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Del Rey, let me
It's
add to your point.
behind.
I'm in
We know
Abuja
it's
right now.
behind.
I'm in Abuja
Hassan,
right
can you
now.
speak? Thank you. Speak. Let
Yeah, I'm
Hassan
in
speak because
Abuja
he's in
right now.
Nigeria.
Yes, I'm in Abuja right now. So I'm telling you that the future looks very bright. What is dim about the future is the fact that geopolitical realities are changing. Now, what I was saying earlier is the fact that we need people who are quite militant, who are so, thinking that, yeah, they might annihilate us. They are important. But the duality that I was talking about is that we also need nation builders. And this is not something that happens overnight. You cannot just manufacture, a generation that, is so Pan-Africanist and, their loyalty and allegiances is about the Pan-African movement and, the preservation and development of the African community. It will take at least 10, 20 years of education and exposure to what real African moral philosophical foundations. Then you give them philosophical African foundations and spirituality, then build the stem whatever it is you want them to specialize in, then you can build on that. But the foundations, of how the worldview has to be peculiarly African. Now, that is the way that we win. And it will not happen at a snap of the finger. Yes, we need to defend ourselves.
Okay,
Yes.
hang on,
So
hang
it's
on,
the
Hassan,
duality. Go
Hassan,
ahead.
hang on. How much electricity do Nigeria currently generate
Not enough.
since independence?
Or
And
not,
how
not
much?
enough.
How many?
It's about
How many steel? Hang on. Thank you. How many steel plants do you have in Nigeria? How much access to clean water does Nigeria have compared to
Oh my
Senegal
God.
and Ivory Coast? And
Oh my God.
I wasn't comparing. I wasn't comparing.
West Africa is more than Nigeria, though.
I'm talking about West Africa. I'm talking about West Africa. I don't want to go too far. I'm talking about my region. Compared to
You are grossly
Okay.
misrepresenting and the negatives of Nigeria.
No, I am not. I am not. I'm just giving the comparison. So if you can see where the majority of our population, where majority of our population live. Can I finish? Where majority of our population live in the region, majority of them, probably, I don't know what the percentage of those people are, who currently having clean tap water and 24-hour electricity. So you can sit there and say, I'm trying to minimize or be negative, but it's just the reality. You can't avoid it. This is probably with black people. We like to avoid the reality.
Okay, can I ask you a
We need
question?
to face it head on. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. How many people live in say Ivory Coast? How many people live in Ivory Coast? Do you know? Do you know the number?
It does not matter. It doesn't matter. Do you know why it doesn't matter?
It
It
does
depends on
matter.
how much the country is generating. It depends on how much the
Are you
country is
going to answer the
generating and how
question or
they're
not?
managing their wealth. It's depending on how much they're managing taxation and their wealth.
Let me ask you something. If you put the population, which is about 22 to 25 million people in Lagos alone, the smallest state, if you put that population, right, and you put them in, say, Accra, right, what would happen to the infrastructure
Excuses
in Accra?
again, all excuses. I'm afraid it's all excuses.
You don't know science, man. Come on now. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking a question. If you take the population of
it doesn't matter. I just answered the question.
Man,
I said
stop,
the
bro.
population size.
Stop, stop.
Does the Chinese actually give you those excuses? Does Americans will give you those excuses? No. Let's stop making excuses for our failure. And that's what you're doing right now. You're making excuses for your own failure.
I'm not making an excuse,
in the continent, and you want to be Pan-African and you want us to come here and talk good of Africa when it's not reality.
I'm not. So what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it?
There's good and bad. There's good and bad about the continent.
What are you going to do about it? What are you? You are a West African. What are you going to do about it? What's your idea?
Good question.
What are you going to do about it?
I have heavily invested in education, and that's the background we came from. I'm not going to be sitting there and tell you exactly what my personal things are.
But that's
I'm
great.
talking about
So that's what you need, right?
What the government should be doing, what they should have been doing a long time ago. As a lot of people in the world are looking for clean cities, looking for clean places to go, to invest, to live. They're not looking for some dusty place. And if the government is not going to be actually going,
I think you're missing his point.
Oh God,
You're missing his point.
Okay.
China.
You don't understand.
You're trying to westernize now.
He's trying to use population as an excuse.
Can I say something?
Let me help my Salon brother. Help is on the way.
You can come with a good point.
Help is on the way.
You complain too much, man.
Hey guys, let me pass the mic to Dragoon. Dragoon hasn't spoken yet. Go ahead, Dragoon.
Thank you very much. Interesting conversation. I'm listening in. I would say on the topic of balance. I will speak on the topic of balance. There's a way that we speak, all of us, I'm sure I'm guilty of it myself, when I'm on a singular point, that we refuse to balance it. The observation that West Africa seems to be much more underdeveloped than the rest of Africa is a fair observation, but it's not also true in terms of development, because there's capital development, there's human development, and the capital and human development in West Africa is more than anywhere else in Africa in terms of the amount of educated people in the region, together with the the level of kind of global understanding, a global approach. Now, I'm not saying that it's like the West. It's like black people in the West have a different viewpoint on how to run things, and I think that they also have an advantage and a lot to do in making sure that the promise of Africa actually takes place. But to decry things that we know about, we know a country like Nigeria is underutilized. It's not what it should be for the rest of Africa. It should be a beam of light for the black world, in actual fact. And me as a Nigerian, I'm ashamed, but honest enough to admit that we're not where we should be in any stretch. Having said that, you can see the achievements of Nigerians, individual Nigerians across the world, that there's an oppression going on in Nigeria. Because if there can be such a, a, a girth of achievement from Nigerians across the world, why can't they do it back home? It should be the question. And if you come to that question, then you'll have many answers that will balance the equation of Africa is underdeveloped and the rest of Africa isn't. I think that's a very myopic way to look at things. The fact of the matter is, if we have the kind of leadership, the kind of understanding, the kind of financing that is needed in a country like Nigeria, there are the people who can bring that to fruition, bring it to a success point, bring it to a point of appreciation and a point of balance. I'm afraid it's not. I've heard many people on the platform say today, this is the problem with Africans. This is why black people can't do this. This is this and this. And we talk about the excuses. Sometimes they're not simply excuses. Sometimes they're simply fact. And at times when we speak and see what we have in the West, today I saw something where they were speaking about the wealth of Black Britain. I was thinking, what are you talking about, the wealth of Black Britain? And then I watched the program, and it spoke about areas that I know very well as Black areas, and it spoke about what these individual Black people are doing in these individual areas, and how their economics works. And I looked at this, and me as a Pan-Africanist myself, and somebody who's worked in the Black space for many years, I left corporate London, and I entered into the Black economic world, if you like, through a company called UK Black Links in the first place as a Black business directory, and secondly, Expo Africa. Now, these things taught me a lot, and they gave me a lot of down-to-earth actual data that you can conscript and make use of. Now, this is just London. And there were 8 specific areas that they gave, and all of these 8 specific areas were initially populated by Caribbean people and then followed up by West Africans. And that's how it was running, particularly Nigerians and Ghanaians and Sierra Leoneans. Now, when you look at this, you understand that there's a pattern of an economy that we have globally, but we're not making use of it. And I keep saying that the African development that we all want to see is largely going to be achieved by the diaspora. The diaspora are going to have to come in with their expertise, with their brain power, with their muscle, and make things really happen. So I put it to you that we have the resources, we have the education, we have the educated class, but do we have the acceptance of each other? Do we have the camaraderie between Africans on the continent, Africans in the Caribbean, South and North America, Europe? Do we have this communication going on? I dare say this platform set up by Dinus is a platform that could begin to consolidate and galvanize us as a people. Because
Dragoon, can I have asked a
sometimes,
question,
wait, if I
Dragoon?
can say, sometimes the arguments that we have are a little bit schoolboyish. We need grown-up arguments. We need to grow up the way we actually put words together and suggest to each other that this is an idea. What do we think about it?
Dragoon, can I ask you a question?
We have to be grown up about the way we're discussing these things. Is my first point.
Can I ask you a question, Dragoon?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask Dragoon a question. Dragoon, I'm hearing, I'm reading that a lot of Africans from England are going back to Nigeria to start businesses and to invest. Is that true?
It's true to a large extent. There are a lot. You see, in England, we're tight. The economy is tight. People who would normally flash money, or not necessarily flash money for sure sense, but would spend money. They had spending power. They have fully reduced how they spend money in this England. So there are still a lot of Africans who are I won't say afraid. That's the wrong word. Who are cautious about going back to Africa at this point. But there are many of them who are straddling both continents and making sense for themselves in Nigeria, because there's gonna be a time that we all have to leave this place. But not that we have to leave because we're running away, but Europe and America, their economies are dying. Their
Okay.
economies are dying, and we have to position ourselves because this is what they said about Nigeria and the Indian community. The Indian community in Nigeria is about
Eight
it's
eight hundred
250,000.
thousand. 800.
Yes,
That's eight
well
hundred
done.
thousand.
You correct me. Thank you. You're correct. About 800,000. Now, as an economy just in Nigeria, it's worth $4 billion.
But
Four
what's the
billion.
population of Nigeria? What's the population?
No.
If you share
That's
that,
the
and
wrong
also,
question. That's the wrong question. The question there is if 800,000 people are have a singular economy of £4 billion, then each of us here who are African centric, if we go back home with because I don't believe that we should go alone. I think we should go with a group. I think we should go with it. Me personally, I'm on a plan right now of bringing 1,000 individuals from the UK, people I'm connected with, people I'm friends, people who are family, back home into a zone that we will make sense. And I believe that if we're all doing that kind of thing, we'll all create economies for ourselves and our loved ones and the African continent at large. Thank you.
Jagun,
I
may I give
agree
you
to
a
some
good
points.
news?
Okay, go on, Hassan, after you. Go on.
Okay, now you see Africa, you were saying some stuff about not having electricity, not doing. Now somebody made
That
mention of
wasn't me.
24
phone.
hours.
That
Oh,
wasn't
No,
me.
it's
okay.
That
me,
was
it's me.
somebody
20.
else.
All
That
right,
was
all right,
me.
all right. The point I wanted to make is um I'm happy and encouraged by Jagun's position that diasporans need to come back and start seeing opportunities and investing and bringing in the capacity that the country lacks to fill in these gaps. Now, what our reality has been in the past decades is this brain drain that has been happening. Now we have to curtail that and then build up from that. Now, what I was going to say is the fact that the Dangote refinery is producing 650,000 barrels a day of crude oil. Is actually not okay. It's a single train refinery, and what it does actually, it actually produces polyethylene. It also produces. It's going to start producing fertilizer, urea, NPK, all those. So it has a second and third order magnitude. So imagine the natural gas is going to also increase the generation aspect. So no matter where you think you have expertise and where you think you see opportunity, that I promise you the Nigeria of today is not going to be the Nigeria of the next 5 years. It is going
I
to
hope so.
improve. It
I
is
hope
going to
so. I am
improve.
hoping. I'm hoping for that.
Nigeria
I'm hoping
is
for that.
not
But the only thing I
improving.
don't like is when
Nigeria
people
will
catch
I
in their
can see
feeling.
regress.
Hang on,
Abuja.
it's when people catch. Yeah, it's when people
5 years.
catch in
This
their
is how
feelings.
Africans think. What about in 50,
I
20
know. But
years?
let's
We're
be
thinking
generous. Let's be
short
generous,
term
okay?
and we
Yeah,
need to think long term.
long time. But let's be generous.
Yes.
And I give Jagun and Hassan. They both make good points. But all I'm saying is the problem with African, they don't like to be criticized. I agree with you, Hassan. The diaspora will have to be half of the solution, not the full. They will have to be half of the solution. But we need to know what our problem is before we start solving it. We can't just sit here and think a country
No,
is
no,
going to
no.
be developed
Me, I'm
just
Okay,
very
like
my
that.
clear.
brother, my brother,
I'm
my
very
brother.
clear on what the
Do not
problems
interrupt me.
Let
Do
are.
me
not
ask
interrupt
this
me. Do
question.
not interrupt me.
Can I ask this
Don't
question?
interrupt me. Let me finish. You can ask. Okay. To actually think you're gonna have a developed country that will catch up to in the 24th century without having a 24-hour electricity, clean tap water, roads, and steel plants. And obviously, you are actually dreaming. No matter what you do,
No.
you're not gonna catch up with these people.
Okay,
Please,
can I
Okay,
talk
let
to
me
you?
okay,
Wait,
okay.
wait,
Let
wait,
me
planet
let
we're
me
wait.
living
tell
in.
you this.
Guys,
Let me tell you
wait,
this about
let me just
China.
speak to you very quickly.
Let me
Let me
tell you
speak
this
to you
about
very
China. I've been
quickly.
sitting there
Please,
waiting,
guys,
man.
I'm asking your permission. I'm
Jargon, can I
asking
say
your
one thing?
permission to
Can I
deal with
say
that
one thing?
point,
I
please.
do
I've been waiting
business
30
in
minutes, man.
Africa. Let me say this.
Wow, you
No,
guys, man, you
Yes,
should
go on,
allow
my
me.
brother. Let my brother
I've
Amara
been
speak because he's
asking
been waiting.
respectfully for
yeah,
Amara,
I
go
mean,
on.
wait.
Go on.
Okay,
Yes, go on.
no time. You know, China right now, there's a trade surplus. They're pivoted away from America and Western Europe. They are focusing on African product, global South products now. And for example, there's no way Africa's percentage of China's imports are oriented towards what of Africa's needs. Everything from clean water projects, off grid, solar panels, off grid. You got to look at the off grid than the Western style approach, because to
Yeah, that's
us,
fine. That's
if we
fine.
don't look
As
at,
long
when
as
you
we
say
have
you
it.
want access to water, for example, West Africa, we sit in a rain belt. Wettest, one of the
Right.
wettest places in the world. So we are our
Absolutely.
water tables on the land
From
is
Guinea.
full of
Yeah.
water. So
Yeah.
all we need is off-grid
This is
purifying instruments, and then
yeah.
solar power. No time in the world has
Solutions.
solar been cheap, and China has pivoted away from because of the tariffs and the Western Europe and America. Now they're
Yeah.
oriented their businesses to think
Yeah.
Africa or think global South. Is everything is centric on the global South. How solutions can be they break bottlenecks. So, and then Africa, 1 in 5 people in the world in the next 50 years will be African. You have to go to where the populations are. You have to have the solutions for the local population. So China is sitting on the gold mine right now. They have spent trillions of dollars pivoting away and orienting
Right.
their businesses to look global south. They got people on the ground. They are looking for
Yeah.
solutions. So don't
Can I?
think about Africa. It doesn't have to be a governmental led. It could be organic from the ground up.
Yes.
People
Hey guys,
have
Well
no
said, my brother.
I gotta read these super chats. Mr. Samuel, thank you for that. Holla to unifying business. We first have to connect as friends and family. Once we build trust, we can make money together. All right, go ahead.
Well said, well said.
Amara made good
If
point.
I could just
Amara
follow
made
now
good points.
cleanly.
But that will Amara, what the point that you
Dynasty.
make, that
If I
will
could
solve
follow now
that will
cleanly.
Can I say
okay.
something real quick?
That will solve the domestic need of greed. Okay, it will solve the domestic need of greed, but it's not going to help in when it comes to industrialization. But you
Let me
make
Yeah,
tell
it,
you
but
and
this.
I agree with
Can I
that.
say
No.
something?
Let me come back. Let me
Oh
tell you this,
man.
brother.
Oh,
Let me your I don't know if that's Skywalker speaking. If I'm wrong,
it's
forgive
Amara. It's Amara.
Amar.
Amara.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
Amara.
hold on. Is Milenik? Have you spoke yet, Milenik? J Lion?
No.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think what J Speed is doing, they're exposing the agenda, right? And I think like the Diners, you've been over at to Africa. I've been there more than
Raise your
once,
voice, bro.
more than once, and I think that I think it's the time that the West is in decline. You know what I'm saying? So I think that the empires don't last forever, just like the Roman Empire. So it ain't internal. So it's like So I think that it's a time now. If the diaspora has to connect with the continent now, if they don't connect with the continent, I think it's game over for the diaspora. In the West, man. I feel like if you ain't making the connection to the motherland, building up a connection, man. I think like the diaspora, I think it's finished, man. No, the ship is sinking, man. So I think at the time now, I think Africa is the future is mostly going to be like Asia and the global South, man. So that's basically what's going to be in the future. So yeah. So I think that what he's doing is exposing. Not everybody you go to Africa, people, this stereotypes like everybody's dying and starving. Man, I was over there. I had more peace of mind than I ever. I felt more free over there than I ever have in the West. So I think this propaganda mess, not it's stuff like that, everybody starving and dying, and I'm like, I'm saying that narrative is just, this is just old, man. Just yeah, man. That's what I had to say, man.
That's true.
Well
That's
said.
very true.
If I
Can
can
I
come
can
in
I, can
now.
I say something, Jog? Can I
No,
ask you a
before you,
question?
I've
Can
been
I just
asking
No,
jump in?
people
Jago,
to
you
come
speak.
in,
Let
guys.
other people speak
Because
now.
yeah,
I've
gonna
been trying to
let
come
me
in,
speak. So
guys.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna target it
you
towards
be
you. Can
hogging
I
up the
do that?
mic, Jago. Go ahead, Prince Pete. I'll pass it on to
Hogging up the
Jago.
mic. I've got
Yeah,
shit to
I'm
say,
gonna say
man.
something real quick. I'm gonna pass it my real fast. My main point is simply that the people on the ground have to facilitate the coming of the diaspora, whether from the Caribbean or America or from the African diaspora, right, in general, from the England or wherever. They're the ones on the ground that have to facilitate it. And I also believe that you can't just focus simply on AI and simple stuff like that. You have to diversify the different needs of the community, such as farming, such as mechanical, such as different stuff like that.
Thank
So,
you.
and then on top of that, you have to look at the not somehow, but the common thing that they do, they try to hyper focus on already established, bustling area. And that's the problem with Africa. Everything can't be built in Lagos. Everything can't be built only in Abidjan. They have to diversify where they're building. The
Right.
development to be in the different regions, because I think Lagos is originally built for maybe 2 or 3 million people, but today over 18 million people live there, right? That means that a lot of people from the Providence area is flocking into that main city where they see development, and it's stifling growth because now
2
they're
million,
trying to
yeah.
catch up. They keep trying to catch up. So uh, my question to Jagon or whoever else is that how can you go back and build in a certain region if the governmental institutions of the nations are not helping coordinate you? That's my main
Well,
question.
that's a good question, and it's something I wanted to find out from the person who's very negative. I'm sorry, I forgot your name, or if very negative about West African development. You see,
No, I am
it,
not negative.
what,
I'm just being realistic, and I'm just pointing out the countries
it sounds negative to
who
me. Even
already
though,
who have
wait,
already
bro,
achieved.
wait, please,
You just stop, stop,
please,
stop. If you're gonna make a point, make
can
your
it be
point. Stop
anything?
picking at people.
No, why it's you that said it now? Don't argue for argument's sake. I'm not trying to create an argument. I'm trying to answer your question. The thing is,
Okay, go on.
wait, please. Please don't interrupt if you can. You can come in as soon as I
I
finish.
said go on.
You're there speaking again. You don't have to. The thing is, for your position, that seems to me to be rather negative and even angry to a point. And I can agree with the anger, not so much the negativity. Because as the guy is asking, and he's truly saying, Lagos is about 22 million people at the moment. And there's roughly, it said, 2 million people a year coming from other regions into Lagos every single year, and just entertain poverty, looking to see how they can creep out of it. But Lagos is so well positioned as a coastal um, piece of land. Behind Lagos is Ogun State, or where there are three main regions, which are Abeokuta, Ijebu Ode, and Remo. Remo. Now these areas are going to build into cities. They're about an hour away from Lagos, so people can begin to commute from these areas into Lagos if that's where they're working, and then you can begin to make sure that Lagos is big enough to hold the 25 million people that it currently holds. It's big enough for that. And it's green enough. If you step out of the city areas, you see the real nature of that area, but you never see it on online or on TV. They don't go to these areas, but they're there and they're lush. Lagos, as I said, is a tropical coastal city. Unfortunately, the way it's been built up, it looks like a big slum. I can't lie. It looks like a big slum. As regards the water, the electricity, and steel, Ajekuta steel mill has been there for almost 25 years. The The corrupt governing of the country has led to it. It only has, I don't know, about 2% to go to complete that steel mill. It should have been completed, I don't know, 20
It's
years
not gonna
ago.
ever get
It's
completed.
it's
Yeah, can
over.
I respond? Can I respond to that idiot
And
on the
Well,
chat?
Forget
wait, wait, wait,
forget
wait,
Who
wait,
got
wait. Now, hold
killed
on.
Ajacucha.
I
to
gotta
get
read.
kicked out?
I gotta read super chats. FBI Young Line, thank you for $1.09. Holla. Business first, friendship later. Cameroon Breezy Goat 903. Thank you for $1.99. Holla. Let me pass it to Sean. Sean's been waiting. Go ahead, Sean.
Thank you very much. Greetings to the
Took
family,
it away
everybody.
again, homeboy. You don't like my voice.
Thank you very much. Greetings to everybody, listeners in the panel. Just touch on Ajacuta. That was something I saw and wasn't flabbergasted and was like, what? It's over. Just give up on Ajacuta Steel Company.
Can I
It's
tell you the
finished.
story about
It's
Ajacuta?
done. No, no, no. Let me
Can I
let me.
explain what's
Yeah,
happening there?
after I finish,
Let him
you can
finish,
do
Go
that.
please.
ahead. Go ahead.
So that was the big feast, piranha crackhead feast that I think one of the big ones where it really shaped and formed the oligarchs who fed on that $1 billion project that the Russians fronted and upfronted. This sister corrected me the other day and said, "Well, it did work. Well, nominally there was some activity with production, but it was very, very small. But they were producing on a very low level." So I was corrected on that. And actually, probably in 1983, they were actually doing some minor, small production. But the payback never happened. The 400 million that Nigeria is supposed to pay back. Now, mind you, this is 1978. $1 billion
That's right.
in 1978, right? And the payback is 400 million from Nigeria to pay back. They never paid back the 400 million. I think the sister said they paid a little bit of it back. 90% or something like 90% finish in
That's right.
1983, and then 95% finish in 1993. It never fully went, not even close to fully being operational as a steel factory. At this point, it needs to be completely torn down and a brand new steel factory. It needs to be dealt with. Dangote said, "Give up the hope on it," because he had talked about he was going to do it. He was going to, build this steel factory out a couple of years ago, a year or two ago. Then he came back on and said, "No, no, just forget it, y'all. It's just too much. It's too late." He's on to other things, right? But I mean, that would be great. And again, this is an example of how Europeans, Americans, and Europeans told the Nigerian leadership, "You will not produce steel in Africa." And so, and that's what happened. They told him, and they were so cowardice and so spineless that they took the money instead. Oh, we can get paid though. Okay, so everybody got paid. It never happened. It's just ridiculous. But back to
That
this.
was a good synopsis,
All
my
right.
brother. That was a good synopsis.
So let me land on this. Let me land on this. These white folks got their think tanks, and they done think tanked y'all about this
So,
corridor, about this corridor from Lagos to Abidjan. They're projecting that this corridor is the most important corridor for the future of
I
humanity
like a
or the
man who's up to
world.
date, man. Thank you, my
Right.
brother. Thank
So,
you.
and they're saying Lagos is
To
scheduled to
Abidjan,
be the
Lagos to
largest.
Abidjan.
Yeah, they're saying that
Okay.
Lagos is potentially going to be the largest city in the world in another 50 years or something like that. In
Yeah,
the
I can see that
world,
happening.
bigger than
I
Tokyo,
can see that happening.
bigger than Mexico
I can see
City.
that happening.
That's true.
Yeah,
So,
I can see
and
that happening.
they're
But
also saying
when they say the largest city, how is it going to be a developed
they
city?
mean
Is it
by
just going to be a
population.
mass population? Papa,
No,
okay,
Yeah,
what they're
get
saying
that
is
right.
maybe
that
by
what they're
population.
saying is that if I can say
And also that transport
Okay, I'll be
system
quiet. Y'all go
you're going to
ahead. I
be
stimulated y'all. Go
that,
ahead.
that transport system you're going to be establishing to the far west. You better not be a transport system to export population to the far west from Nigeria, because that would not work, because the people that will be pushed back. If it's to do development and trade, absolutely yes. If it's a railway system to build to transport people from one
no, it's
region
not
to
about.
another, we're not going to
It's
tolerate
about
that.
more than that. It's about much more than what you're saying. It's about
Okay.
basically the amount of mineral wealth and
It
the
is
amount of business
strategic.
and weight and trade that will come out of that region between Lagos and Abidjan is immense. And therefore, we are supposed to be using the time between then and now to organize our cities to become proper cities, global cities that work. It is an opportunity, not an opportunity to complain and say how it's not to be done, but an opportunity to have thought and see how it is to be done positively, as opposed to the negative vibe that you're showing us on this stage.
But Echo
Right.
Atlantic
Nobody's
is
showing
not a
negative
good idea.
vibes
Very
here.
negative.
People have been realistic,
Echo Atlantic
not
is
been
not a
Very
fantasy.
very
negative.
good
We don't live in
urban
we
planning
don't live in a
situation.
fantasy world, yeah, because we're not we're
Very
not on some
negative.
influence.
Well,
All right,
may
let me
I
just
say
mute.
something? May I say something? Because
Immensely negative.
yeah,
you're
okay.
you're
So
just talking now,
about
man.
the
Just let
agriculture
people speak.
plants, right?
Yeah, you just spoke. Let people speak, please.
Negativity.
Okay. So can you let other
No, no,
can you
no,
stand
no.
and let other people
You
speak?
talk enough already. You
Negativity.
talk. I'm not gonna let
No,
you
but
talk. You talk enough already.
no, I'm not talking. I just want
No,
that
you
guy to
talk
shut
enough
up. Let
already.
other people
You
speak.
don't need to talk no more, bro.
No, not you, mate. I'm talking about the
You
other guy
don't
that's
need to
shouting.
talk no more was the advice. Take it.
I
All
don't
right,
take
guys,
advice from I don't take advice from a fool.
We'll be right back.
I don't.
We'll look at
Danful offers unparalleled, curated, and bespoke tours across Africa for travelers seeking genuine cultural experiences, enriched with magnificent sights, sounds, and flavors found on the continent. Each trip is reliably curated to ensure visitors are gifted with an immersive and authentic adventure. Whether you find yourself strolling along the charming white sand beaches of Sierra Leone, feasting on the mouth-watering delicious foods in Senegal, observing or partaking in various aspects of the Ishowspeed traditional system Ifa native to Yoruba land, Nigeria, with Danful, you will rediscover a fulfilling sense of kinship to the true heart of the motherland, her communities. Our core values focus on integrity, quality, safety, and sustainability. We are uniquely committed to assisting with the advancement of African infrastructure and promoting African businesses, so both travelers and the communities they visit receive beneficial exchanges. At Danful, we understand the importance of connectivity, and we have created a model which provides bespoke experiences based on your passions or hobbies. With us, expect a long-lasting spiritual bond between you and your destinations. Live, love, Danful, Africa. To learn more, visit danful.africa.
All
Yeah,
right, let
Dallas,
other people
let me
speak.
speak first. Let me speak first.
Go and talk.
What's your name again? What do you call yourself?
Call me Africa. That's
All right.
fine. That's what
Okay.
you can see there on the
Oh,
screen. Call me that name.
The man is from
okay.
Sierra Leone.
Africa.
I'm a Salo man, and that guy that's typing about
I
Lagos
love
is
Salone.
Sierra Leone
I
people.
love Salone.
You,
I love
that
Salone.
guy that's typing on the chat
You love
now, you need to
Salone?
bend down on the knees when they say Sierra Leone, because we build you Lagos.
I,
Tell
I
me.
love
I'm from Salone.
I love Salone.
You look from Salone?
Me na Salo man.
Okay, well, I love Salone. Listen, bro, you got to have some kind of positivity to you. You can't be negative with every damn thing, man. Come on now. You don't want to see Africa trade back and forth with each other with open borders, back and forth eventually. You don't want to eventually see that. Europe does it.
I'm
Listen.
a
Nobody
businessman,
listen.
and can I say something? I'm a
Listen.
businessman, and I
Yes,
trade
Amara, go
palm
on.
oil. Yeah, I trade palm oil. I'm telling you that the worst thing they ever did was that West African whatever trade agreement or whatever. That's some bullshit on paper. When you go to the border, just going between Sierra Leone and Guinea or Sierra Leone and Liberia, I
It's
spend
terrible.
more money.
Thank you.
That by the time I landed, the guy that already was buying for me from bulk, because I have family members in Guinea and Liberia, but he had connections over there. The guy we had a set price, but my transportation costs, bribing the people
That's a
at the
must.
border, delays. You know, all that you take into consideration. I spend more money. It doesn't make any business sense. I just
That's
did that
exactly why
because
it has to
it did.
change.
I'm telling you, for everything that's on paper, there are other bottlenecks. The people on the ground have
Thank you.
leverage. West Africa's problem is everybody has their own spot. When they say this, the most biggest bullshit, the biggest lie ever is the Africa Free Trade so-called agreement. Because you know what? Africa, everybody has their own interest. Every tribe, every politician, everybody has their own territory. You're
Does
not
this
going to approach.
does this
You're not
include the
going to approach.
AES? Does this include the AES?
Well,
I'm telling
well,
you,
well. Let me push
We feed
back
the
a bit.
AES.
the areas, that's a military thing. That's a
Let me
military.
push
They
back
come
a bit.
together. They come
Exactly. What?
together
So
behind
what's
the
wrong with that?
budget. They come to know from a military standpoint. They
It's
came
Exactly. So what's
together.
wrong with
but
that?
They
it's
work.
more
No,
it's more
no,
than
I'm
just
telling you.
military
I'm
though.
talking about us business people. Business people from each politician has a local business interest and is going to defend that. You're not going to come in. You on paper, it'll be nice and that it's free trade. It's a free trade area, no barriers, ease of doing business. We'll do everything for you. When you go on the ground, the experiences. That's what I'm talking about. The
How old is
experiences.
free trade? How old is the free trade agreement? 4 years?
But
It's
listen.
Well,
Before
well,
no
well. Look at it this way,
there's a
right?
free trade agreement, before there's a free
free
trade
trade.
agreement, let's
It's
No, no,
examine how
2024.
it's not being
If I may,
enforced.
if I
let's
may,
We
examine
know
let's
it's not
examine how
being
business
enforced
was in
because
Africa.
Africa is
When
I'm
if I
googling it.
may, Africa, please, if I may,
Yeah, go
can
on,
you hear
Hassan.
me?
Yeah, go on. Yeah, I can
Yeah.
hear you,
Okay.
Hassan.
So what I want to say is that right? Um, for a couple of decades now, Nigeria has been subsidizing petrol for our neighboring countries. Yes. They are not part of. They are part of the West African Agreement, even though the way we subsidize their petrol is through smuggling. They are people in Nigeria and with their counterparts in Niger, Cameroon, Chad, Benin. They smuggle night because our petrol is subsidized. So when it goes there, then you can make a good profit. That's a positive for the people around us. Well, it's not going through the right process. I mean, but they are still, getting something out of it. Another thing, yeah, you from Sierra Leone. I remember when the bulk of ECOMOG forces actually liberated Sierra Leone. Our Nigerian blood were lost. And how can you just be so negative about Nigeria and so distasteful? I find it amusing. And that is
Can
the
you see that
problem
word
that I
coming up
think
from other
Africans
people?
have,
Okay,
not
Can you
I
see
would
the
love to
appreciating.
word
respond to
negative
you.
coming up from everybody?
I am not. Okay, you say Hassan. Okay, I am glad that you mentioned this. Okay, I am not negative towards anything. I'm just a very realistic person. I don't fantasize in things. I actually, if something is going to happen, if I want to do something, I will make sure I get it done and I don't talk about it. Right? I'm that sort of person, and that's my that's the mindset I have that reflect on this show. But the reality, let me just finish. In Sierra Leone, yes, Nigerians did came to help us out. I agree, and we do appreciate them a lot. But Sierra Leone
Yeah,
and
yeah. So
Nigeria,
so
the
so
history,
we
the
have
history. Hang on,
depreciated.
Hassan. Now let me respond.
Okay,
Let me
go ahead, go ahead.
respond to you. The history between Sierra Leone and Nigeria did not start during the ECOMOC. The history between Sierra Leone and Nigeria started at the foundation of the building of Lagos to start with. Okay, so that's one thing. The ECOMOC people that came to Sierra Leone to as peacekeeping force, we appreciate the work that they did. They did some amazing job. I think they done a good job. Some people think they actually killed a lot of innocent Sierra Leoneans. People are still complaining about that, but the upside
I had
is
to
there.
have a
People
negative
appreciate
thing in
the
there,
present.
man.
Let me just finish. Do you want me to just?
Even
Do you want me to?
something good,
You
you have to have negative
you
in
need to
there.
be. You need to be. Do you want to be? You need to be honest. People need to be honest and stop coming here and tell lies. I don't do that. Okay, and so that's there. I appreciate that. We understand that. That's the reason why I'm saying to you, the history between Sierra Leone and Nigeria did not start with ECOMOG. It started way back when the African Americans, the Caribbeans, the Maroons, and we Sierra Leoneans, as our
And the
ancestors in that
Yorubas
region,
themselves.
rescued. the Yorubas that was slaved, that was sold
Yes,
as
they were
slave to
Yorubas before they
America.
were
That we
slaves, though.
Thank you very much. So the Yorubas were selling Yorubas, so we used to rescue them. We put them in Sierra
No,
Leone,
bruv,
educated
you
them,
did not rescue them,
send
bruv.
them back. You know, listen, the
No,
No,
British,
we
the
bruv,
British
rescued
be
them.
and the
honest.
Sierra Leone and
We rescued them.
Wilberforce,
You don't lie. You said you
we
don't lie,
rescue
so be
them.
honest.
We
You
We
know,
we
be
rescued them.
rescue
honest
them.
about the
We
look.
we
This
rescue
is the
them.
We
history.
We still have
rescued
them
the
there.
This
king.
is
Let him
the
make his
Before we
this is
submission,
the
got
fellas.
history.
Can I
Let him make
finish
his
my
this is
fucking
submission.
it.
Let
point?
This is
me
it.
Let
let
him
me just
finish.
the
Let him finish.
Africa. Let me just
We
land
rescued
and let
them.
you
We
know this
rescued your
history,
people.
Africa.
Just admit it. Don't be
He's
embarrassed about
speaking.
it. We
He's
rescued your
Okay.
people.
speaking.
I
Okay?
want
Let
to
him
interject.
finish
And
speaking.
Lagos was built by these people. That's the
I
people
want
that
to
built
interject.
Lagos. These
I
are the
want to
same
interject
people.
on your history. Your history
Can I finish?
is a
Then you
bit.
can.
No, you haven't
It's
You
there.
finished.
It's not making up. It's just
What you're
fact.
saying is that
You don't
Sierra
like
Leone
the
built
truth, and you
Lagos,
like to
which is
interrupt
a
the truth.
lie.
You
What
Sierra
happened to
Leone
what
and
happened?
Yorubas,
What
Sierra
happened
Leone
to
and
Lagos?
Yorubas who moved back to Lagos.
Okay. What happened in Sierra
Happy?
Leone? Sierra Leone was a country like Liberia in many ways by the British
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
opposed to the Americans. Let me just land,
Okay.
please. So the
Well, I'm
American,
speaking. You're telling me to land. Can you shut up and wait for
The
other people to
American
speak?
blacks,
No, you
people like
cannot speak. You
Padmore,
cannot speak.
people like
Mate,
Give
Padmore.
him a
mate, shut.
chance. Let's let
Oh,
him
this
talk.
guy
Let
is
him
an
talk.
idiot.
Let
Wait
him talk.
now. Wait, I'm
Okay, I'm
speaking.
around. Let this
Guys, you're
idiot
being
talk.
rude.
Let him talk. Let
I'm
him talk.
speaking.
This man, Chris, man, Kushi
No,
don't smoke.
let
Make a
Fale
talk,
talk.
yeah.
Let Fale talk. Let
Okay,
Fale
the left
talk.
one.
Please, let me just say this.
Okay, man.
Let me just say this. The Sierra Leone was a country like many others built by the British, and during their so-called end of slavery campaign, a lot of slaves that were still being trafficked from Nigeria were stationed. The ships were captured, stationed in Sierra Leone by the British, not by one Sierra Leonean, by the British. Those people that landed there were from all tribes, particularly they were from the Yoruba tribe. Many of those Yoruba tribes stayed, studied, and are still there today. Those that came back were the people that began building Lagos. Those that came back from the slavery of Brazil, those that were
Modern day
already
Lagos.
those that were
Modern day
already
Lagos.
stationed in Lagos, Yorubas that were already stationed there, they built Lagos. Nobody else. Nobody. All what you're trying to say is that we were there as a
So why are you
country
denying
that the
it then?
British
So
were
why are you
using.
denying it then?
Why I'm not denying
So why
anything.
are you denying it?
I'm letting you know
Thank
the
you. So you
accurate
admit that.
history.
Thank you. So that's
Not
the
the
point I was
swayed,
making. I don't know why
not the swayed
you
Africa conversational piece that makes no sense. You're very negative, I'm afraid, and you're going to have to
do
eat
you know
that
what you do? Do
negativity
you know what you do?
and shit
Someone
it
would
out.
say if someone said the sky is blue, you'd be like, no, it's not blue. It's just baby blue. Or actually,
But
it's
what are you
not baby
talking
blue. It's
about?
just actually a bit green.
You're just talking
Just
for
get
talk's
over
sake.
yourself, bro.
You're
No, you
talking.
are.
You're
Hey,
talking
Get
guys,
for
over
the
guys,
sake of
yourself.
talking.
let me pass the mic to Delaware. Go ahead,
Brother's
Delaware.
talking because it's free.
Go ahead,
It's
Delaware.
free to talk. You won't talk so much rubbish.
Let Delaware talk.
The title of the
Oh dear.
video
I feel
was
sorry for you, big
what's
man.
the impact speed have, right?
Right.
On the continent, right?
Correct.
So I think we're moving past the subject too much. Whatever we talk about have to pertain to Africa. That meaning the impact on Africa. What is going to be for Africa? We cannot dwell on negative. We know there's a lot of negative stuff. I'm just going to say Africa, but there's negative stuff all over the world. But we're dealing with Africa right now. You can't, Mr. Africa, you can't dwell on the negativity. So it had to be something.
I am not. Stop talking
Advancement,
like I am negative. I am
right?
not. I'm actually giving my fucking opinion. You take it or leave it. Okay? I'm just being real. You're not going to change my ways. That's my opinion. You respect it or you move on to the next person. Don't mention my name
Bro.
otherwise because you guys are not
Okay,
making sense.
good. So
Unfortunately, this is why I make Pan-Africanism
You
never
were the
work.
person that
This
just
is
said.
what that
Why are you
communist. This
interrupting
is
him
what
now?
You were the person
Why are
that
you
just said
makes
interrupting him?
Africans don't like
communism. You are
criticism.
communists. You are honest,
You are the
socialist and
number one
You need to
communists.
stop
person.
You are.
interrupting people, man. Come on. You see, you need to stop interrupting people every time anybody says anything. And I find that you tend to
Can you just
hold
mute?
on.
Tonight, just mute. I'm not talking to you. Let the
I
man
find that
speak.
you
I'm
tend
going
to
to mute.
defend
I don't want to hear your voice.
non-black people a lot,
It's not up to
especially
you.
when
It's
you're
not
here
your
in
station
Africa.
about you don't want. Go and
Delroy,
sit
did you
down
land?
somewhere.
Did Delroy land? He did not land.
No, I'm
Not at
not
all.
Thank
done
you.
yet.
Sorry, Delroy. I apologize for interrupting you, sir.
Yeah, I'm not done yet. All I'm saying is, I mean, Dinah's been having these panels for a long time now, and I am so tired of the negative. It's about time we advance now, man. Come on now. Like I said before, no one's listening to me too much. Like I said before, people think the West and where we live at is have it going on, but they are about to go to war. War. I don't want to hear nothing about them. They're not together in no way, shape, or form. They are about to go to effing war, right? So I want to focus now on Africa, on Black development around the world. And I'm not saying people, oh, we got to go move to Africa. No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the focus have to be on Africa because everybody else want it. Okay? Everybody else want it. The Chinese, the Lebanese, the Indians, everybody else want it. And we're here thinking that it's too much negative, bro. We can't do that no more. Because if you don't take it, they sure will. They're gonna take it. Simple as that. That's what I mean by negativity. Right? It's too much. And it's not just you, bro. It's a lot of people. A lot of people. Right? It's
No, but what
too
we need
much.
to do then,
Right?
Can I
sorry.
interject,
Yes,
Mr.
sir. Yes.
Caribbean brother? You talking about
Yes,
the government?
Amara, you should be talking next. Amara
The
next, yeah, you should.
the government's orientation policy is to against regular Africans. The governments are in charge. It's not we, the people, African people, make the determination. It's the governments. Let me tell you, these governments, when people go into politics, because I have family that's in politics heavily, they're going because they're going to enrich themselves. When you work hard and you get to a political position, it's to maximize your office. So when you're making decisions, the elite of Africa. That's the problem. When these elites make decisions, they make decisions to benefit themselves.
Yeah, but the
You see what
elite is
I'm
not
saying?
alone. The
Huh?
elite is
Right.
the elites are not alone. Okay, they they
Bro,
they, they
I'm
got
telling
they got
you,
they got
if
France
you,
behind them. They got U.S. behind them. They got
yes,
Europe
but
behind them.
listen,
Okay,
the people, when they
they're not
have an
alone.
election, when you have an election in
Yeah,
a country,
let
look
Amara
at
land, let
Zimbabwe.
Amara land.
Look at Zimbabwe. When Zimbabwe says we're going to take the land away from white farmers, what did the people that would normally be behind African government do? They had sanctions on Zimbabwe, right? Zimbabwe stood on their own. Even all these other people, these AES people, the Burkina Faso and all these other people, they stand on their own, they take the sanctions. That's the difference. When you have leadership,
And
when
that's
you
what you
have
should do.
leadership, when you have politicians that will stand for their people, that's when Africa gets ahead. Majority of the politicians in Africa are there for themselves, to enrich themselves. They're not there for the people. That is the problem.
But
Yeah.
not the
And at the
ones them
same
that's
I
time,
find
installed
it
there.
I
let
find
me
it
just
funny
add quickly.
that
Let me
Not the
just add
ones them that is installed.
let me just add quickly. And the people themselves lack the know-how to be able to overcome some of the challenges they face because all they see are their leaders, and most of them, and the people that have the scope to be able to see what needs to happen, most of them are not on the continent, and many of them are working overseas. They are busy doing stuff overseas. So it will take a kind of threshold where development will occur and where you have this insecurity. As a matter of fact, Nigeria was getting there sometime in the 2010s, 2011, 12, 13. People were beginning to return back to the country because of development that was going on. The GDP was well over $500 billion dollars then. But everything again started coming down when the petrol prices started falling, and before you know it, you had COVID-19, and now we have a crazy president in office. So, but this thing that people keep saying about Europeans being, on their way out, I think is a terrible idea because I keep saying it. Their population, can you
Thank
let
you.
me finish? Their population is higher than it was in 1960, and maybe even 65. the idea that you guys think that they are out of their way out. I think it's really, really dangerous way to look at the situation we are facing here. These people are more advanced than they were in the 1960s, and they are actually more populated than they were in 1960. So they are actually stronger than they were in 1960 materially. The just that their birth rate is declining now. Who says it is not going to go up again? So we have to act as if one, we don't have any friends out there. We have to be self-reliant at the base plan, and at the same time, we have to act as if they are all as strong as they currently are. Not like you are expecting them to get weaker. In short, plan for them getting stronger. That is the way to
But
go. Because
but
you
tonight,
can't
do
fight the
you
python. Yes.
recognize the opportunity we have right now? Like right now, we have the opportunity where they are focused so much on each other that we don't know how long this Cold War is going to last. And in between that, we can make significant progress if we are dedicated, focused about it, and just do our fundamentals. By the time I just feel
I
a
hear what
sense
you
of
are
hope.
saying. I hear what you are saying. It's at times like this. That's how when the Soviet Union was at its height, that's when the Chinese and the Indians and most of those will broke out of their control. And when they are having some issues, that's the time to actually break away. As a matter of fact, I made a video about this years ago at saying that the window is opening and whether we are going to take it. And that window is opening wider and wider. You can see African continent is going to grow one of the fastest. Is going to have one of the fastest growths this year
But the
because
window,
their hands are not, their boot is not on our neck as it was before. The
well,
question
no,
is whether we are going to take advantage of it.
well, actually, the window is the AES coming together. That's the momentum right there, and as a result of that, it's poked the giant, the bear, and they have put their eyes, all their attention on the AES, knowing that if it spreads, it's going to be a problem for them, and this is why they have done what they've done in
It's not
Nigeria.
only the
Let me
AES.
finish. Let me finish.
It's
Let
not
me
only
finish.
the AES.
Let me
Also,
finish. Let me finish.
USAID.
Wait a
It's
minute.
not
Wait
in
a minute.
Africa anymore.
Allow me to. Okay, when you interject like that, I will acquiesce to you interjecting, but you got to let me come to a cadence, okay?
Okay. Sorry
Otherwise, it
about
just
that, man.
sounds really like we can't hear each other. The
Okay.
other
Sorry
thing that
about
I
that.
want to say is that education identity is an issue. I learned this today, and I believe it because in the United States, that's been a big issue for us, identity, because of what we went through, the genesis that we went through, and the tragedy and all that stuff we went through as Africans in America, right? But guess what? For Nigeria, this is a crucial point because identity as a nationalism is and as a and see that nationalism is not going to work per se because there's all of this discord with the history and the ethnicities and all this stuff, right? And the religion, but identity as a African person first. Not, don't forget your ethnicity. And we're not saying get rid of your religion, but we're saying that you're African first. This is the type of identity that needs to spread. That type of ideology needs to spread throughout Africa, and it can only spread through education. So while you're making sacrifice to do things like to build a Dangote factory or Ajakuta steel, I'm just saying as a metaphor, taking those risks and putting your life on the line and doing it, you're also doing all these other things. You have your food security, you're changing your colonial education, you're pushing this we're African people first, we're Africans before we're Nigerians. This is what's going to segue us into unifying as a group, one group of people, one whole people. If we're not doing those things all at the same time, then we need to make sure that we get rid of the people, even if it's what Jerry Rawlings did in Ghana. I hate the unthinkable, but those people, they're gonna have to face the sword if they can't get out the way, and they're gonna insert themselves because they have the acumen or the aptitude to be leaders, and they know how to swoosh the people. They got to go. And Nigeria, and the other thing, and I land with this: if Nigeria can't move into the right place, then all the AES is going to have to surround. The other places are going to catch on. We're going to have to surround Nigeria and then help Nigeria to separate itself geographically and still maintain its integrity as a working group economically. But now you've got Arewa, you've got the county of Arewa and the county or the city or the whatever you're going to do to divide that as one state, or are you going to make them separate states in the country of Africa? Yoruba is one state. The Biafra is another state. That's what I'm saying. We can do it, y'all. We can do it. But if we can't play around with this window of time that we have, because these folks is about to go fisticuffs in Greenland.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure. I'm Muslim. I'm from northern Nigeria. Okay, let me make that first clear. But right now, where we are, at least in my cycle, it's about surviving as a black person first. So all those Arab nonsense bullshit, because we have seen what is happening in Sudan. Boko Haram has been on our neck for decades, man. We're so tired of this violence being used, being perpetrated, this Arabism covered
Installed by
in
the
the
United
cookie of
States.
Islam. And
Right.
now it's about surviving first. So I will tell you this, there's a lot of us that are for surviving first as a black person. God knows that I will protect myself as a black person, then before I consider anything other else, or Muslim, or
Can I?
any other thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is my position, and I hold on to it so much, because I know the racism that is in the neighboring Arabic countries. So this is about survival. It's no time for religion. So we must break ranks and start as a race. Any
Yeah,
other
put your
thing?
race before your
Australia.
religion. I agree. Put your race before your religion. That's a simple mantra. But Hassan, the point I was trying to make is, in fact, what I see in West Africa. The last time I was here, I promoted the Mano River Union. Amara is from Sierra Leone, like me. We know what he knows what I'm talking about. Us in the West
Sir.
Africa, we need to get on do it. Yes, we need to get on in West Africa, do our own things, yeah, and separate from Nigeria. Nigeria, let them do their own thing. Let them. One day we can work together. But right now, what I see in West Africa, in fact, one thing that gave me a little bit of hope recently is what I saw in Guinea. When the Guinea General Mamadi Doumbouya got inaugurated, General Assimi Goïta was there. Okay, our president was there. So you see the AES president going to ECOWAS president's inauguration. That's a good sign. That's a positive. In fact, Bang was here the last time. I said to Bang, oh, Guinea Mali, at the moment, but really truly, Bang was
Finally.
correct. He was bang on the money, right?
Finally.
So see,
That's what I
Guinea,
want you to
yeah,
do.
exactly, because
Finally.
Guinea wasn't. No, me, I'm very realistic. This is how I speak. I
Finally.
don't speak
That's
to
all.
people to enjoy what I say.
Thank
I
you,
just
bro.
want to say the
Thank you.
truth. Okay,
Finally.
so it was a good, because the brother in Guinea is a big brother. Yeah. So finally, they actually accepted it. They realized they have to work with Guinea for all these things to move forward. And also, Sierra Leone might be a tiny country, but internationally, we have a lot of recognition. Our president, not long ago, was the only member of the United Nations Security Council. I don't know how many times Sierra Leone actually occupied that place. That's a good thing, because you can get to see what is the agenda. You understand? But what I'm
Wow.
trying to say is
See, that didn't hurt, right?
Tonight
That didn't hurt,
you hear
right?
that, yeah?
Man.
It
This
didn't
guy is
hurt,
slow,
right?
Tonight you
man.
hear that, okay?
Ain't that
Okay.
something?
So no, it's not
It
okay.
didn't hurt, right?
Well,
Look at
I
that.
know,
Guy,
but shut
Oh
up, you
man,
guys. You
somebody give
guys
him a
shut
round
up
of
for a
this
minute.
applause.
guy is slow,
Dinah,
man.
give him a round of applause.
That
Hey,
on his
can
Give me a
slow,
bottle.
my own brother speak?
Give
Can
me a
that on
bottle of
his
Red Lefty. I'll
trolling.
be
You
fine.
really need to
can
get
my
on
Sierra
Ali,
Leone
man.
brother
You're on
speak,
his
please?
trolling.
Let
Come,
my
Yeah,
Sierra
man.
can
Leone
I
brother
speak,
finish.
please?
Syria low.
Thank you. Can I? Yeah.
Let my
So,
Sierra
so
Leone brother
what
finish,
I
please.
thank you,
The,
thank you.
the
So what
country
I
with the
see in
best
West
beach in the
Africa is
world.
Sierra Leone. Thank you. So yeah, the AES I think is a Mali Empire uh, version two. Is a version two of the Mali Empire is going to establish itself again. And our brothers in Northern Nigeria, Hassan, yeah, I know you're feeling the pain right now, but trust me, if the AES work, if they actually manage to connect with the coastal West Africa, forget about the South, okay? We
Um,
will deal with Northern
I,
Nigeria.
I,
We
I
will
think
connect West
I,
Africa.
I
Can I
think
finish,
you're
Niger? Can you
overstating
stop
the
interrupting
importance.
me? This is not fair. You can come
You have
after
been
me. I'm going to
talking now.
leave
How
after
long
this
are you
anyway.
going to talk for 5 hours,
Let me
bro?
land, and I'm gonna quit.
Actually,
You
no,
see, this is the
I'm
problem with
actually trying to.
Nigerians.
I'm
Yeah.
actually trying to listen to him. Go ahead, after.
Thank
Okay,
thank you,
listen then.
thank you, sir. Thank you. The thing is, we part of these people, right? We know what's going on. We know we people communicate. The Mali Empire is gonna come back. We have a lot of problem. The families had their infighting. Now they're sitting down, they're talking. They're working on something. Okay. Eventually, our brothers in northern Nigeria will come to rescue you. We know the Niger Republic was part of the Mali Empire, spread all the way to the coast. We will eventually connect the coast, and if the AES don't come into ECOWAS, our people in the Far West will come into the AES. And I think it's a good thing. It makes me feel good to see our president and the Colonel Assimi Goita and General Mamadi Doumbouya together. That gives me very good hope, of the future of West Africa, because something is cooking, because these are all Mali Empire children, so you like it or not. And these are the people that actually have the saying in West Africa throughout. I don't know how far you want to go, in terms of their influence in the region, and they still currently hold, in fact, majority of the influence in the region. You can deny it, as you like, they still do. So, when these people come together, that's why they always say in West Africa, anytime Mali fights, West Africa cries. It's not a new thing. What's going on now? When we sneeze, you feel it all over the West African coast. Yeah. So you guys need to just observe things, talk less, and do more research. That's all I got to say. But thank you very much, Dinus. Salom, brother
Hey,
Amara.
Don,
I agree to you.
Yeah,
Thank you
I
very
agree
much,
to
man.
too.
And
let
God
me
bless.
just
hey,
respond.
Donis, I was just
Can
watching
I
your
just
old
respond to
videos.
that? I have not spoken that much, so let me just respond to that. See, you see, this guy has spoken a lot about that dash today that I've just been listening to. See, Mali is 25 million. That is barely, two states in Nigeria are giving Lagos and Ogun State will take over the entire place. And it's not as strategic as you like to make it sound. Historically, maybe they have ruled out those areas, but the space you call Nigeria today, they've had the this in empire and various other empires. At the same time, if you notice that area is the most populated area in Africa for a very very long time. It's been like that, and 60 to 70% of entire black race at one point in the last 3,000 years or so owe their origin to that area that they call the Nigerian space. So to compare Nigeria to Mali or any of those desert regions, it's just crazy. I don't know where your ideology is coming from. You really need to rethink it, because this idea that you keep trying to insult Nigerians. Nigeria is majority in West Africa. Do you know only one country is the majority? If you divide to 50-50, we outnumber the other 50%. That's how large Nigeria is. You really need to stop comparing it. The two are not two. They are totally different entities. You are not even Canada to this thing, Nigeria. That is how different you are. So I don't know
Can
why
I
you keep
respond?
having this kind of this thing. If Nigeria gets its act together, West Africa will be transformed very, very quickly. Left for me, it will be transformed even within 3 years. But leave it to our leaders to keep messing things up.
Can I respond? Well, you have a point too, Niger, but I will say that you can't dismiss Mali because of the history of Mali and of Mali's proximity to old Ghana Empire. Mali is adjacent to and has the ethnicities of Kumbisale, which is the old capital of Ghana. Those ethnic
Hello,
groups, those ethnic groups,
Kanem Empire here. Like,
those
remember?
Okay, I'm
All
gonna shut
right,
up and let you talk. Go
all
ahead,
right,
because you just
all
interrupted
right.
me, and I didn't get to
No,
finish saying what I was saying. Can I finish, please? Thank you. So I'm
go ahead.
connecting. I'm connecting Omali with Ghana Empire because you have those Sonikes, and then you have all these other close ethnic groups. So that not only is Ghana the first empire really important because it was pre-Islamic. Then you had after that you have Mali, which the centers change of power, but it's basically the same people. And then you have Songhai, which is basically the same people, but the area changed, the language changed, but all of those empires are basically those same people, and it included other parts of West Africa, including Nigeria area and the Congo, because they were doing trade with the Congo, leather and other different kinds of trade. So we had free trade. We've been trading with each other for thousands of years, y'all. This is nothing new. But the point is, it doesn't have to be called Mali or whatever. If Nigeria can, it doesn't. Now here's the other point. It don't matter how many people you got. If you're dysfunctional, you're adding to the problem, not to the solution. If you can't get it together, it don't matter how big your economy is. If your economy you have a big economy because you got a lot of people, and you did have a level of industrialization and development that was thwarted and by the oligarchs and by the Europeans to make sure that it doesn't develop. It was underdeveloped, as Walter Rodney said. It was Africa's been underdeveloped. So yes, Nigeria has potential, but we can't wait on Nigeria because if we wait on Nigeria, we may miss our window, our time where these folks have jumped down on Africa. They are setting these new agreements up and doing all the nefarious things they doing. You got Eric Prince talking about recolonizing Africa. That's that mercenary group. I mean, all of these things are happening, all really concentrated on the continent of Africa. And whatever momentum we have, which is the AES, we need to really look at that, and we need to say, okay, this is what we have right now. Let's roll with it. Nigeria is not ready. What do we need to do to get Nigeria ready? It's crucial. Okay, well, we have a plan. What's the plan? All of these other smaller countries, kick Paul Biya to the curb. He's already got one foot in the grave. Not to just to talk down on him, pushing him in the grave further, but you've got all of these smaller states that can be easily taken over by the AES: Togo, Benin, Cameroon, and even I'll say Ivory Coast. You could get them too.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me ask something. I was thinking, fantasy type thinking, but do you think the AES need to physically take one of the coastal state like Togo or anything like that?
I hate to say it, but yes, I think that once they take enough of them little states like Benin, but the only reason why Benin is close to Nigeria, and they want to make sure that they keep Benin safe because they want to continue to fuck Nigeria up. Excuse my language, but yeah, take Cameroon, take Togo, take Cameroon and Togo, right, and then take Ivory Coast and take Benin. And now what's left is Nigeria and Ghana. Ghana's okay, but Ghana, no, they need to join too. And if they don't join, you're going to take Nigeria.
Hey, let me interject on the side of Nigerians, please.
Joke aside.
Please, let me Nigerians, let me talk, because this guy doesn't know, he's not African, so he doesn't understand. Let me tell you something. The AES can't even secure the Sahel. AES can't even secure the Sahel. They're doing good, but they have a whole Sahara desert right there that they can't even secure.
And nobody could secure terrorists.
Secure your area first.
Nobody could secure terrorists.
Like Nigeria.
America can't secure terrorists.
I tell you, Nigeria came to our rescue. Nigeria came to our rescue during the war. And Nigeria has been playing a pivotal role. Why? Because Nigeria was stable. Even with all the internal fights and everything, as a whole, Nigeria was stable.
How come ECOMOG didn't help the insurgencies in Mali?
But brother, nobody can't.
Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger do not control 100% of the territory.
Why wasn't ECOMOG deployed to help with the insurgencies in Mali?
But you got to be secure.
No.
Bro, calm down.
They weren't deployed to those areas because they don't have the political will, because they have people behind them saying you better not, because we're pushing those damn
they're waiting on the AES until you take over Sierra Leone. Let the AES be stabilized, like Nigeria was when Nigeria rescued
Nigeria should
Sierra
be
Leone.
helping them to be stabilized. They should be helping.
Listen, bro, I was in Sierra Leone when that happened, and Nigeria sent troops because one, there was an oil boom. Nigeria had a stabilized economy, so they could afford ECOMOG troops to come in and rescue, fight on the side of the government against the rebels.
Can I ask you a question?
Stability.
Can I ask you a question?
They have no stability.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
When the insurgencies first started in 2009 or whatever it was, right? Why didn't the ECOWAS say we're gonna deploy ECOMOG to help out Mali? I think Mali was the first place where it really got hit. We're gonna help out Mali.
You want me to answer the question? Let me answer
Yeah,
the question.
that's the question.
Okay, let me answer the question. First of all, the big powers were there. United States, France was dominant because the governments leaned towards France. They leaned towards France. They didn't want any localized thing. The French, this is what the French do. They put coons in favor. They put people that they control. Look at Niger, the uranium. You know France dependence, the electricity. They're the number 2 nuclear whatever country in the world. They build a lot of nuclear plants off of Niger's uranium. And they were dependent of that, so they got to keep a client state. They were not looking to local African heavyweights to do that. We, Sierra Leone, we looked up to Nigeria to come in and rescue, and they did a good job in Sierra Leone and Liberia. That's a good example of African cooperation.
It was easy to do. Look at little Liberia and little Sierra Leone. That was easy.
Amara and Shah.
It's still an example. We still did results.
Amara, Shah, you see, I heard what you said about Pan-Africanism. See, this is why what you are saying right now about Nigeria, that you can't wait for Nigeria and all the rest, is why I said it should be a nationalist Pan-Africanism. Because Nigeria wasn't doing that. Nigeria was just doing it kind of, they don't talk Pan-Africanism, but they act it. But look at it now. Now that they are vulnerable, everybody's insulting Nigeria left and right. When Nigeria was going to Liberia to stabilize it, nobody was complaining then. When we went to Sierra Leone to help, nobody was complaining. Nigeria even helped Ethiopia sort its peace deal out recently. Nigeria helped stabilize Gambia. So many things that Nigeria has done that is unsung. Nobody there, we are not there tooting it from the thing. But yet, when Nigeria suffers anything, everybody starts insulting Nigeria.
Those were easy
That's why I
things to
said,
do. Look at little Gambia.
I'll drop now. That's why I said Nigeria needs to be more nationalistic, make itself strong first before it worries about helping anybody else. Because
I agree.
Is going to just
but Gambia is
and I think
little.
all nations should be like that too.
Liberia is little,
all
and
nations
it
should be
wasn't
nationalistic
insurgencies.
before they think African.
Okay, but you have to look at why they were able to do that and why they did not mess with. Now, the brother did have a good point when he said France was there, but when you saw that France had troops in Mali and the insurgency was getting worse, right? Why didn't they send in ECOMOG troops to help?
Yeah, because France was there.
We had our own Boko Haram to deal with.
We're dealing with Boko Haram at home. You forgot about that. We had our own security challenges to deal with.
Were you dealing with Boko Haram when you were helping Gambia? Were you dealing with Boko Haram when you were helping Liberia? Were you dealing with Boko Haram when you were helping Sierra Leone?
We're not dealing with them. Boko Haram didn't exist then. And our security force, by international standard, is very, very small. And Boko Haram revealed the vulnerability that we have.
So you're saying that Boko Haram wasn't around when you were helping Gambia, Sierra Leone, and Liberia?
No, they was not around. There was no Boko Haram. There's no Boko Haram. I can testify from Sierra Leone. I can testify with that. Nigeria was stable.
Well, how come Nigeria didn't help Niger? Niger's right next door. How come Nigeria didn't send troops into Niger to help with the insurgency?
French were there. The U.S. troops were there.
But they were there, but they didn't do shit, and it was getting worse there. And
listen. Let me ask you this question. The Sahel states, they're the ones that kicked out the Europeans out of their countries, right?
At a certain point period.
No. The presidents of the Sahel states,
recently, in the last 3 years.
Yeah, but they're the ones that will act. You understand what I'm saying?
That was 3 years ago. That started 3 years ago. We're talking about insurgencies that's been going on for 10 years.
You don't understand what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is the presidents of the country and the government of the country are the ones that welcome you in, you understand what I'm saying, and kick you out.
Right, because they weren't doing shit. They were supposed to do that.
When they had a puppet French government in there, they welcomed the French and the U.S. When the government changed hands, the same government occupied by different people kicked them out. So the power is within the government to kick you in or welcome you in. You see what I'm trying to say? So it's the same thing. Nigeria can't intervene in a place where they're not welcome.
So then why? I got a point to make about that. So ECOWAS, they condone, even though they didn't do shit, they did at least say, oh, we don't like what happened with Bazoum in this year, and we making a statement that we don't support that. But when Alassane Ouattara changed the constitution and had a constitutional crisis, silence. When
No, no,
Yasibe in Togo,
no,
when
no, no, no.
Yasibe in
Okay,
Togo
okay,
made
okay,
himself
okay.
this parliamentary president, silence.
But
So
let
that
me put
includes
on that.
ECOWAS.
That is a big problem in ECOWAS. They are hypocrites.
ECOWAS was ready to go in there on the behalf of France and the US. They were ready to attack the AES countries.
Right.
That's the
But
problem.
Niger,
ECOWAS was ready
Yeah,
to attack them.
Sorry,
yeah, they're ready to do
sorry,
that.
guys. Sorry, guys. I only came to respond to Niger. Okay. Okay, Hassan, I apologize. I only came to respond to Niger. Okay.
Go
To
ahead.
Niger. Okay. As my brother Amara said, as I said earlier, we appreciate everything that Nigeria did for Sierra Leone during the war. We don't doubt that. There's some people in Sierra Leone today, they don't like Nigerian. They don't want to see them. Do you know why? Because of what some of the atrocities Nigerian commit in Sierra Leone. But obviously, you're gonna get bad ones. It's like a peanut. If you grab
They gotta
a bunch
forgive
of
them.
peanuts, you're gonna
So he
yeah,
has to,
exactly.
They gotta
he has
forgive
to,
them
Okay,
he
now,
has to
bro.
go in the negative mode.
but stop interrupting me. But the people who done a lot of the groundwork in the war in Sierra Leone is our current president now, okay, who is a Brigadier General Julius Maada Bio, who actually brought that country back from the brink of war, and late Valentine Strasser. These were the young soldiers who were battling with these rebels with bare minimum, right, for years. And then thank God to our big brothers in next door, Guinea, because Guinea, people don't understand that Guinea have a lot of influence in Sierra Leone politics. Okay. And our survival rely on Guinea a lot. People don't know that. It surrounds Sierra Leone. The Guinean military were the one that was doing a lot of the groundwork in Guinea and Sierra Leone. Nigerians were there as peacekeeping force, but also they was engaged in some of the battles. And I saw the trauma that these guys went through from the rebels. Okay, they were struggling in that war, but I give them the credit. They stood until the last minute. Okay, when the West Side boys were chased out of Freetown by the SAS, the British military. Okay, the SAS chased them out. So let's make this clear. And when I talk about the Mali Empire earlier, I am not talking about Mali. This is how dishonest you people are when it comes to conversation. I'm talking about the Mali Empire. If you look at the spread of the Mali Empire and its influence historically and currently, no other empire have matched it, regardless of the amount of billion people you have in Nigeria. I'm talking about the region, okay? If you look at northern Nigeria, where most of you guys, most of your military bases, yeah, from northern Nigeria to Niger, all the way to Mali, all the way to Senegal, all the way to Burkina Faso, northern Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and yeah, Sierra Leone. These were all part of the Mali Empire.
So
Yes.
you were
What do you
large
mean?
in
So
a basically empty area. What are you going on? You are a desert empire. So what?
So that's an empire. So if you bring,
So
so you think
hold
Sierra
on.
Leone?
What do
Hang on,
you?
hang on.
No.
So
What are you
hold on.
implying? Why are you
So no,
bringing Mali Empire up? We are talking about
let me finish. So do you think Sierra Leone, Liberia, Guinea-Bissau, and Senegal and Ivory Coast is desert area? Do you? You
not
think
all of
so?
them are desert area.
Are you that?
But Mali
Which
is
one is
not
desert?
desert.
I'm not
Mali
talking
is
about
in the
Mali. See,
Sahel.
I just said, are you that dumb? You're not listening. I just said to you, when I talk about Mali, I'm not talking about the Mali, it's Mali Empire. I'm not talking about Mali itself. You guys are so dishonest. You think you're clever when it comes to conversation, but you're not. Sadly, I can see above you.
I don't have
Okay,
time for
I'm
you
talking about
because
the
it
Mali.
appears that
No, thank
you
you. The
just want
Mali
to try to
Empire.
insult people instead of actually talking.
No,
Show me.
because you're trying to be you're doing disingenuous. I'm talking about the Mali Empire that have
See,
a
I think
spread
you are
all the way
Yeah,
to the
Fulani,
coast.
and I think you are Muslim, and I think you are biased
everybody
against West
know Africa.
Africa.
Everybody know that
Majority
Mali
Say
Muslim.
what
Empire
you.
was huge.
Mali is arid.
Thank you.
It's arid.
What are you trying to say about the Mali Empire? I mean, it was huge.
He is
But
biased against.
that's
So
that's
Thank
he
you, thank
is
you,
biased.
thank you, thank you, Deroy. Thank you, Deroy.
So is Algeria huge, but most of the inhabitants are in the the coastal regions. This is the
The
nature of the
habitable
empire.
areas of Mali, the habitable area of Mali. If you put Sierra Leone and Liberia, Senegal, Ivory
Oh
Coast,
my God!
Sierra
What is
Leone,
the
yeah,
point?
you put. Can I? You
What
just.
is the
But you.
point?
What is my point is these people. with these people and the empire and its people still carry weight in the region and its countries. You cannot take that for granted. Okay,
I
Northern
don't know.
Nigeria is part of that. Northern Nigeria is part of that. Okay,
I've
so
not,
let me
I've,
say, if Northern
Northern
Nigeria,
Nigeria
if
is not
Northern
part of
Nigeria,
an empire, your Mali empire.
Niger Republic was part of the Mali Empire, so therefore Northern
Not
Nigeria.
Mali empire. I
See,
don't think
It
Niger
was.
was part of the Mali Empire. Niger
let me
was
see.
part of the Mali Empire.
It
Northern
was.
Nigeria
It
was.
was.
So
This
yeah,
is
yeah.
real.
Okay, let's say it
This
got
is
up
how
to Niger.
disingenuous. Listen. You guys don't know nothing
I
about
don't
Northern
even speak
Nigeria, right?
Niger. What are you
Even though
talking
you're
about?
Nigerian, these are the same people there, right? That will actually
The
go
Mali
around.
empire was not
Anyway, I don't know.
up to Nigeria. What are you talking about? Are you saying Niger Republic or Nigeria?
Niger Republic to Northern Nigeria.
From what I can see here, it barely
But I
touches
wish you could
Niger.
change that name.
I know.
Africa
Niger.
So
nostalgic about the past.
I don't know.
No. It's not being
What I dislike
nostalgic.
about this guy, what I dislike
It's not
about
been.
this guy,
Oh,
he's like
shut
a
up.
Fulani that hates the Niger Congo population, and he prefers the North Africans, and he Muslim.
I'm a Niger
That is
Congo.
his,
I'm a not.
you are
No,
barely,
no, no,
you are
no,
barely,
no,
you're barely,
no,
and
no, no,
I'm looking at you with suspicion because the way you talk, you
no,
always
no.
because I
Okay,
just mentioned something about
the reason why
no
I
no
don't
hold on
like
hold
you,
on
the
hold
reason
on
why I
hold
don't
on let me finish talking. I just mentioned something about North
go on.
Africans, and he just like I was like painting North Africans bad. And he's the one that always advocates that Muslims are nice and they are majority in Sierra Leone right now. And whenever they talk about Nigeria, you would put Nigeria down and
No,
say
I said Sierra
even
Leone
in
is a
Sierra
majority
Leone,
Muslim country,
you know,
but minority Christian. But we are
Abacha,
very religious tolerant. We are very religious tolerant, unlike Nigerians. So stop making up lies and making up shit.
Abacha had to throw their rebel leader in jail. The Nigerian president and head of state had to throw their rebel leader in jail to quell the problem in their country. But if you hear him talking, you would think Nigeria
Pastor to
peripheral.
Niger, yeah, you advocate Pan-Africanism, but you always basically promoting Christianity and demonizing Muslims. Okay, you always do that. Let me just, and I don't care. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I don't. When it comes to me, no. You know, can I finish? I think, yeah, I personally think, yeah, all these religions are problematic anyway. Let's put that aside. I think North Africa and South Africa, whether they're Muslim or Christian, they both, one of them is Christian, one of them Muslim. My point I was raising is they both treat black people bad, and black people in South Africa are treating black people bad also. So let's not just make it as if it's only the North. Can I shut up? Can you let's not make this thing as just
You need to watch your tone. You need to watch your tone, not because you are on the panel with you here.
Okay. When you said that to me earlier. So when I said it back to you, now you're getting on. Okay. What I'm trying to say is the North Africans are being racist towards black people. I saw what happened to my Senegalese people in Morocco. Okay, I don't take that from.
They have not just only been racist. They destroyed the Songhai Empire that you like to talk about, and
I know.
Can you let me talk?
They destroyed. I was talking. I came back to respond to you.
Yeah, you
shouting?
already made your response. Now your response is, let's hit
No,
Nigeria.
I haven't finished. I haven't finished my response. You want to interrupt?
As much as possible. When you're from a tiny country, I don't even know why you talk so much. I don't even know you are so loud and you just insult Nigeria constantly when you come on this panel. It's quite ridiculous, really. Because I never like to play nationalism, but to hear you repeatedly, I was quiet here. You repeatedly went after Nigeria.
You're still interrupting
I don't know what you have
me, bro.
against Nigeria. I really don't know what you have against Nigeria. Did Nigerian man take your girlfriend or something? It's ridiculous.
Never. We're not on the same level. We're not on the same level. They will never come near my thing. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is my point is again, yeah, I came from a country that we are very religious tolerant. We don't see religion as a barrier to life, unlike you guys in Nigeria. We don't sit on the internet, talk about other tribes, unlike you guys in Nigeria. We don't sit there and emphasize on too much of, that people call me a negative and victimhood mentality. This is exactly what it is. And when it comes to, racism, you basically one-sided because that country there is a Muslim country. Oh yeah, they're more racist towards black people. That Christian, they're all right because they're black
They are
people or because
objectively
they're white
more
people.
racist because you are so blind
You're,
because you are
you're not
Muslim.
listening.
You
You're
can't
not
even
listening. You
see
just
because you are Muslim.
you've been ranting. You've been ranting
Objectively
all
more
this time.
racist towards black
North
people.
Africans are
They
evil.
are an existential threat. South
You
Africa
don't
is
listen.
not.
You cannot teach me. You cannot teach me about
South
North
Africa is
African.
not an existential threat
You
against
cannot
black
teach me
people,
about North.
but
Listen,
the North Africans are.
you never lost the
What are you
territory to
going on
North
about?
African. We can I shut up? We lost our territory to North Africans. Yeah, the
So,
Mauritania that you see today. I'm telling you that
are
they're
you
not
not the
nice
one
people.
talking for them right now? You
No, I
lost the
am
territory.
not. I
Why are
am
you
not.
talking for them?
I am not. I am not. Just because I'm speaking the truth doesn't mean that I'm speaking
You're
for
not
them.
speaking the
You need to
truth. You're
get
not
your head
speaking the
right.
truth. It's not objective. That's the problem. If you're speaking the truth, I would
My
have just
my
keep quiet.
my objection is there's racism in North Africa, like in Nigeria, just like there's racism in South Africa.
But it's
Can we
not
get
the
that
same.
right?
It's not at the same degree.
Yeah, but what you
One of
said
them
Why?
race?
poses.
You mean
One of them
against black
poses an
against black?
existential threat
What
to
type of
all
Against
the
racism you
black
other
talking
people.
about?
Muslims.
Against black people. Against black people.
You mean
You know,
black people against black people?
There's areas
no.
in South Africa. There are areas in South Africa a black person cannot go. There is towns in South Africa, even though they might have been there, that black people cannot go. There are
Oh yeah,
territory, there are
we
areas
know
in
that.
North Africa.
We know that,
Thank
bro.
you,
It's
thank you,
just
Delroy.
not.
Yeah,
Delroy,
well,
thank
I
you,
don't understand
thank
what you're
you,
saying.
thank
What
you,
I'm talking about, they are
thank
not
you,
at
thank
the
you,
same
Delroy.
degree. They
Thank
are
you,
not at the
Delroy.
same
Thank you
degree.
very much.
It's like
I hope you
comparing the white
understand my point, unlike
supremacists.
these idiots.
It's like comparing the white supremacists to somebody that is just a South African hitting on black people. They are two different things. One of them
Listen, we all know.
wants to
Listen,
destroy
oh
your
my God,
entire race. There's a
stop,
difference.
stop crying, stop crying. Listen, stop crying. Black
God, can we
Africans,
move forward?
yeah, yeah, okay, yeah,
We have
okay.
stopped this
We we
topic too
are
much. Can
we
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 get
are
back on track?
we don't
Solutions,
have friends.
solutions,
We don't.
solutions.
Okay, what I'm saying is let's focus on ourselves and build ourselves first. Until we do that, yeah, nobody is gonna look up on us. Okay, the world that we live in today is all about interest. We live in a capitalist world. All this pan-African socialism, communism mentality, the mindset that we have is not going to work until we start
Wonderful.
building our economy. Yeah,
I don't
until we start building
agree.
our.
No. Let me speak now. Let me speak after
Mm.
this. Our guy has spoken, man of negativity and collapse theory and
Stop
historical
stressing all
bullshit.
the time. I don't know who gave you the mic.
Let me come in now,
Gave you the
please,
mic
if I
to
may.
talk rubbish to
If
people.
I
You're
may.
talking
All
about
right,
life.
all right,
If
all
I
right.
may, yes.
Jago, I'll give you the mic. Go on.
Africa. I thank you very much as the second moderator here, somebody who went up and came back to repeat himself.
He's
Wonderful.
basically a
Really
moderator
enjoyed
here.
yourself. Now, if I can say this.
Nigeria versus Sierra Leone,
I've
2 versus 1.
started speaking. Don't be rude, because that's the only course you have. Don't be rude. Try. You see, as a Sierra Leonean, you don't even sound to me like someone who is proper Saro. But having said that, you're Sierra Leone. Fair enough. All I would want to depict is that there's a time when you come on, you must realize that there is fracture and aggression in our conversation. And to be honest, we could do without it. There's a way of speaking that is palatable. No matter what you want to say, but you have to make it palatable to the listener. You know, there's a way you speak that is so, I don't know. I don't even want to really get into it, which is why I didn't get into your conversation. What I want to say is that we've got to have an appreciation of history. Yes, I myself am an avid historian, but we are here now, and we have to realize that there is a serious urgency, a matter of urgency for all our people in the continent of Africa and our diaspora. And if we're not really speaking from that point, you're saying about Afrocentrism or what is it called?
And Africanism.
Pan-Africanism and such. You're saying these things as though socially we don't need healing. Socially, we don't need to somehow enter into a collective mindset that forces us to recolonize ourselves. Let's say that. Recolonize our minds, spirits, souls, and our land. And when we speak against each other, the way Africa speaks, he doesn't realize how he speaks. He should go back and listen to this and listen to his interaction and how everyone else sees it. You might just adjust a little bit. But if you don't, fair enough. Dennis would always welcome you. The thing is, we're not being serious with our conversations. I keep saying that we need to have grown-up conversations, not this icky picky nonsense that we're having now, and then we'll be telling people that they're fools, that they should shut up. All this kind of thing is not what we as men should be on. We shouldn't be on this level. We should all try and raise our level. So yes, you might be bored of it, but if we don't appreciate what it is that we have in our hands, there is no way we're going to make use of it for the glory of our people. No way.
Okay, you finish?
No, I haven't finished. But you. I
Can the
don't.
other Salon man speak, please? Let the
What you
other
saying,
Salon
bro?
man.
Because this
This is exactly the
see
reason why Nigerians.
Amara. You see
Let
that
the
you see
other
that you see
Salon
that
man speak.
Ogamaya.
Let
Speak?
Amara,
Tunaja
see,
speak. Let Tunaja speak.
Let me speak.
Let
This
the
is
other
you
Salon
see
man
Amara,
speak.
you see
very, very
the Ogamaya, the Ogamaya, they
keep
don't get
quiet.
sense. Now sense line
This
the
is
no
the reason
knowledge.
why. This is the reason
Are
why.
you
They missing
are you thinking you're speaking a
they
different language
missing
that we don't
Don't
understand?
mind him now. Don't mind
they
him.
missing don't know
Jack,
them. You know,
Jack,
they
let
missing don't know their
Let
agenda.
Tunisia speak, bro.
you
Let
always have
Tunisia.
people that you always
All
have
right,
someone who
tonight,
brings you down to that level. See,
It's
my
Alex
point
say
is
this
that
one a posh
this is exactly the
English
reason why.
Ogao. It not to be pidgin.
This is exactly the reason why I said
this is how we teach them the language, but I don't talk about we.
I can't hear
can I
Tunisia.
talk?
I can't
Should
hear
we all just
Tunisia.
start shouting? So this is exactly the reason why I said we needed a nationalist Pan-African approach to things. As a matter of fact, that's what Kwame Nkrumah was practicing, because I saw a video of Kwame Nkrumah talking about how he was nationalistic but Pan-African at the same time. So we have to realize that, because I think the way Nigeria was approaching Pan-Africanism, we don't talk Pan-Africanism, but we often act it, even to our own detriment. For many decades, West Africa was gaining from lower petrol price because of Nigeria, because Nigeria subsidizes it, and many of the fuel travels to West African countries. They lived off us, but the insult we get from them constantly. I'm telling you, man, if I was a Nigerian leader, I will be so mean to some of all these West African countries, because they are so rude. When you do so much for them, something that America doesn't even do for free for anybody. We did it for free for many of them for decades. And look at us now suffering, and they all insult us. This is why I said Nigeria has to be nationalistic first, then before you worry about helping people, and you help people that are deserving. The ones that just disrespect you all the time, you teach them a lesson the way America teaches people that insults them. Because this world is about power. And
No, no,
if Nigeria doesn't
Nigeria,
Can
Nigeria's
I
not gonna do that.
quickly have a quick chat with you?
strongly about it, because you see it in Ethiopia, you see it in Ghana, you see it in South Africa. They
We
all
understand you. We
constant.
we understand.
Enough is enough.
And
Okay.
Tunisia, that ain't gonna happen.
Wait, Tunaja, I understand you. What I want to put to you, there's a reason why Awolowo didn't necessarily see himself as a Pan-Africanist. He was more of an economic person with economic principles. And you realize that the Nigeria always goes back to his economic plans in order to revive itself. I will tell you that. But I want us to see if we can discuss Pan-Africanism and economic value. And whilst, the two may cross over, what is more important in terms of, if we look at Nkrumah's accession into Pan-Africanism, and we look at what Awolowo did in just one area of the West and Midwest during his time, and what he was able to achieve economically. So I want to put that to the table. What's more important? That we are Pan-African with its limits, and maybe it hasn't really fully developed, or we need to have a more economic mindset in order for us to have redevelopment, serious redevelopment.
Can I respond to
Yeah,
that?
can I intervene? Can I say something? Yes, you
Yes,
are on
please.
point. Like Niger alluded to, the tables have turned. Really, West Africa of all places. I don't know about much about East Africa. I'm not East African. I'm not Central African or Southern African or North. We in West Africa, we are so tribalistic. We got so many doggone tribes. We are so territorialistic. You see what I'm trying to say? Okay. Everything we do is to benefit somebody is in an advantage position That's why you help. The only thing I say, signing up, there are few good people who are selfless people like Jerry Rollins, Sani Abacha. You see what I'm saying? Those two people care from the heart.
Yes.
They are selfless people. They don't care. They don't. You see what I'm saying? They put their life for other people. But majority around West Africa, until we have a Sani Abacha or a Jerry Rollins come through, everybody stay in their corner and develop where you at. Help who you have to help. And Pan-Africanism, I do business right with Africa. I do business right with Africa. And I'm telling you, there's no Pan-Africanism at the border. Every border you go, the custom agent is going to say, where's my own? You're African, where's my own? We're like, wait, if I left this town, by the time I leave my city to get to my destination, my final destination, I don't spend more money on my goods than when I sell them, to the point that the guy that I'm selling it to will be like, oh, the price is too high. I might as well get it from China. You see what I'm trying to say? I'm on the ground.
May I make a submission, please? May I respond? May I respond?
Am I right? See, Salomon
I haven't said anything in a while, okay? I shouldn't have to fight. So, no, I agree with I agree with the brother. He's, as a businessman, he sees the dysfunction. That's just a symptom of the dysfunction overall. But one of the things I have to say, if we're gonna take on this this integrated economy and military, we have to protect what we build, and that's a serious thing that we must be about in the beginning too. That we've got to see beyond West Africa.
Oh, sorry. Valhalla, you can go ahead.
Yeah.
Valhalla,
I don't know what happened.
Oh, okay. What I was saying is that Nigerian Pan-Africanism is a matter of state foreign policy. Like, since after independence, Nigeria kept funding, African states that haven't really got their independence. Nigeria tried to intervene and sent a lot of money to Rhodesia, to Namibia, to South Africa. And if you remember what South Africans actually paid us back with, it's not planned yet. We continue to take that as, the elder that we are. Now, since the time of the Zeke, up to the time of Babangida, we heard that pupils in primary schools and secondary schools were asked to actually give their pocket money, and it was, pulled into an account and sent to the resistance in a lot of parts of Africa. So I think it's a matter of state policy, not an Abacha thing. And yes, I think, but one fundamental problem, I think, is our political elites. The politicians have done so much worse, so worse. And it's just that it just feels like they are just double agents, for sabotaging the Nigerian economy and extraction, and that's all at the end of the day. So everything is on the table right now. We cannot talk of everything's online, but everything is on the table because this is a matter of survival. Let's also approach it as a duality. We need to be defensive and of course try to be offensive, and then we try to build the minds that will sustain tomorrow and generations to come. I'll just keep it there short.
Tonight, let me ask that question tonight.
Let me tell you something. Build your village, okay? When you go to your village, make sure when you're overseas, you send money to build schools. Make sure the kids over there get educated. You have
Who told you I'm not doing? I'm not doing that. Who told
you? Thank you, but that's what you can do. Think of that more than think of the leaders. If you do that, and thousands of us all do that, I'm from Sierra Leone. I do the same thing to my village. You see what
And
I'm saying?
Nigeria is not Sierra Leone. We have to participate.
I'm just saying, everybody do that, and you do that, times thousands and thousands of people, life will be better for the ordinary people instead of looking at the politician.
And also, Salo, we done a lot. Even Zik that you mentioned is where he studied in Sierra Leone. Yeah, even the Zik that you mentioned, he studied in Sierra Leone in Frobe College. We also have done so much things for Nigeria and other countries, but we don't say on the internet. And so this is what we've done for you, you know. So this is Africa, man. We're all one people. We're all supposed to be looking for each other's interests. This is just basic, right? So I'm not. I don't like to come and say, "Oh, I'm boasting." This is the reason why I counteract. What you guys, Nigerian guys, are saying. What you've done for Sierra Leone. I'm just trying to show you, Nigeria done stuff for Sierra Leone, but Sierra Leone also have done stuff for Nigeria and other countries. Because Sierra Leone was set up to. In fact, Sierra Leoneans were the one that helped build most African institutions in the continent. But you don't see. We don't see.
My God, where are you getting all this data from?
Hold on. Let him educate us. Tell us what Sierra Leone has done for the continent, because it's only fair. Let us hear it.
Sierra Leone is the first black country in sub-Saharan Africa that had a university, okay, from a college and a high school and stuff like that. Most of the elites
before Timbuktu,
most of the politics.
We're talking about the thing that the white people set up. You're a funny guy.
White people set up. Okay.
Leave him now.
Okay,
That should be.
No, I'm talking about. I'm talking. No. You know, see you guys. I'm talking about modern universities after
I see.
transatlantic slavery. Okay. So maybe I hope I made it clear. Okay. So thank you. So this is what I'm trying to say.
Question to Nigel. Let me bring back to the subject at hand. Speed is getting ready to come to Nigeria in a few, probably by next week it'll be in Nigeria. What do you think the impact is going to be?
Much more than any other place has happened before.
The impact is going to be great, but the bet is whether it's going to make it out alive.
No, stop. Stop, Niger. Stop. Don't make a joke of it.
No. It's a joke, of course. It's a joke, but Nigeria is quite a lot to take. So
I think it's going to be the biggest. Yeah, it will be the biggest. Okay, I think it's going to be the biggest by far. He's going to have the most subscribers. He's going to have the most attention on Nigeria. 50 million people.
Yeah.
Okay.
He
got 50 million subscribers.
That's one thing I agree with. Yes, I agree with that 100%.
It would be best if he goes to three places like Lagos, Abuja, and then some remote.
He's only staying like for a day or two. So he's
going to try and go to probably Lagos and probably Abuja, because it's 2 days he's staying here. 2 days, Dynas. He's going to be there 2 days.
Yeah,
but I think the impact is going to be big. And guess what? He said he's going to reveal his ancestors' DNA at some point. I think it's Nigeria. I know.
I thought it's from Angola. I thought it's family from Angola.
Because Africa would never.
It's from Angola.
If that guy says it's from Sierra Leone.
No, he hasn't released it yet. He hasn't released it yet. He hasn't released his DNA test yet.
It doesn't really matter that much, man. But then I think.
Why do you hate my country so much, Tunaja? Tunaja, listen. I don't know about Nigeria, but listen.
Attention to your country. I never pay attention.
Sierra Leone, we are very patriotic people. Even though we've been through a war, we have so much trauma and stuff that went on. But we people, we love our country. We don't go out on internet bashing our country and our people. And we don't emphasize on tribalism, okay? So when it comes to that level, we're not the same. Please. I hope you can learn from us. I hope you can learn from us.
No, man, stop talking about the hate.
Nigerian did something to this guy. Nigerian did something to him.
Yeah, but we went back to hate. We went back to hate again. We just went back to hate again. Come on, guys.
Tonight, nobody wants the betterness of Nigeria more than me. Yeah. Nobody wants the betterness of Nigeria more than me, because I got my people there. You got your people there, okay? Just nobody wants hate. Nobody hates any country. But you should stop always.
I don't feel like it's personal for you. A little bit, because
no, it's not. Okay. In West Africa, we do respect everybody in the Far West. We don't. We do have tribalism in a lower level, but it's not at the top. Okay, okay,
You
it's not at the top.
know the funny thing is, I believe
No.
Speed is gonna have Nigeria and Sierra Leone ancestors. Those two,
You
you
think
guys
so?
arguing together,
Ghana
it's gonna
is
be both of
strong
them.
though. Ghana can be strong, so
No,
we don't
it's gonna
know.
be like Idris Alba. It's gonna be like Idris Alba. Mother Sierra Leone, father Ghana,
Yeah, it's gonna be
mother
Sierra
Ghana,
Leone
father
and
Sierra Leone.
Africa, I don't want it to be said alone, man, because we're not going to hear the end of it. North Africa, we are going to hear the end of it.
And also, Dinus, you know, Idris Alba is going on with that Bond Island, yeah, because I saw an interview of one of his guys
I saw it.
on the Sierra Leone media. Yeah, so Idris Alba might be going.
How old was the interview?
Yeah, he basically they were saying they got everything set up. I think that in fact the company that's going to be providing the electricity.
I asked how old was the interview?
About 2 weeks ago, I think, or less.
Can you post the link of it in the chat?
I will.
I know
I
what
will get
Danis
it for
asked
you.
that because Danis,
Yeah.
I think you spoke about it before.
If you go on to the main source in Sierra Leone, Truth Media they call it, yeah, it should be there. There's a guy from London,
What's it called?
Truth Media.
Truth Media.
Truth Media, yeah. If you go on Truth Media, you'll be able to see the interview there from one of his guys. And the company that's going to be setting up the electricity in the island is Octopus. Now, Octopus Energy, they're one of the people that supply me energy in the UK here. So this is how serious the guy is. So something is going to happen. Banff Island is going to be the Mecca of West Africa one day. But we're not going to be talking about it online and showing off. But yeah,
Well,
Truth Media.
that'd be nice. That'd be nice for Sierra Leone. I mean,
yeah, trust me, man, because that place is beautiful, man. You know.
Yeah, it is. The thing about West Africa. I mean, we all one people. I mean, we have certain characteristics, and I mean, we have unity. We unlike what people say. I mean, most of these government, Nigeria and Ghana and other people started this overthrow. You be a military leader, then you turn to a civilian. Shegu Shangari, what's that say? Ibrahim, this dude, Buhari did that. Buhari did that. Rawlings did that. Thomas, I mean, I'm just saying, West Africa is a full of copycats. We copy each other. This guy in Guinea, Dumbuya, is just did the same thing Madabio did in Sierra Leone. So, I mean, West Africa, we are blessed because we have rainfall, we have natural resources. Unless, I don't care what Southern Africa got to say. I mean, we got more natural resources than they do. East Africa doesn't have anything. The only thing about West Africa is the only thing that's holding us back is we have too many tribes and too many vested interests. Everybody got their own territory. Everybody,
all African countries have something.
More in West Africa, I'm telling you.
Yes, am I right? See the Gola Forest. The Gola Forest alone in West Africa, I think, is one of the thickest forests in the whole region. People don't understand that. The Gola Forest.
Anybody come from any part of inside every West African country, the north or south or east or whatever, you go establish a business or you try to do something, you know what they're going to tell you? You're not from here. Everybody got their own region where they're, everybody do what they do. So collectively, people do not want to give up, this thing that the Europeans got. You see, Europeans had to give up a lot to have the European Union and sacrifice. West Africa in particular, everybody got their own thing, man.
But they don't have to give up that much. But they don't have to give up that much because the same people that's in one country, the same people that's in one country is the same people in the next country. So when you think about it, they don't have to give up enough. Because it's the same damn so-called tribe. I don't like to use tribe, but it's the same tribe.
West African tribes are all spread around.
I mean, like when someone was talking earlier, like Sierra Leone, Liberia, the Mano River Union, I'm always promoting that. The Mano River Union is Sierra Leone, Liberia, Ivory Coast, Guinea, and Yeah, these 4 countries that are made of the Mano River Union and that actually have the thickest, probably one of the thickest rainforests in the continent. You know, and in fact, the River Niger that you enjoy in Nigeria is actually coming from there, from the footage alone.
Isn't that a
It goes
great
all the way down.
opportunity for tourism? Wouldn't that make
That's
a great
a
tourism
cheap shot, bro.
industry though?
That was a
Right?
cheap shot to
You see,
Wouldn't that
Niger. That was
you
hold
cheap.
on,
see,
hold on, hold on,
that
hold on. Wouldn't that
that
make a
alone is
great
resources,
tourism industry though?
Actually, the River
big
Niger
time.
begins in Guinea, not Sierra Leone.
Yeah,
Guinea.
no, you get it. That's what I just said. That's what I just
Why are
said.
you saying that?
So then
It's not
Because
Guinea
Guinea,
that
because Guinea,
what
Guinea
would
is
see,
be
part of the
my brother,
Guinea
we're
is part
talking
of the
about
Mano River
geography.
Union.
We're talking
About the
about
Mano River
geography.
Union.
so how do
I'm
you
talking about the
No
Mano.
man created that geography.
okay.
I am talking about the
But the
Mano.
question is, how do
I'm
we
talking about
solve
the
the
Mano
problems?
River Union.
This guy.
I'm talking about the
May I
Mano River
respond? May I
Union.
say something? I was trying to say something.
Yes,
I
Shah.
got cut off. So how do we utilize take the opportunity of the regional, the topography and the natural resources of the area? If we were the think tank of West Africa, what would that area represent? Those 3 or 4
Oh
countries on
God.
the coast. What could we do with
Get
that?
rid of the
Because the
border.
thing is,
This is the sort of
wait a minute, wait a
question.
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I would also throw in the fact that if there's a problem with borders, how do we address the borders so that people who are making a
Knock
living
it
for the
down.
last 30, 40 years, they've been guarding the borders and getting paid and raising kids and building houses and having families because they sit at the border and charging people money at the border. How do we get those people into a different job or industries that we got to create and think about all of those types of things where we can develop our countries? These are the things we need to be
Yes.
thinking about, not about all this negative shit about Pan-Africanism ain't gonna work.
All right,
Nah,
all right.
we got
Can I,
culture, we got
let me speak first, please.
Can I ask?
I
Can I
need to
ask
answer this.
something about
I
border?
need to answer this.
Can I ask a quick
Yeah.
question? Which nation?
Let
Wait,
me answer this
wait,
one
We need
first.
to respond to
somebody,
Shah. You need to.
wait,
Let me ask
You
a
need to
quick question.
respond
guys,
to Shah.
before you ask a
One at
question,
a time.
before you ask
Let
a
me
question, somebody from the panel just put a serious question to all of us, and we just
yeah,
ignored it.
I want to answer.
Why do we
I want
do
to
that?
Yeah, that's a.
What was the question? I
Thank
didn't
you,
hear the
thank you,
question.
thank you,
yeah.
thank you. Because
Good.
they're not
Oh, good
interested in
enough.
that. That's why they're not answering.
What was the question?
You will get it from my
The,
answer.
basically
You
how do we
get it from
utilize
me.
the areas, the geography, the natural resources of certain areas. I see. I wouldn't know about river number 2 if it wasn't for Dynas Demir. I want to go to river number 2. The
come,
yeah, I'm just saying these are things that are happening that we should be looking at. We got the dancing and the drumming of Guinea, they are
It's it.
worldly known. I'm
Yeah.
inspired by their performance at the UN in 1959. The
Thank
performance
you.
that Les Ballets Africains did that was otherworldly. That as a young person, I saw that and it transformed my life. I dedicated my life to doing that art, that tradition. I am a national.
Wow.
They tell me I'm a treasure for the cultures over there. I dance djembe, I dance kutiro, I dance sabar, I do all of that, right? So I'm saying
Wow.
that these are things. These are things that we can be looking at, talking about, utilizing those things, so that those are areas other than the fact that they have bauxite and the highest grade iron ore in Guinea. Other than those facts, there's other things. These are things we need to be
Yes.
thinking about.
All
Shah,
right.
Shah, this is exactly this, Shah, this is what I was saying earlier before you asked the question, because I said the Mano River Union is the best, the
Let me
greatest
answer.
resources that we have. Okay, you can answer. I will shut up. All
Okay.
right.
Thank you. Finally. God. All right. This is it, right? Guys, let's tell ourselves the truth, okay? There are some things that you cannot do from commentating from the outside, and you have to have strategy, you have to be tactical, and sometimes you have to be patient, just the kind of patience that is necessary for an egg to incubate before you have to fertilize the egg, you have to wait for it to incubate, and then it hatches. Good. Let's lay that foundation. Now what I'm saying is that we have to go to the nodes of power, infiltrate. We have to have the ability to infiltrate, operate like a cult of some sorts, infiltrate where the nodes of power is. I'm not going to say anything more than that. And then at some point, we're going to have to force a mishmash of a common narrative that different peoples would, and then there has to be an iron grip, you know, to make people understand and see the benefits. But whatever we do, it has to be done on the basis of justice, fairness, equity, so that people can willingly give their life for this, whatever we decide to call our union, federation, whatever it is. It has to be that way, but we need to go underground. These are not the platforms for those talks. So I will not say anything more than that. But if you know the way the occult operate, they are not doing magic. They are just doing real goddamn long-term strategy, planning, day by day, looking at scenarios, war games, game theory, things like that. Well, I don't know, but I think that's the starting point. All right, now let's keep quiet.
All right, go ahead, Willie.
Peace to the panel.
Hey, Willie, you never paid your $10 tariff.
I'll send it to you now, man. Hold on. Peace to the panel, though. So, it's been a great build. I've been listening. One of my main concerns and questions, not only from, hold on, I'm trying to find you on my Cash App, Dennis. I'm gonna send it in 2 seconds. Hold on. But one of my questions is internally, right? Like me listening to these conversations, I'm always viewing it from the standpoint of a Black American, right? And where I might possibly fit in these conversations, or maybe I don't have any fit, right? But when we look at the relations between Black Americans now and Africans, we are seeing a strain. I personally take a lot of issue with the FBA group, right? And as a self-proclaimed taught from birth, Pan-African, right? I deal with my own, right? Like I deal with FBA. I crash out on them all the time. In terms of this dynamic between the tethers and FBA and all of that, do Africans see any need to correct things on their side where some of the FBA argument might be valid?
Interesting
Because,
question.
Yes,
What valid? Can I say something? What valid points do the FBA bring up?
That's
The
a great
alienation,
question, my brother.
the
And I wanna
alienation is not a good one. Mhm.
and I
Go
wanna
ahead.
first establish, right, that I will never be a part of the goofy movement called FBA. Right?
Well
Before I
done.
answer the question, I want to establish that. But there are certain issues between Africans who come over to America, right? Because understand this whole conversation will only be an American issue, right? We've always had our issues here. We chose to stay here, do our fight here. Now we have a different element that we have to handle, deal with, right? But to your question of what are some of the things that are valid, I always say this to my African brothers, right? In jest, I blame y'all for bringing tribalism to America. American blacks were always pan. We're pan everything. Pan African, pan American, Pan Am. We're pan everything. We wanted to include everyone. When we dealt with the reality of some of the things we saw with African groups that came over to America, and not only did they not deal with us, sometimes y'all don't deal with each other, right? That, for me, excuse me, that for me was the catalyst for this bastard baby that is the FBA, right? Now, Black Americans are becoming tribal. And this was never a part of who my people were. My people, for me, the way I was raised, right? Marcus Garvey could never be called a tether. Bob Marley could never be called a tether. Harry Belafonte, I think he's from one of those islands, right? But in 2025, I'm watching my people become tribal. And this is an element
that wasn't here.
Can I push back? I got to push
Yeah,
Can
back.
I go?
because
Let me start.
Wait,
Let me
wait.
start. Let
I
me
was
say one
first.
thing.
I was first.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Go
and
ahead.
Thank you.
understand,
Hey,
I'm
hold on.
doing this.
Willie. I still ain't got my tariff.
I'm sending it right now. I swear to God. But understand,
Okay.
I just want to say this, and I'm gonna send it.
You're a
This is not a
detractor.
bad faith argument.
No, it is. You're a
Let
detractor,
me let me
and it
let
is
me
not
please come in.
productive at
Let me please
all.
come in because I
It's
spoke
off the
first after
wall.
the
You live
It's
in
speaker.
America? You live
ridiculous.
in America?
Wait. I think
Yes.
the guy came across, and he came across very well. I think he needs a respectful answer. I would attempt to give it. Let me first let you know that tribalism is not introduced into Black America by Africans. When you have East Coast, West Coast rivalries, that is tribalism. When you have gang warfare in America that we've all seen all around the world, that is tribalism. That is blacks against blacks and all the rest of it. So that squashes that out of your mind. I would accept that the African culture and the Black American culture has its direct differences, and
Hey,
they
thank you,
are
Willie. Thank you.
there
Did
are
you hold on real quick? Did you see the message?
Yeah, I did. I don't have to send the
I
seals after you. So we good.
I want the brother to finish, and I want to respond to him, and I'm gonna keep it short.
And
all
I'm
right,
gonna
brother.
chip out
All
Diners.
right,
I'll
all
find
right.
that video for you, Diners. I'll
Go
find
ahead, let
that
the
video
brother
for you next
finish.
time.
My guys,
I'll drop
my
down
Can I
there.
guys,
respond
my
after
Okay,
guys.
see
Jagoon?
you later, guys.
Can I
Yeah, see you
respond after
later.
Jagoon?
Try not to come back. Um, what I want to say to you, sir, is that the tribalism matter I've spoken about. The matter of Africans and the difference of their culture and their values as opposed to Americans, this is the issue that needs to be spoken about. There is a
Mm.
massive difference between the cultures of Africans and the middle class aspirations of the African people that have gone out to the diaspora. They've gone out there to make a much better living.
Yeah.
They have time for mucking about. They've got to
Yeah.
make They've got to make it for themselves. They've got to make it for their families back home. So what they're coming with in their mind is got the American black people are completely ignorant of it. They don't know what it is. They don't know
No,
what
we're
it's.
not. We're not.
Wait.
But
So
I'm
how
hearing
they
what you're
go about
saying.
doing their trade, how they go about doing their business, it is directed to what they believe are the owners of the America. So they're dealing with the white man, and that, in its aspect,
You're saying the Africans that
I
come
have
in.
a complete understing of
Hold on.
why.
You're saying the
Wait,
Africans
let me
that
just
come in.
land. Let me land.
Wait,
You've got to
I want
listen.
to
You've
understand
got to
you, brother.
listen.
I want to
Yeah, I'll take your
understand you.
question. What I'm saying is that this difference, I understand why the black Americans would object to the movements of African people who come to America.
Right.
However, this is the things that we can't just be doing this blame. It doesn't work.
I
We have
agree.
to understand that we are responsible ourselves for our own development or our misdevelopment.
All
So,
right. So real quick. You said a
Yeah,
lot.
well,
I only
Diners.
want to respond to one point. Only
okay,
one in what you said.
yeah.
When you said that the Bloods and the Crips represent tribalism, I have to disagree with you in the context of Black American
I didn't say
reality,
Bloods and
right?
Crips, but carry on. I didn't say
Let me
Bloods and
land.
Crips.
That's what you said. You said
No,
the
I didn't say. I didn't
tribalism.
use those words. I said East Coast, West
Why
Coast.
Oh, okay. I got you. I got you.
why do we
Well,
have somebody from England talking about this?
Yeah,
When
nah, it's a good
it's
bill.
it
an
never
Nah,
lived
it's
in
a
African,
good
America.
bill,
it
That's
should
bro.
the
be an
same thing I was
African that
trying to
live in
say.
America.
Nah,
Okay.
it's a
Let's be
good
Yeah,
bill.
I was
honest, man.
trying to answer the
God.
question because I've been
Yeah,
here
it
28
should be
years.
because the question was directly
Hold
to
on.
Africans that live in America.
Yeah, I've
So
been here
what?
28 years. I was trying to
So
answer
Come
what?
that
on, man.
question
Hold
about
on. To
So
your
Expo.
point, to
what's the
your
God,
order?
point,
What's the
it's
Q
a two
to
order
your
different thing.
point.
after
Hold on.
It's two
Jagoon
different things,
and
man.
To
Got,
my
no, I got, I
question.
got, I got.
You guys who are telling me about geography and where I'm
Hold
living,
on.
you're
But
complete
homie got a
idiot.
Hold
point
on,
though. To my
hold on.
question.
It's two
Let Willie,
different
then
things.
it's Shad, then it's Delroy.
Hold on. To my question, bro is right. Right. The African in America probably has the most valuable response to my original question. But
Yeah, that's what I
I
wanted to
wanted,
answer, but he won't let me.
I wanted,
That's cool.
I wanted to respond to one thing bro said. Yes, you said East Coast, West Coast, right? That wasn't tribal, right? Like the reality of that was contrived, that was created, right? I would argue That's when I brought up the Bloods and the Crips. That's where you might see an element of tribalism, right? But my response to that would be that's not a representation of Black American culture. 85% of Black folk ain't Blood or Crip, right? Just like most people in Nigeria aren't Boko Haram, right? These are the fringe portions of our culture. What I'm saying is Black American culture was always pan. We are Pan-Africanism. We, here in America. What we came to realize was the reality of Pan-Africanism, even if you're going to apply it to the continent, it's a yes. It doesn't mean all of Africa, because a lot of times some of your own will be your worst enemy, right? We had to learn that. We had this reading rainbow idea that Pan-Africanism would link all Black people and we would be this force to fight the cracker, right? I'm saying in our interactions as of late and with social media, we're learning we had a misrepresentation of what we thought Pan-Africanism was. That doesn't mean Pan-Africanism isn't real. That doesn't mean it's still not how I identify myself. But we're learning. We think different from our parents.
Okay, can I get an African response for somebody
Well,
being
I
here
think
28
that's I
years?
think that's a good
I got, I got,
28
I got to
years.
pass. I got to pass it to Shaw. Then I got to pass it to Delroy. Go ahead,
right.
Shaw.
Come on, you guys, listen. You listen to the host. He's saying the thing, and the Delroy's after me. I'll try to be quick. Willie, when you came in, I didn't really know where you're coming from, and I still don't know where you're coming from in a way. The last part of your argument, I'm going to speak to that. I can hear that. I kind of came through that whole thing of Pan Africanism and African centeredness because you can't be Pan Africanist if you're not African centered. You cannot be.
I agree.
You can, and so if you're
Well,
African centered, if you're African centered, meaning you're conscious or you're woke, that's what we used to say. Meaning you know your history, you know who you are, you know your history, where you fit in history, and you know the condition of your people today and why they are like they are today.
but I
Those are
can
things
still
that
be
should go along.
Pan-African and centered here.
No, and when I say African centered, I'm speaking as an African
I
American.
get your
I'm
point.
speaking as someone who's gone through Black studies or has been at least read some books.
Yeah, I'm
You
not
know,
gonna be
read a few
disingenuous. I
books.
get your point.
Right. So the thing is that coming in, bringing that argument as a relevant argument to what we're talking about right now, I'm trying to make sense of it in the first place. I thought it was disingenuous or it was not a good spirit. It
I got
was,
you.
and maybe I can see a little bit of it. Okay, you're trying to figure out. Well, the thing for it, the whole ideology of it is as a person that came through it, it really was about building in the community and understanding the big picture, the macro, which is that we're Black people all over the world and we're being mistreated all over the world
Correct.
on the continent and everywhere we are, we're at the lowest end of everything. And that's one thing that says, oh, well, then what's the common denominator? Colonialism. We've taken, kidnapped, we have that trauma, that Ma'afa
Correct.
or that, Holocaust. We've gone through that, colonization. Okay, we have all of these things that create the situation for us today. What do we do about it? Pan-Africanism. We work in our communities, we understand the ideology, and we want Africa to be free and
Correct.
self-determined and all of that, right? Boom. So now we're talking about Africa being free because that's a major part of Pan-Africanism. We're talking about the nuts and bolts of that. And then you came in saying, as an African American or Black American, whatever you call yourself, right? Well, how do I fit in this picture? That's what I think you're saying, right? How do I fit in this picture as an African American?
I
I'm an
got you.
African American, and I'm saying that we can talk about the things that are happening in Africa if we understand those things. You and me over here, and the brothers from the continent that are in the United States, we can get together and say, what we gonna do? This is simple. We're gonna work together or we're not. We're gonna put our money together or do some kind of business together, or we're not gonna do it. That's simple. All this other stuff about FB and all that is really not relevant. We don't have time for that. We're in a situation now that we gotta build, we gotta do something. I don't care what you do something.
Now your argument comes closer to home, so there's a few more things I would want to respond to, right? So number one, yes, I do identify as a Pan-African, but right? Like I have, as a Black American, legitimate gripes with my bond with Pan Africanism. I will make the argument that Pan Africanism benefited the children of Soweto more than it ever has the children of Baltimore, Maryland, right? Now, I don't want to go that route and create more what is it of a divide, right? But that's a valid argument, right? So that's what my question was. Because again, I stated I in no way subscribe to that FBA narrative. When you say centered in Africa, yes. My argument is always I can't redefine my people. When you look at some of the greatest Black cities, right? The cornerstone of it was what? 1817, the African Methodist Episcopal Church, AME. My people had already defined us, and in doing so, told me who I was. So I feel like that's where you were going with you have to be centered in something. So I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, to the topic of delineation, we delineated a long time ago. When white folk offered us Liberia and said, we will, the ACS, the American Colonization Society, we will run all them Africans out of
What
all
does
their
delineation
offices.
have to do with the conversation that
Hold
we're
on,
having?
hear me out. Let me land. Right? So when white folk told us, we'll send y'all back to Africa, because at this point, we're the Negro problem, right? So they honestly want to get rid of us if we're no longer slaves, right? At that point, when we were offered Africa, right? And the 2% of Negroes that went back, but the overwhelming majority of us said, no, we're gonna stay right here. We're gonna fight our fight here. We already are invested here. We're gonna build here. That was the delineation for me, right? Like none of this new FBA stuff is new or valid to me. We became our own people.
But
The
you're using their talking
ethnogenesis.
points.
Hold on, I'm a
Can I
land.
give you some perspective
I'm a
from
land
an
real quick.
African?
Hold on,
That's
let me land real
FBA
quick.
talking points. Delroy is next.
No, yeah, actually,
Yeah,
Hold on, but let me land real
I'm just
quick.
going to say real quick.
Those
hold
aren't.
on. Let Delroy speak. Then I'm gonna pass the bang. Go ahead,
Can I
Yeah,
Delroy.
land real
After that
quick?
bang.
yeah.
All
I'm
right,
just going to be real
I'll
quick.
wait.
I'm just going to be real quick. In defense of African Americans or Black Americans, it really doesn't matter to me. Coming from Jamaica and growing up here in the U.S., I must say I don't think I would learn about, you know, Pan Africanism. I would learn about myself as a Black man, as an African, if I didn't come here to America. The people that I met, the scholars that I met and studied, right, taught me about Pan Africanism, taught me about Africa. I don't think I would have learned it anywhere else
And brother,
but
we
here.
couldn't have done it without you
Yeah,
and Garvey, right?
yeah, yeah,
You get what
yeah.
I'm saying?
But Garvey came here also.
Yeah, and his
You-
brothers in
That's my
Trinidad
point,
and
bro.
Jamaica.
I
Right.
gotta,
But I'm just
pass.
talking about my point. I'm just talking about me personally. I couldn't have and wouldn't have learned if I didn't come here. You see what I'm saying? Now, also grew up with in New York with a lot of Africans also from the continent itself. You see what I'm saying? So I learned a lot from them. But when a lot of Africans come here, some of them, when a lot of Africans came here, all right, they didn't cling to African Americans. They tend to push away because
Tribalism.
those folks told them, listen, don't get with these folks here, all
Hmm.
right, because of so and so and so, the nonsense, the divide. You
You
see what I'm
from
saying?
Flatbush? I know
So
where you at.
right. So that's the problem. That's the problem with that. Yeah, Flatbush. That's the problem.
I
That's the
already
problem.
knew,
That's the
bro.
problem
I
with
know
that.
my own.
Okay, good. That's the problem with that. You see what I'm saying? So the worst thing that could happen to white folks is for African Americans and Africans to get together. Right
I
now,
agree.
they are canceling passports. And I mean passport even for white people. I don't know if y'all saw that. They are
I
canceling
I need
people.
I need to get context on that.
Yeah. People, what I mean, canceling diners, they like people are flying to a country, right? I'm including white people because they
Yeah,
the one
yeah,
obviously complaining mostly.
I need more context on why they're
It's
canceling.
more of an attack on
Right. You
Jesus.
see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I'm not.
But
You know.
it boils down to African Americans and Americans in general
Right.
are moving out the country, especially white Americans. They have more white American moving out the country than
Yeah.
black Americans. That's a fact.
You'd
You see
be
what I'm saying?
surprised.
So
Yeah.
so the point is they definitely, it will be a fight. I'm telling, it'll be war before they let African Americans walk out of America freely. They won't do it because they are the core of this entire country, the most patriotic people I ever seen. This shit is crazy. I grew up with them. You see what I'm
All the
saying?
way, all the way back to the
African Americans
Revolutionary
are the
War,
most
bro.
patriotic people, unfortunately, there
Christmas
is. And
addicts.
they know that, and they will not allow them to leave or help develop Africa or anything like that without a fight. That's all I'm
Well
gonna say.
said. Well said.
All right, let me pass the mic to Bang. Go ahead, Bang.
All right. I think I've mentioned this before, right? The biggest difference in my view, like when it comes to like Africans and then black people in America, right? Africans are not race conscious. So you like black people in America, they race conscious because America is a race country. In
It's
Africa now,
tribal.
no, it's not it's not designed like that. From the
But no, you're saying
from the
Africans in
foundation,
America.
it's not designed like that. It's not designed like that in a way that America is, because America
Right.
is a race country. So when
Right.
you young as a you didn't say as a 2-year-old or 3-year-old, you start differentiate race, and then you grow up with that as well. But in Africa, it's not like that. So Africans are not race conscious
It's
like
more
you guys.
tribal. You're
No, in the
Igbo.
sense
You're
that no,
Hausa.
no,
You're
no,
Fulani.
no. In the sense that I won't say travel. In the sense that it's just how human beings are. We fought for resource and supremacy. Just like in America, the white people fight for supremacy. The black people does it too. The Latino does it too.
Facts.
It's just that somebody has to be at the top of the game. You understand me, right? So
Yeah.
this is how the world works. In Africa now, it's not white versus white, or it's not white versus black or Latino. It's more of like, oh, this is my lineage. This is my ethnic group. So we fight for supremacy. So we go against other people as well. It's the same thing, in America.
Wait. For what ends? What's the end goal of
The ends,
fighting
okay.
others?
I'm gonna say this right, because sometimes the black folks in America. Let's be honest. There wasn't a point where all black people in America were 100% unified or agree to everything. You go back in history when you look at the
No,
churches.
you
Let's be fair
obfuscated
here.
that. You obfuscated what I asked you. I was asking you
What was
to
the
what?
question?
Why do you fight for dominance in Africa? What's the reason?
Because that's how the world operates.
No,
Think about it. If
no,
you
they don't. They do it for a reason because of Europeans scarcity of resources, and so the fight is who's going to get the resources. In Africa, we didn't have that scarcity, so if we're fighting
No,
for
we
dominance,
did. No, we did,
no,
we
we
did.
did
Let me tell you
not.
why. No, we did because at the end of the day, right? If your ethnic group had an empire, they conquered some other ethnic group for them to be an empire. You understand me, right? So you
But
fought other tribes, and then you had to be the superior.
so wait,
Some of them
brother.
flee,
The point he's
and then you
making,
you
though,
take over their land.
I'm gonna give you the floor right back. But the point he's making is the continent as a whole, right? It didn't have the need to look outside of itself, right? Like that's what literally got my people kidnapped. Those white folk had to look outside of Europe. They had to go outside of. They didn't have the natural resources that the continent has
It was it was
to do
it
all the
was
beautiful things my people did. You get what I'm
it
saying?
was
And when I'm saying my
yeah.
people, I'm saying you.
No, it was more of like they use other tribes, like especially like minor tribes as well. Because if you look at West Africa, the Bambara and the Fulas had a lot of empire between that time.
But
The
that's
entire West
local,
Africa.
bro.
No, I'm saying, when they came in, they had to use some type of tribe to work with them. And then at the end of the day, they gained hands, and then eventually they conquered the the bigger tribes.
To
The
control
argument
trade.
that many
To
the
control
argument that
trade.
many black Americans like myself have is at the point where we were enslaved, sent to America, right? The real issue
Like
was Africa never had to look outside of itself. These white folk had to look outside of themselves. So they created a culture of war. They created the sciences of being able
No,
to
it,
gun down a
yeah,
whole
yeah,
village.
of course,
it's
hundred
Right.
percent,
deeper than that.
100%. Like for instance, let me bring it back to America, right? You know, like it was a time that black folks called other black folks country. It was like insulting. Oh, you from the country? Let's be fair. You understand me, right? If that was Africa, now you basically calling somebody else country that speaks different language, that has different ethnicity. You understand me, right?
But
So
but
in some
wait,
point, when people up in East Coast and the North calling people in the South country, it used to be an insult, right? Right or wrong?
well, you got to look at how that all
No,
played out. Hold on, hear me out. So the term homeboy, right? That's a very old term, and it referred to people from back home, right? Like black people that moved to New York, they came from Mississippi, South Carolina. When your cousins from South Carolina come up to New York, that's my homeboy. That's why he's dressed so weird. That's why he's dressed so country, as you put it.
yes, but
But when you
yes, but
say,
yes, but yes,
but
but
wait, and I'm gonna land here. When you say we weren't unified, I gotta be honest. If I look at the '60s, right, none of us are looking for perfect. But in the '60s, the black community was unified. We all
what I'm trying
had.
to
Mhm. Go
what
ahead.
I'm trying to say is there was some type of difference going on in each group and stuff like that. Let's be fair, because then if it wasn't, the white people would never crack that code. The white people would never use other black people to to take out this target or take out this target. You understand me, right? So at the end of the day, like when Africans come here now, the issue is just now the black people in America are not in position of authority for the African to submit. If you go to Africa now, it's the Africans you have to submit to. Meaning that now the ethnic group that's in charge of whatever country you go to, you got to submit to them for what you want to do. You understand me, right? If I come here, I don't really have to submit to y'all. It's not. I'm not trying to take it into an insult. What I'm trying to say is the battle, the race battle. The black folks in America are not in position where they should. If you're not in a certain position where you should, you cannot demand certain things.
Well,
Now here's the thing
You
that's
as a
understand me, right?
problematic with
minority.
that
It's the same
argument.
thing. Yeah, it's
I
the same thing.
understand
It's
your
the same thing
argument.
in Africa. It's the same thing in
Hold on,
Africa.
real quick. I understand your argument, but here's what's problematic with that, right? When Africans come here, they're not moving to Calabasas. They're not moving to Miami, right? They're moving, the
Okay.
Nigerians are moving to Houston, where black people have a stronghold. So there is, or should be, a certain understanding that, yeah, I do have to build with the people that I'm coming to live around. This is how terms like tether are created.
Okay.
If
Good
you,
question.
hold on, and I'm gonna land here. Because again, I don't support the FBA. I kick their backs in every chance I get. But some of their gripes are legitimate. So when you talk about a term like tether, if you think you can move into a black community, right, and you only have to submit, and I'm being funny in saying that, but how you're prefacing it, I only have to submit or deal with the white man and not the people whose communities I'm coming into. Not
You
not in the context of a history. We're just coming over here with your skin.
you
These
missing it. You
same
missing it
people
when I
could violate you. Go
you
ahead.
missing when I said submit.
Mm.
Man, I wasn't trying to use it as an insult. I live in DC, right? Since 1998. It's a
Now
black
you were
city.
being honest.
It's a black city. It's a black city, right? I cannot do nothing without the authority of a black people,
Oh,
black
you a
Americans, right?
Wale.
Let's be
You a
you
Wale.
understand me, right? Okay. So yeah, so it didn't even point, right? It's up to the black people that control the city to to determine how far I could go as an African. It's up to them to say, okay, well, this is what you got to do.
But that
This is
wasn't
not,
the
you know what I'm saying?
argument you were just making, though, bro.
No,
What you were
no,
saying
because it
was,
have.
You were saying was when Africans come over here, they have to deal with the white man and they don't really have to consider black people. Now you're changing your argument. And I know that's your
No,
reality
I'm not
because I
changing
know
the
you're a
argument.
Wale.
I'm not changing the argument. What I'm trying to say is now, if the black people in America was really connected to each other, there's no way an African cannot submit to them, especially if you live in a black city.
What is
Maybe
a
you
Wale?
know
Another
What is a
choice of
Wale?
words than
It's a
submit.
rapper. It's a rapper. It's a rapper
a
that's from
Wale
DC.
is a
That's what it is.
black is a man of direct African lineage that is
He's from
so
his
engrossed in
father from
black culture, he's one of us.
his father
That's
from
a Wale.
Nigeria.
Maybe
Yeah, yeah.
submit. There's a better word than submit. We
Yeah,
get
my
that
bad,
the
my
I was
bad,
fact
my
gonna
that
bad,
come
my bad,
back
my
to
there
bad.
that.
there
Go
won't
ahead,
be a
bro.
welcoming committee for African continental Africans or Caribbeans or black folks from other places. You're not going to get a welcoming committee saying come and welcome here, and you should. I mean,
No, what I'm
we could
You a
be like
liar.
that. We could have
it's
nonprofits in every
supposed to be
major
like that.
city
It's supposed to
You
be
a
that
like that
liar.
because
You must have
because of
never
because of
been to the
America is a race country.
what's the
no, I'm
parade
just saying that we can
in
work
Brooklyn?
together more. We could work together more. We just have to put our mind to
You
it.
must have never been to the Labor Day parade. That's a welcoming
So
party.
I'm sorry, but a
That's a
parade
welcoming
is
party.
not this is a 1 day event. It is
I'm
not
just saying
a
it's I'm just saying
yeah.
it is a
And
welcoming
then
party.
when you welcome people, you should be welcoming them into your businesses, into your community centers and your
Like for
different
instance,
institutions.
my
Now,
first
And we
day,
don't
my
have
first,
institutions like that, right?
my
Because
first,
we ourselves haven't done the work that we need to do to
now,
be able to bring folks
now
into
we're
the
getting
fold.
somewhere. Now
my
we're
Yeah.
first
getting
day,
somewhere.
my first day in school, right? My first day in school when I came to this
Let me
country,
go
right?
after Wale.
My first day in school, right? When I came to this country, right?
I
It
say
was
that out of love, bro.
no, I understand, man. I ain't taking none of you. You good, man. When I came to this country, right? The girl that walked me to school, right, was a black American. Her mother came out, dressed me up very nice, you know what I'm saying? Like, tell me, you gotta do this, you gotta do this and everything, right? She actually took me and my and my family member to school. She walked us to school with her daughter. Went to school, she showed me everything, this and that, right? That school right there was run by black Americans. It was 90 to 95% black. If you go to that same school right now, it's the opposite. Latinos have taken over.
Sheesh.
It's not the Africans. Latinos have
Yeah.
taken over. Latinos, they took down all the pictures, all the great principals, the great teachers that were black Americans. You understand me, right? They had everything in Spanish and everything. And these are the things.
My
This is
argument
in the
is
black city.
always on
This is
numbers
in the black
alone.
city.
My argument is always on numbers
But
alone.
you see where I'm
Why
coming
would
from,
black
right?
Americans care about Africans when Latinos are taking over our schools, as you're saying? I get
But you see where I'm coming from,
exactly
right?
what
In
you're
a black
saying.
city, in less
I
than
agree.
what? 25 years.
Yeah.
Ain't a black city. So it's like, how can you tell somebody else coming from another country that's not race conscious? Africans are not race conscious, honestly speaking. We not. We more of like ethnic group
I
wise.
think that is true. African Americans are more racialized. As a matter of fact, I think that is one of the greatest gifts they can give Africans to become more aware of their surroundings.
But
And
it's been one of the worst things for us.
yes, it's one of the worst things, but in conversely, it's one of the best because you can see the world in the true face. Because Africans, all they see are their leaders that are oppressing them. They don't see the people behind them, but
I'm with you,
you can
Sinaja.
see them.
I'm with you.
So
And the
that is what.
institutions of extraction too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
So, no, sorry. Let me just finish what I was saying. So
Okay.
it also makes sense that the continentals are the majority of the people that are replacing the black population, the minorities, because they are in the continent. And the earlier discussion regarding why Africans versus the rest of the world in terms of why we don't compete as aggressively as they did. One, I think we were competing aggressively when we had encounters. It's just that the churn of encounters was higher in that equator, that latitude. Because if you look at that latitude, that Levant area and that area, they are the ones that govern. They have been ruling the world for thousands of years. And if you look at the nations with that are around that this latitude, they tend to be India, China, what they call it, Mongolia. You see Persia. Babylon, all of them, all the way to Greece. And the competition in those areas was very, very tight. This is the first time in history, actually, that people from the north, that's the Anglos, are the ones dominating the world right now. This is the first time in history that has ever happened. And I fear that it's actually returning back to that region again. And that is why the competition is not as it's more aggressive in that area, because they are competing continuously, and the quantity of people that we're competing to. India has always outnumbered many African countries, in short, almost the entire African continent at one point. And China too, high population because of their rice consumption and all the rest. So the churn in that area was a lot higher, and the competition, and not to mention the freezing, the freezing north. So, when you are freezing, cold kill faster than heat, cold is diabolical. So it's very, very harsh for them. Can you imagine living in the north without inventing a cloth? You have to have something to cover yourself. So you are forced to invent, you are forced to compete, and you are forced to fight for survival constantly. And because of that, here we go. They are very, very, very aggressive. So that's what formed them. We are not, formed that way with the abundance we have.
But we
As
do
far
need to
as
get
what
more
tonight
conscious race, though.
invention?
We do need to become more conscious race.
Yes.
100% agree. We do.
Yeah,
Africans,
let
Africans
me
need
just
to.
stop, please. I've been trying to talk
That's what
since.
I wanted to hear.
Oh my. All right.
No, you're right, man. Africans do need to, because end of the day, we're not taught to be like that. We're not, honestly speaking, we're not. We can see ourselves as black, but at the end of the day, like 95% of us see ourselves by what our group is, our ethnic group. Honestly speaking.
Which is very
look,
true.
bro,
Which is
Tonight,
so wait,
Let
real quick,
Val
bro.
Holland talk.
So what creates a
Let
group
him
like
talk.
the FBA,
Let
right?
Val Holland
That
talk,
was a
y'all. Come on.
sobering thing for us to see. We always
Will.
viewed it as we are all black people, right? Like black Americans. We lived for this dream that we would connect with the continent and we would all just be one big group of black people, right? That's what my mama taught me. That's what my
Wall
daddy
Street
taught me,
Will.
right? Now,
And it's happening.
2025.
Is it not happening with the AES? Go ahead,
No,
Valhalla.
it's not
Let Valhalla
happening.
get in. He's trying to
No,
say
it's not
something.
happening.
It is with the
All right.
AES. It
I
is
think you are
So allow
just
me to respond.
with the
you have
AES.
The
It is happening.
AES biggest opponents are other black countries. Ivory Coast, for
Yeah,
instance, right?
but you got to
Hold
start
on. Hear what I'm
somewhere.
saying. Hear what I'm
You got to
saying.
start somewhere,
Hear what I'm
right?
saying, though. I'm
But
just dealing with
we're
the
kind of
context.
hogging.
Hold
You're
on. Hear what
hogging
I'm
the
saying.
thing.
I'm just dealing with the context of how black Americans viewed Pan-Africanism. We fought for other countries, black countries, to be able to come here to America, because our belief was we
No,
could have.
can you
Let me
listen for
finish.
a
Let me
minute?
land.
Let me
Can I
answer. Let
land?
me give
Just
you.
let me
you're
Let
land.
me
talking
give you.
about
You
a
Let
have
me
friends
already
just
group.
said
land,
this
bro.
over and over again. I've gotten your point. Let me answer you.
Go
Are
ahead. Go
you
ahead before somebody start talking.
all right? Now, what you have to understand is the fact that for you to for all of us that are here, the common denominator is our black ancestry. And that common denominator, if you look at the people we are competing with, they are anchored by a common, all right, for example, the capitalism in the United States, all right, where did that capitalism comes from? You look at what Max Weber wrote. Well, let me finish. I'm trying to make a point. I'll get to you. So the Protestant ethics and the spirit of capitalism, that's a correlation. Now, you have a religion, even if you tell yourself that story and you accept it, and the Levantine people that Tunanja was talking about, yeah, all of them, if you see, they coalesce along a religion and then a race. Two things come together. The Chinese, Buddha, Confucius, and then their race. The Indians, I'm coming, I'll get back. All right, oh, good. Now, let's come back to us. Now, the reason why we have to make a harder sacrifice is to transcend tribe, to transcend whatever it is that you think it's a difference. Instead of looking at the negatives, we look at the positives, and we would then coalesce around our race And then we have to do the hard work of reigniting a common story, common history. It doesn't have to be the right exact thing that happened, but it has to just be enough of facts in history that we can point to that will build the minds of the next generation. So common ground. Everybody has to sacrifice something. Now, if you keep going back to the delineation and we keep going back to our tribes, then we are not going to make any progress. Now, as far as this project is concerned, it needs a lot of sacrifice. Like our ancestors have been defeated, tortured, colonized. Our brethren have been taken as slaves. We have a lot of work to do. So for us in this generation, ours is not to complain, to keep looking back. Ours is to find the solution right now. So how do we move forward? This is the cards that life has given us. Now, if life gives you lemon, I think we should try to be making lemonade. Now, let's just look forward and face our challenges head on. And that is what will be. And of course, there will be the detractors. Of course, there will be fifth columnists. And then we have to also be so strong in faith and getting ready to deal with whatever threats that comes to us. So the overall of the community is our goal to survive, to thrive, and to reclaim what is ours. And I think it can be done, but we need to pay a lot more sacrifice because we have been down for a long, long time. There is so much to do.
And what does that
That's the
sacrifice
key
look
word you
like?
just said right there. Sacrifice.
Right.
So
What
this
does that look like?
generation, this generation doesn't know anything but sacrifice. Everybody's selfish, man.
Yeah, but what does
Everybody's
that look like?
selfish.
Does it look like that we are not going to be driving Maybachs, the presidents and the billionaires well, first of all, no billionaires, right? No billionaires, no over 100 millionaires. Really serious. We need to be talking about those things and thinking about those things. And the president and his cabinet are not going to be driving Audis and Maybachs and all of this stuff. What else sacrifice we talking about? What's
You
the
know what I'm
sacrifice?
talking about? I feel like China, their CEOs of their companies own 1%. The rest of the employees run the rest of the shares. That's why people are motivated to work with those companies and they set their targets. Wealth distribution is the biggest thing.
Let me also
Did you actually say that the CEOs own 1%?
CEOs in China's corporations own 1%. That's a law. They passed that law. Most of the employees own the rest of the other percentage. Then they got their stock market is more retail. It's not institutionalized. So individual people can benefit. That's how China set up their corporations.
How do we redistribute the wealth in South Africa?
How do we redistribute the wealth in Africa? That is the problem. Greedy politicians, the elite, are holding on to every way of making money in Africa. The politicians, the elites, the well-to-do people, that is the problem.
You're going to be called a socialist. You're going to be called a socialist. And
No, but America, in the United States, we had a large middle class. America is a capitalist country, and even though the 1% controls 90% of the resources, the middle class benefited. There was one time when before the
used to be a
tariff,
middle class.
well, they
it used to be a middle class,
and they didn't
but
have 90%
that's my
of the
idea.
wealth then. They didn't
No,
have
but you see what I'm
90% of the
coming-
wealth back
but-
in the 50s. When we
I know, but you see where I'm coming from.
Yeah,
You
I
can
do.
redistribute the wealth with better
A
jobs,
large part of the
education.
American middle class borders on poverty.
Right.
Like
But you know that's the
The,
fight.
the middle class is over in America.
It's
So the-
over, but
so
you
it-
catch
so-
my drift. You
It's
see what
not
I'm saying?
over.
Right,
You gotta
but
redistribute
here's the
the
thing,
wealth.
though. The thing is already what Ibrahim Traore did and what Tiani did and whoever else is taking. He took back some of those mines. He jailed some of those people too. Those companies put them in jail for a while. Maybe I think there's one still in jail, but he made some of those mines state mines. But he also did give Russia licensings for the third or fourth largest mine. He gave Russia some licensing for a period of time. So that's part of his politicking that he did. But he's nationalized some of those wells, and of those mines, not wells, mines. But what I'm saying though is that as that happens more and more, that becomes a fight to those companies, which is who? The United States and Europe. So there's no way you're gonna avoid that
Conflict.
elephant in the room. So that
No, man.
means
Listen, bro.
your strategy has to be that you're ready to engage in your military and your guerrilla war and your what you're gonna do. And
Y'all are
if you're
not
not
ready for
ready to
that.
do
Okay,
that,
let me give you an
you're
example.
not
Let me
ready
give
to
you an
put your
example,
life
right?
on the
They
line
won't
to
give
sit
up
your
without a
ass
Okay, let
fight.
down.
me give you an example. Let me
Nobody's
give you
ready
an
for
example. You
that.
got a 401k, right? You got a 401k, and that money you put up some of it, your company puts some of it up. That's
Correct.
distribution of wealth.
Six
Now that
percent
money is
match.
growing in the stock market, right? The wealth, you don't know what
Wait.
Take
You
take
said that's
take
a
your 401k.
distribution of
Anybody
wealth.
have 401k? Take it out. Take it out.
Wait. You said that's a distribution of wealth?
yeah, if you have 401k in the stock market, that's part of
Bro, you
distribution
talking about
of
United
That's
wealth.
not a
States.
distribution of
You
wealth.
talking about United States.
It
That's
is
not the
wealth.
reality of Africa. 401ks are
Well,
not a
well,
reality of
I'm not
Africa.
okay. Well, what I'm trying to, it's an example. We have to find some kind of ways in which we distribute wealth is redistributed to
You
people.
gotta
I
take
just
it.
use 401k as one of the
But
examples.
Yeah,
I
no,
I
no,
want to
don't
no.
be
think you
That's a
clear.
bad
understand.
example. You're gonna have to
Can I,
take the
I wanna
resources
be
Guys,
back.
clear.
guys,
A
it's,
401k
it's
isn't
not
a
time to talk
distribution
about
of
money
wealth.
yet.
You're gonna have to do
I
what
don't
Robert
think it's.
Mugabe
Hold
did.
on. A
You're gonna have to do what
401k
Robert
isn't a
Mugabe did.
distribution of wealth. What a
Man, can
distribution
we
of
get back to
wealth is,
the topic, the
what
question
what a
that
all right, good,
like
bro.
look at this, right? I give you an example, right? That's a friend of mine, a black American, right? So his aunt just passed away a couple months ago, right? So he's basically about to get, like, let's just say, like, over $100,000
Mm-hmm.
and a house.
Mm-hmm.
You understand me, right? So, like, if an African come to this country, right, there's no way you can compete with that individual, because obviously this this guy right here just got over $100,000 in cash.
Now
But
here's
then,
the problem,
But
bro.
that's not the
but then,
subject, though. We're talking
no,
about
no, I'm saying, no,
No,
I'm
that's a
saying,
good
I'm
point.
saying,
that's
listen.
American,
I'm saying,
privilege and
That's what I
no,
wanted to
high
go
no,
to. But
economics and
that's
hold on,
shit.
hold on.
that's
Let him
no,
land. Let him land.
that's a generation of your people working hard and creating something for you, so that you could turn it into something else.
Correct.
So
In,
you
in
understand me,
in
right?
25 years, we're projected to be at zero wealth as a group of people. In
So,
20
That
to
just
30
tell
years.
okay,
but wait,
once again,
before we go there, because you brought up a
right?
valid point, right? So,
Once again,
at
it,
one point in my career, hold on. At one point in my career, I was a financial advisor, right? What I don't think a lot of people understand is poor whites inherit tons of money. You will have a dude that's a whole mechanic, right? And we get that, contract to be their retirement advisors. And so they tell you what they have. They want you to help them plan. They have 700,000 sometimes coming from a mother that passed away that gives them everything, right? Like, when you're talking distribution of wealth, you're talking about attacking that, not a person saving for their retirement. That's not a distribution of wealth. Distribution of wealth is the fact that you can mop floors as a white man and have a granddaddy that leaves you enough money to retire comfortably for the rest of your life.
That's not distribution of wealth. That's the inheritance of wealth.
Well, I'm saying that. Well,
Redistribution of wealth is when you take what people have
correct.
taken from
What,
you
what
and you
If
Gaddafi
you
did?
understood
redistribute
my
it
point, bro,
through an
I'm saying
economic or political system,
that's
some
what you
kind of
would
way.
have
no,
to
no,
What,
attack
what,
no.
to deal
what
with a
Let me
Gaddafi
add
did?
distribution of
let me
wealth.
add to
You
what I was
understood
trying to
my
say.
Like
point.
what
Let me
Robert
add
Don't
Mugabe
do
let
did.
me
that.
let me add
Hold
to
on,
what
And,
I
real
was
and
trying to
quick,
say,
real
Gaddafi.
right?
quick.
Let me add to what I was
Yes,
I
trying to
just
say,
want to
yes,
make
right?
like
sure bro
Gaddafi.
If you
understand my point. My
hold
point
on, hold
wasn't
on. If
that
you
the inheritance was a distribution of wealth. My point was that's the wealth that needs to be redistributed. A person working and investing in their 401k That's not a distribution of
So,
wealth.
and if you're talking about United States, how do you redistribute wealth like that in United States? Somebody that has generational wealth because of they granddaddy was a
That's the
slave owner,
conversation. Correct.
or their granddaddy was a slave owner, or they were a little company that was supplying tools to the slave owners, and they made money from the peripheries of slavery. That was what our
Yeah,
folks did for 300 years. I'm just saying
that's
that
every company.
inheritance. Right. So that inheritance, right, and that building of wealth through this whole group of people from another group of people, how do you redistribute that wealth in the United States? Since y'all want to talk about United States, because I'm talking about Africa, right? Really,
No,
more
no,
so that's what we need to be
because
talking about.
no, because then if when you look at like a bunch of black folks in this country, right? Thousands and thousands of them get like wealth from their parents passed on, right? So at the end of the day, if the black people in America, right, are so like connected to each other, and then they not tribalists the way they say Africans are, they should use money like this to benefit them and their people, to benefit their own community as well. But like majority of the time, half of this money it's not even being used in their own community as well. Instead, they take this money, go buy things that don't give them a return. Like expensive cars, jewelry and chain, and all these things. Take expensive vacation as well. So when you
That's
look at
not
it now,
redistribute. That's not
that's what I'm
redistribution
trying
of
to say.
wealth.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's the
So
whole
if
thing.
it's as 40 million
When people are
people.
saying Black Americans are so like connected to each other, you understand me,
Yeah.
right?
So
To me, that's not like you're not being honest with yourself.
reparations could be a redistribution of wealth if it happens, but I wouldn't say hold your breath on it. I would say you're going down the right line. In my opinion, you're going down the right line by saying
You're fucking
take
good.
our money as a community and start pooling it together and start building industries in our communities. That's doable, but we don't have the mindset to do that.
But hold on a
How
second.
do you get the mindset to do that?
Yeah,
Hold
but
on a
yeah, but at the
second.
same time, you got certain Black people that say, "Oh, Africans come in, they build shops and all that. Like they don't put nothing in the community as well." So, you understand? What about these people that collect money that they didn't even work for it? I know somebody is that collect over $200,000. I mean, you're not seeing the same people put in their own community as well. Some of them actually moved to a white neighborhood.
Real
You
quick,
understand?
right?
So
Real
this one, I
quick.
don't understand how some people, got like, you're not judging the other side, but then you want to accuse the other side as well.
Hold on, Wale, real quick, right? To my other Black American brother, I wanted to run something past you, right? So, what would you? And this is kind of off topic, but what do you think about the idea of piecemealing reparations, right? Like going at it a la carte, one thing at a time, right? So if we started with education, right? The fact that blacks couldn't learn how to read under the threat of death, right? We could go to Plessy versus Ferguson and other documented cases, right? And point out that there was clearly, because again, I'm arguing as a US citizen after 1865, right? So there were things done to purposely hold back my people, right? Plessy versus Ferguson, whatever. And we can point to all the talking points that people hold against us. Lowest graduation rates, lowest enrollment in college, right? And say, yeah, here is a clear issue. So what I would ask for in this reparations package, it might contain other things, but one of the main parts would be to say that any black kid that decides to go or gets accepted to an HBCU, right? He automatically gets a free ride, right? Now, so
Okay,
hold
let me
on, real
respond
quick.
to
Who you
that.
gonna ask for it?
Hold on, real quick to your point.
Who are you gonna ask for it? Who? Who are you
I'm
gonna ask?
I'm talking to the federal government. I'm saying if a black American kid that can connect himself back to, and I wouldn't even say slavery, right? For me, reparations even deals with the 60s, but whatever. However it's defined, and if you can prove that your family was impacted,
All those
cool.
studies are done. Criteria has been done. All
You,
that's
you,
done. Go
Right.
ahead.
The white
So
government is not going to give it to
hear
you,
what I'm
bro.
saying.
Forget it.
But
Forget it. They're not going to give it to you.
Elroy says no
You got to
reparations.
take it. They ain't
Let's
going to
take
be
it
no
slow.
reparation unless
Let's
you
go
take it.
slow. Let's go
But
slow.
I mean, even if we were to play,
Hold
if we
on.
were to say
Power
that
is
what
not
Something
given, it's
like a
taken.
no,
free
we
ride
get
in
you Wall Street.
college,
Wall
I
Street, we get you.
believe is
We get you.
attainable.
You
We get you
believe
Wall
that will
Street.
work.
But
It ain't going to work.
I would say in response to or to answer Wall Street's thing is
Yeah, I didn't get it out
that the
yet.
white folks when they got land grants, they didn't piecemeal land grants. They gave these folks
That
land
is
grants so
true.
that they could be farmers, and they gave them education to be able to develop those things. They didn't even
Everything
know
you
how to
said
do
was
it.
right and exact.
Right.
Right?
So
But
I'm
hold on.
saying, why should we get piecemeal when folks who came to these were people
That's
coming
a
to the
great
country from
question.
other places that did not piecemeal that, and
That's a great question.
they didn't piecemeal the Japanese. They gave them their little $20,000 or whatever it was. They didn't piecemeal them. They gave them it to them all at once.
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know the history, right? But here's the reality. The conversation of black reparations from slavery and from everything we've through in America is over 100 years old, right? The conversation of reparations.
More than
My
that.
argument, hold on. My argument is this. If we dealt with something starting as simple as education, this is something that can't be denied. Plessy versus Ferguson cannot be denied, right? Separate but equal, that can't be denied. This would be easily won. So back to the earlier conversation of what is actually wealth distribution. If a parent like myself, with what I'm paying for my son to go to a 4-year university, if I didn't have to pay that, yeah, that's wealth distribution. So now we could determine our own impact. What we do with that money from there, that's on us. We either sink or
You're
swim on that.
never going to get it. Never going to get it. Never.
I don't say that when I look at on a geopolitical level, different levels of reparations that have been given out. I think,
Power is not
hear what I'm
given,
saying.
it's taken.
Hear what I'm saying. When you look at different forms of reparations, right? And I'm a student of American history. So I know the Chinese
Them
in
crackers, they don't
America.
give it to you.
Hold on, let me finish. I know the Chinese in America got reparations. I know the Japanese in America got reparations. I know right now,
You're not going to get it.
I know white men in America right now
Okay.
are
Until we
asking
get
for
it.
reparations. Hear
Right.
me
But
out.
until we get it,
Hear
because
me
it
out.
could take
Hear
10
me
years.
out. Let me land.
10 years? How about 200?
Can
Right.
I
It could
land?
take 200 years.
All right, never
So
mind.
Until you
in
take
the
it, you're not going to
meantime,
get it.
right. In the meantime, what do? We just wait till we get reparations? I
Hell
don't think
no.
so. I don't think so. So
Wait
what can we
until you
do
give
though? You can
reparations
take
has never been the
Netflix,
argument. If we were
Netflix.
waiting until we got reparations, I wouldn't have a Mercedes Benz and a BMW in my driveway.
Okay, that's good.
Waiting was never the argument.
That's good. That's good for you
So
The
and
let's
your
not worry
argument is
family.
about it.
accomplishing the
But the
goal.
question that we're talking
I'm
about is
saying let's
not
stay focused.
okay.
The
So here's the
argument
focus.
isn't, hold on. The
But here's the
argument
focus
isn't
though.
about,
Check it out. Check it out.
yeah.
If in 20 you're doing this and there's other people in Buckhead and in Baldwin Hills and in PG County that got cars and got houses and doing these things, right? If that is the case, why is it that we are as a 40 million people, as a group of 40 million people, gonna be at zero wealth in 20 to 30, whatever the years is, 20 to 30 years, we'll be at
Don't let it
zero
happen.
wealth when you and these other people in these areas are coming up, got money, and they got why?
Yeah, I don't believe that.
No, I do because I can
I
see,
know you do.
and the reason I can see that is because it's
You know what else
explained.
I don't
It's
believe?
explained.
I don't
It's
think
Right.
that's going to
Let me
explained.
happen.
point something out to you.
That
You
ain't
know
going to
something
happen.
else I don't believe? I don't believe blacks have 30 trillion or whatever that number they throw
It's
out in
3
spending
trillion.
power.
It's three trillion.
Whatever it is, right? I've looked at the calculation enough to understand they're not factoring in rent. They're not
No,
factoring
they're
in car
not. That's
payments.
spending money.
So
They
hear
don't.
what
They
I'm
don't factor that in.
understand what I'm saying. Hear what I'm saying, right? No, I don't believe these doomsday projections that we'll have zero wealth. We're
But
still
here's our
gonna have
indicators,
something with
though.
what I'm doing
What
with
is our
my family.
employment rate out of all the ethnicities in this country? Where do we sit with
I don't think you
unemployment
understand what I'm saying.
or employment? We're the most
What?
unemployed group in this
Huh?
country currently.
Waking
Yeah,
up. Tell her go back to
but
bed.
dude,
Tell your
they
mama.
also during I'll take COVID for an example. During COVID, black people have started more businesses than any other group, especially
Those
black
are-
women.
that's a good thing.
Okay.
But do we own industries?
Yeah,
Do we have one? Do we have one?
yes.
Wait a minute.
We
Listen, this
own
is small. Do we have one grocery store, major grocery store chain in the United States owned by black folks?
Yes.
I
yes,
was
It's a
told we
black
They're
owned
did.
black
mall.
owned.
I was
Black
told
owned
we
yes.
mall.
did.
He said,
Do
he
we have
said, he
car?
said,
Do we
he
have
said,
cars
God,
black
God,
owned?
hold on, whoa. What's the name of the grocery chain that's black owned?
Give me a second.
He's
They have
googling.
Diners,
Yeah, I am.
they have one right here in Atlanta. It's
No,
small, but they have one right here in Atlanta.
he said chain,
Right, a
meaning
major
more than one.
chain like what is it? Food Town in New York, Whole Foods,
Let me
Albertsons in
tell you.
California, whatever, wherever you at. Like there's 10 stores, 12 stores, and it's a big major
Living
chain.
Fresh
Right.
Market, Bloom Market,
And how many
Nourish.
stores do they have?
That I don't know. But I'm saying that we do
It
have
do-
these
it
things.
doesn't matter. They have
It's not
some.
like we're boxed out of the industry or nothing.
They have some.
Yeah, we have
That
some.
that's a good thing.
And not only that, several other big large corporations, at least $300 billion worth.
My argument always is, from my standpoint in life, I'm not concerned with black everything, right? We're ingrained in this American system, right? So,
Let, let me tell you, I went to a textile conference over at the Jacob Javits Center, huge, enormous, right up here on 10th Avenue
and
in
then
New York.
allow me to finish when you done, bro, because you've been cutting me off all
I'm
night.
sorry.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go
Nah,
ahead.
go ahead. Jacob Javits, I'm with you.
Okay, real quick. There are 300 vendors in this big, huge thing that are selling fabrics and stuff and little services related to that. Do you know out of 300, and most of them were Chinese, that there were about six that were black people were representing them. Out of those six, I would say there was three that was black owned. And the other three were owned by white folks. They just had black folks behind the counter, making it look like, they were a major part of it.
Okay,
Out of
nothing wrong with
300,
that. It's a start.
are you
It's
serious?
okay.
No, it is not okay.
No,
It is
no.
not
What I mean,
okay.
no. Hold on a second, bro. Hold on a second. All right. What I mean is okay. I don't mean it's okay to be like that. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's not what I mean. Okay, but never mind. At least they had three there, and
Okay.
three someplace else, and three some other places.
Right.
Yeah, at
Right.
least we
So
had three out of
See, here's the
300.
thing, right? Here's the thing.
I'm saying, right? It's not all doom and gloom.
Correct.
You see what I'm
Right.
saying? It's about 300 billion. I already checked it out long time ago. About $300 billion worth of black businesses in the U.S. right now.
Listen, bro,
Okay,
And
I
then
am a
it's
and then the
nothing.
white
card
business.
carrying.
Look at the
Yo,
white
bro,
business
I
though. You
am a
got to compare
card
it to
You can't
carrying.
something.
compare it to white business,
You
bro.
Yo,
Come
have
on now,
bro,
to,
I
because
am
if
a
you're
card
bro.
touting it
They
as
carrying
a
made
as a
money
major
American.
from.
number,
They
you got to
made
compare
money
it to
from.
what the highest
Bro, they
is.
look at the head start when black people was building all these wealth in the 1920s and the 30s. What did they do? Burnt the
They
shit out.
terrorized it, which
Right.
is why
They
I'm
burnt the shit out.
focusing on Africa and not in the United States. And Will, what's his name? Wall Street is in the States. I don't think it's viable. I don't think we have a viable
Yeah,
future here because of the history
well,
that we have, the terrorism that we have, and yeah, we don't have sovereignty. We don't have control of the politics, the economy. We
So
don't. We don't.
my
We don't have
response
control of
to
those
that
things.
will always be the
it's all a
same. Hold on,
mindset.
hold
It's
on, hold
all a
on, real
mindset.
quick. My response to that will always be the same. Neither do the Asians. Neither do the Indians. Neither do the
The
small
Asians
hats.
have
Hold
China.
on, hold on. They don't have autonomy here,
No,
but
they
they
have
do.
China
But they do extremely well
because,
here.
and partly because they have
Let
China.
me, yo, bro. Can I please?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, right, what will end up determining our fate, like there's a dude I disagree with a lot of times when he's on the panels, but he says one thing that I do agree with. So goes the cracker, goes the Negro, right? Now, I don't even see that as extremely problematic, right? Like there is, as America builds, increases, and is more wealthy, we benefit from that as well. Let's not play stupid, right? I am a card carrying member of the Boule, right? Like
And
one of the
that's why
things.
you have vested interest in the United States for that reason.
But look,
Right.
one of the arguments I always argue in terms of Black history is when you look at all our various movements, who has something more viable in 2026 than the Boule? We're talking Divine Nine. We're talking HBCU. We're talking what we speak about when we talk about all of our Black engineers, all of our Black
But you're like
doctors,
the
right?
oligarchs
Hold
of
on,
our
hear me out.
40 million. You're like the Tinebus and the Dagontes of the United States, because if you embrace capitalism,
No.
that's what you are. You're a
That's exactly what
capitalist.
he is.
You're
That's
you're
exactly
right.
what
You're a
he is.
capitalist, and
He moved out of the
you're
hood.
like an
He
oligarch
moved
in
out of the
Africa.
hood. He moved out of the hood. He lived in fancy neighborhoods and stuff like that. But then he can't relate to the typical Black Americans.
Yo, bro, you know a small
You can't.
argument with that? Like, because
You
people
can't.
will
You can't.
criticize me. Listen, bro, people will say, well, why did you move to that white neighborhood, right? What
No,
I
ain't
tell
nothing
them
wrong
is,
with that.
peep
Ain't
it.
nothing
Nah,
wrong with
peep
that.
it. Peep it. Peep what I tell them. I tell them, I'm gentrifying that neighborhood. I'm proud to have
Where
some good Black
where you
folk.
Uh-huh.
I have a
what city you
beautiful
live in?
Oh
Black
How
man,
about
family
build your own
living next to
community?
me.
he's slowly
Oh, let me say,
exposing
what
himself.
Hear what
city
I'm
you live in?
That's
saying?
harder to
He's
do.
slowly
Build
Because
your
exposing
own
when they
himself.
move
community.
into Harlem,
Bro,
and it's
what city do you live in?
gentrification, right? Hold on, hear me out. When they move into Harlem and it's gentrification, we even look at it as white folks are making a power play. So when I move to a white neighborhood and bring Black folk with me and have a Black neighbor amongst this white community, yeah, that's the same type of
Bro,
gentrification.
No, it
what
isn't.
city do you live
Same
in?
type of gentrification.
No, it's not, sir. It is not.
What city do you live in? What city?
I'm in North Carolina.
Okay, so well, bro, if you want to
I'm
move,
out here in Charlotte,
eh,
man. What's up?
well,
Oh, we got a
if you
link,
want to,
bro.
well, hold on a
Hey, yo,
second,
meet
hold on a
me at
second,
Infinity Lounge. Nah,
hold
we
on a
got a.
second.
Nah, I
If you
got a
want to
link
Okay.
move,
for you.
if you want
Where
to
y'all
move
at,
to a,
Valentine?
if you want to move to a multimillionaire Black neighborhood, come to Atlanta, and I could take you to one.
Right. Buckhead is one, ain't it?
Nah, forget about Buckhead. I could take you to more than one right now. That'd be all Black, maybe one
So
white
watch
in there.
this, right?
So you one of the
In
Jamaican dudes that's doing good over there in
so
Atlanta,
chill,
huh?
watch this, right? In the
But
black,
the real
in the
thing to
black
do is
economic
to
Bruh.
argument, right? One of my biggest beefs with Black empowerment and things we think are successful is depending on the Black dollar, right? Like everything about my
exploit black
career.
people
Hold
so that
on,
you
hear
can
me
have
out, hear
a
me out,
house
hear
with
me
white
out, hear me
folks.
out, hear me out, hear me out,
Exactly.
hear me out,
Exactly.
hear me out. Everything about my career, whether I was in the streets of Baltimore buying baby apes and doing dirt, like I was always a Pan-African drug dealer, right? I didn't sell nothing to my own people. But now I have a career and I'm doing something else. And guess what? I want white people's money. I don't want to have to put the strain on the Black dollar that my business has to
Mhm.
depend on them. I want to, my dream is to create a MAGA burgers. I want to sell MAGA burgers, freedom fries, and patriot milkshakes
What does
to
that do
white
for
folk.
building the black
Let me
community
land,
that
let
you
me land.
came from?
To
Well,
white folk
sir,
that
how
don't
does
even
that
know I
build
own
black?
this
That's how
business.
does that build our community up? What you're talking about
I'm trying to
says
explain.
nothing that builds our
I'm
community
trying
up.
to
It's talking
explain.
about you coming up, moving to white folks areas, and now you want to exploit white
I'm
folks so
trying
that
to
you can say
explain.
what? You got more money? This does not build our people up.
I'm trying to explain, right? If you don't think that wealthy blacks are our people,
Hey,
that's
hey,
a part of
Willie,
the
Willie,
problem.
hey, Willie, I want one of them MAGA burgers. I would love a MAGA burger.
Freedom fries.
You already ate the
Patriot
MAGA
shit.
burger,
And I'm
Adonis.
gonna have a bunch of white boys named Ashton at the counter. Same way all
Name
these
what?
other coaches,
Name what? Name what?
Ashton. Same way all these other countries come in and hire Akeem and let him work at the counter of these businesses they put in black communities. Yeah, MAGA burgers. I want to
Ryan is
sell white folk
serving.
in
Toby,
Tennessee
Ryan, and
burgers.
Ashton are serving. Oh,
That's
bro,
my
come on,
plan.
man.
That's my dream.
We were taught to go in your community, in your hood, and make it utopia, make it better, build it, make it beautiful, have your cafes and your landscaping and your community parks, make it beautiful. That's what
I
we
gotta
were
be
taught to
honest though.
do.
I gotta be
That
honest.
is
My
honest. That's the
generation,
honesty.
no, that's not honest. My generation wasn't taught that. My generation was taught get out the hood, right?
My
My
generation was taught
generation,
that too.
oh, all right. So don't leave that part out,
No,
is
I'm
what I'm
saying
saying.
that that's the stuff that we teach when we are not conscious, when we are not woke, we're not studying this
I disagree.
academia. Well, I'm saying that when you
I said to
study
you, I
this,
am all about gentrifying gated white communities.
that
What
does
is wrong with that?
that
What
does
is
nothing
wrong
for
with that?
building our communities up like we used to have our beautiful communities, like
Yeah,
Harlem
but
back in
he
the
came
day,
here.
or
He came
even
here
today, PG
accusing.
County.
He came here accusing Africans not being aligned with Black Americans,
I didn't
and
accuse.
He started with that.
he's the one running from his own people to be with white people.
So
Crazy.
again,
I don't get it.
so again,
I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it, man. Come
I
on, man.
want to explain
Be
it to
real.
you,
Well,
right?
you
I
need
want
to
to.
go
So
to the
hold on. You from
woodshed.
Brook? No, you
Yeah,
from
because be
DC.
real, man.
Hold on. You from
You could
DC,
have said.
but
You could
hear
at
what I'm
least say
saying.
I live
You're from
in
DC,
Bowie.
but the same
Yeah, but the
gentrification,
rich people live in Bowie.
the
They're black
same
folks out there.
gentrification that's going on in Harlem is also going on in DC. It is never viewed that white people are trying to escape their own when they buy up Harlem, right? Why, when I go buy up a white neighborhood, I'm trying to escape my own? No, I want to
Let me
bring.
tell you why.
Because
I want to
Let me tell you why. Let
bring.
me
you
tell you why.
just said you
Let me
were
tell you
Let
taught
me
why. Let me
to
tell
finish.
you why.
leave.
I
Let me say
want
this.
to
Let me say this real
bring
quick, right?
You
as
said that you were
many
Let me
taught
black
respond to you.
people as I
Let me
can
respond to you. Let me
into this
respond to you.
neighborhood, and I
Let
want
me
to
respond to you
all
why.
electric slide on the block together.
Let me respond to you why. You're not gonna be able to do that because you know why? You ain't got enough capital compared to the white people.
It's a
And
defeatist
then the white people,
mindset.
at the end of the day, no, I'm telling you the truth because you come
You're
in your
not
own
telling the
neighborhood,
truth,
they
sir.
control everything. They
You're
control
telling
everything.
your
They
truth.
not gonna let you. They not gonna let you come
Yep.
there and control everything. They not.
But
Even
Have
you
you
what?
know
ever
that.
heard of a term called white
Even you
flight?
know that. Even
Hold
you know
on.
that.
Watch
Come
this.
on, man.
Watch how slow I woke him
Let's be
down.
fair.
Watch this. Chill. Have you ever heard of a term white flight?
Yep.
What I'm
And let's be
telling you,
fair.
brother, is
Let's be fair now.
I
Let's be
know
fair.
Black American history well enough to know what we can do. We can run these people up
So
out
so
of
let
certain
but
No,
communities.
let me ask something.
That's a fact.
you coming in a neighborhood that's wealthy. You're not coming in a white neighborhood that's already
Right.
destroyed.
That's poor. Exactly.
Like Dundalk.
Exactly.
You understand me, right? Nah, you coming in a
Exactly.
neighborhood. These people are connected to judges,
During the
and then
Great
they connected to
Yeah,
Migration,
yeah,
politicians.
when
You
blacks
crazy, man.
left the
They
Jim
connected to the
Crow
federal
South,
government as well.
when
They
blacks
connected to like
from the Jim Crow South
corporations.
moved not
Come on,
only to
man.
New York,
Nah, you
but
running,
but to
man. You
but
running. You
bro,
California
running.
as
You
well,
running, man.
bro,
Come on. I
they
can't take you
moved
serious, man.
with no
I can't
wealth.
take you serious, man. You
They
still look
moved
good,
with
um
no
nice,
wealth.
but I can't take you serious, man. I
Hold
can't
can
on.
take you
can I
serious.
say something? Can I say
Hold
something?
on. It's
Because
only,
yeah, but you've been
yeah,
talking a while now. Let me say
yeah,
something.
yeah.
All right. Why would you move away from your community, which is normally the black community is the inner city? That's where the wealth is, right? And that's where the white people move back into. So why wouldn't you stay in your community, which where the wealth is really where the wealth is, the real estate 101,
I
right
got
there
you.
in the inner city. You see what I'm saying? So
I
why
got
would you
you.
move out in the boondocks to them rich folks, them so-called rich white
Allow me to
folks, when
explain.
when the property value is not what it is in the city.
So allow me
Because
to
we were
explain.
taught that
That was a great question.
building up and doing better is moving
Hold
out of the
on.
community,
He asked me a question, bro. Can I
escaping the
answer?
hood. I know I'm answering it
Can
for
I
you.
answer? Can I answer?
You did
Right.
answer it earlier a bit. You
So
did
hold
answer
on.
part of
No,
that
he
earlier.
asked me a different question. Chill. Right. So now when he says, why did I leave my community? Right. I want him to understand. I'm from Harlem. One of the reasons
I
why I
know Harlem
moved,
well.
so allow me to answer. One of the reasons why I moved out of Harlem was because I saw a white woman jogging in Lululemon at 2 in the morning. This has no longer become my community,
You
right?
should have bought. You should have
Let me
bought her
finish.
house.
Can I
You should have
finish?
bought the house
Can I finish?
before
Can I
she did.
finish? So you know nothing about Harlem real estate because there are no homes in Harlem, right? So allow me to
What do
respond
you
to
mean?
you.
There's no homes in Harlem?
There are
What are you talking about?
I mean there's no homes. Yes, there's brownstones,
Those are
right?
homes.
So
Those are
let me
homes. So
finish.
what are those?
Allow me to answer, right? If you look at the brownstone areas in Harlem, you're probably talking about 15% of Harlem. Most Harlemites live in high rises where they're renting. That is a fact. I can walk you through Mitchell Lama. I can walk you through how these companies acquired the buildings they moved my friends' parents out of, right? That's not the point. Hear what I'm saying, right? Me leaving Harlem wasn't about leaving my people. My community of Harlem
What the fuck?
wasn't
How
even.
the hell you get a?
Can I answer? Because you saying how the hell. Let me tell you.
My bad. I'm
And then
watching the
you can
game.
challenge me
No, my
after
bad.
I
I'm
get
watching
it
the
out.
game. I'm watching the college football. My bad.
So
I'm
again,
watching the game. College
Mute
football.
yourself.
a city like, town, like Harlem, New York City, right? We experienced a huge gentrification. It got to the point where I was paying $1,600 for a shoebox apartment, right? It made sense for me. And again, renting, which is a New York City culture, which is how Mondani comes into office. But we can get back to that if y'all want to slow walk it, right? My reality was I can take the money that I'm placing into this rental and I can go buy property, right? So that wasn't a loss. That wasn't me
Okay.
running
Okay,
from my people.
I'm gonna tell you what happened
May
to
I
me before I moved
respond?
here.
By the time it came to you paying $1,600, you're way down the line. When those houses, those brownstones, and were they're trying to give them away. They were dilapidated, and folks in the '70s and the early '80s were saying, "I'm not buying one of those
Yes,
brownstones in Brooklyn and
exactly.
Harlem," and they were trying to they just
Bed Stuy,
overlooked
Bed
it.
Stuy.
Yeah, Bed-Stuy. So the thing is that the people should have gotten together, bought those properties, fixed them up, control. And by buying those properties, they would have controlled a great deal of gentrification, turned those high rises into co-ops,
Cool.
and built,
So look,
and
right?
owned their property.
Any
Yeah.
Harlemite knows the name Londell's, right? Londell is a man that did capitalize on those same properties you're talking about, right? And he cashed out for a big bag. My
That's
point is
one
this.
person
Slow down.
making
Slow
money
down.
for himself.
Slow down, because I was gonna make the connection to more than one. Relax. I was just giving you one direct name and example. But if you look throughout Brooklyn specifically, right? Many of these people sold their brownstones for 1 point something. They took that wealth and built something somewhere else. There's nothing wrong with taking the wealth that you got from selling land to buying more land.
But let me tell you the problem though that we have
No,
when we do
I
that.
don't agree with you, bro.
Yeah,
I'm,
because when you build institutions in your community and you're embedded in those community and you don't own the property, that's a problem because every 30 years what happens is that you don't have ownership, yet you have these institutions, you have the restaurants, you have the community centers, you have the schools that your people have been a part of and have, contributed to the
So are you
building of
not
those
trying to build
institutions.
anything else?
bro. Can I?
Listen, and land on this point
Are you
is that
not
what
trying to
happens
build
every 30
anything else?
years what happens every 30 years, and this is a think tank in on the East Coast, there was a question posed to them: how do you deal with racism and the eventual race fighting amongst the peoples, whites and blacks? How do you deal with this problem? And they came with three answers. One is you educate the people about racism. The other is that you gentrify black communities every 30 years, because as long as they're influx and they have to start over every 30 years,
My
they never
brother,
can embed themselves and build
my
on their
brother,
institutions.
you have an
And
extraordinary
there was
grasp of the
one
obvious.
other scenario, and I forgot what the other scenario. This
But
is how
brother,
you keep black
you
people
have an
from.
extraordinary grasp of the obvious. We know these issues exist,
Well,
right?
but then I'm
What
saying
I'm
though that
saying, hear what I'm
what are you
saying.
saying? You just
I'm
what are you
trying
saying?
to, you're cutting me
Can I
off and I
say
can't make the
something?
point.
But see, you
And now
talk
he's
more
gonna
than
cut me
anybody
off.
else.
Go ahead.
So
Go
let
ahead.
me just say something before I go to bed. All right. A friend of mine, father, that owned a property in Brooklyn. I forgot which part. I think it's Union, but one of them real rich part now. Right. He was people was trying to force him to sell. Okay, he owned about 5 or 6 property within a 5 blocks radius, right?
Radius.
And
Yep.
he said he's not selling because he's leaving this to his children, and he
Right.
know the value. One of his property, which is an apartment building, the city rented the bottom part from him for a fire department, right?
Gotcha.
Firehouse, right? And they force him and they force him and they force him and he would not sell. And let
Right.
me tell you this right now: that family right there, right? That family right, that's a regular family, that's a regular family is worth millions of dollars. They're worth about
Cool.
$100 million. I'm
That's
not
what's up.
bullshitting you. These
So
are a
now,
friend of mine. So he refused to sell, and he
right.
did, and he stayed there,
And it
right?
worked out for him. Salute
And
to
it
him.
worked
So
perfectly.
now
See,
what I'm telling you is
if he
this.
had took the money and ran, see, if he had took the money, he could have got millions for his property. Took it and ran. Even back then in the 90s, it was worth millions. 'Cause he had apartment buildings and brownstone mixed together.
All right,
You
let
see what
me
I'm saying?
explain something to you, right? With the construction of the Barclays Center, it pushed property values up
It,
tremendously,
it
right?
was 2 minutes from
Well,
there. Two
let me
minutes.
hold on. Right, right. I know what you're talking about. That's what
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking. You once you said Union, I knew you
Mm-hmm.
was at. Right. That's why I brought up the Barclays. What I'm telling you is a ton of blacks who own properties, their property values skyrocketed.
Yeah.
And they benefited from selling these properties. And in most cases, they moved back to the South where their people were from. We are building things here in the South. Things are being
God.
built. Black people are doing dope stuff here in the South. That's a fact. I don't think a lot of people know these things. And I think because of a lot of things that American blacks have had to deal with, we don't even want to, you know, promote, propagate what we doing. Keep it quiet, right? But there are things being built with what was sold in Brooklyn, right? That's a fact. When you look at the Great Migration, it's people from the South coming to New York, coming to Chicago, right? Doing great things, owning property, right? And now we are just at a different stage in the economic cycle. So I'm
Okay,
not
but
gonna
but like
judge.
that, like that.
But
Let me land.
there are demographics, there are statistics that talk about how we're doing as a people. And even though you don't believe that we'll be at zero wealth, maybe there's hype about that and
Hey,
they're
guys,
exaggerating it.
everyone,
However,
we're gonna go ahead and close out. Everyone, thanks so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe.
All
Until next
right,
time,
brother.
family.
Peace.
Down in some
all
more
right.
social media.
Peace.
Danfo offers unparalleled, curated, and bespoke tours across Africa for travelers seeking genuine cultural experiences, enriched with magnificent sights, sounds, and flavors found on the continent. Each trip is reliably curated to ensure visitors are gifted with an immersive and authentic adventure. Whether you find yourself strolling along the charming white sand beaches of Sierra Leone, feasting on the mouth-watering delicious foods in Senegal, observing or partaking in various aspects of the Isheshe traditional system Ifa native to Yoruba land, Nigeria. With Danful, you will rediscover a fulfilling sense of kinship to the true heart of the motherland, her communities. Our core values focus on integrity, quality, safety, and sustainability. We are uniquely committed to assisting with the advancement of African infrastructure and promoting African businesses, so both travelers and the communities they visit receive beneficial exchanges. At Danful, we understand the importance of connectivity, and we have created a model which provides bespoke experiences based on your passions or hobbies. With us, expect a long-lasting spiritual bond between you and your destinations. Live, love, Danful, Africa. To learn more, visit danful.africa.